Good morning, everyone. This is the hardest part of my job. Everybody's having a great time collaborating. We haven't seen each other all year. We're talking about Christmas and our kids. Now we have to get this thing going on, get this thing going. So anyway, my name's Tom Suter. I'm the CEO and founder of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. You may have gotten an email or 1,000 from me at some point. Welcome. I want to thank you for coming to our summit here. For those of you unfamiliar with ATARC, we're an organization that facilitates collaboration with government, industry, and academia. I guess we're doing this about 10 years now, or we're about as old as FedRAMP program, right, Brian? You know, I think we kind of got started with ATARC with the FedRAMP program, so we're going around full circle. Should be a fantastic day. Like to thank all of our partners. Round of applause for them. We got a lot of familiar faces here. A lot of government folks, this is where they use this to do market research, right? Talk to these different companies, see what they have to offer. A lot of them are corporate members as well. They came here this morning by hook or by crook. I think we got pretty much everything here. They got a lot of good swag. I heard there's very much an unsanctioned event. No, I'm just kidding. Our friends over at Zero Fox will tell you about after this event. So I'm going to, I guess it's the sanctioned, unsanctioned event, something like that. Sanctioned by you. Okay. So they're going to do something after. Go talk to them. We're going to probably be ready for a few cocktails after we're done today. Should be a good day. We have a series of keynotes, panelists, and we try to make this as interactive as possible. And thanks to our media partners that are working with us on this, they make the best moderators. I will always say that. And I think I got everything going here. How was breakfast, by the way? Pretty good? Okay. I don't know what the calorie count was on breakfast. It looked pretty reasonable. No, it was a good breakfast. So we would like to thank our partner, Andrew Kendall with Atlassian, for stepping up to help us with breakfast. And if we can get Andrew up here. Andrew and I, we just discovered that we met like 12 years ago or something. So when you were back in your Carousel days. Here you go. I'll just hand the mic to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom. All right. So we are excited to be here. Glad to hear everyone liked that healthy breakfast. Hopefully you're full and ready for a full and exciting day. I'm going to warn you, I kind of came into this a little bit late, so I'm just going to take a few minutes, to get up here and talk to you all. Like I said, we're excited to be here. This is a great event. I think my first ATARC event, I guess, was 10 years ago, and it's definitely grown and improved. And it's just really, really exciting to see all the great faces here and sponsors. We're here today alongside our partner Caresoft, which I think probably everyone knows who they are, and probably have a few emails from them in their inbox as well. I'm Andrew Kendall. I work with Atlassian, which I hope is also familiar to you all. But I do like to call out a few of our key products and tools: Jira, Confluence, Jira Service Management. Lots of times they carry a bit more name recognition and brand awareness for you all. Even though we've been in business for 20 years, we are used across the government, across the globe, and even on 2 planets. We still get a lot of blank stares and confused looks at events like this before we can kind of bring that connection to Atlassian and our tools together. That being said, we're a lot more than just our products alone. A lot of the success we owe to the great work that our customers are doing every single day with our tools. Atlassian's mission really is to help unleash the potential of every team. Our products are helping teams all over the planet to really advance humanity through the power of software, from medicine to space travel to disaster response, and all essential services that our citizens rely on every single day. I will note on the commercial side, this includes pizza delivery, which probably a lot of us can agree is also essential service. What I'm sure we can agree on, though, is that behind all of these human achievements is a team, or oftentimes many teams, Our government's full of incredible, smart, hardworking folks, probably a lot of them in this room today. But these leaders, they're facing many challenges and a growing number of them, but not all of them are external. As teams become more and more distributed and organizations evolve and objectives change, our teams are being forced to deal with more and more complexity. This is across departments, time zones, regions, external orgs, and more. And this complexity of teamwork really makes their jobs difficult. And so we hear from a lot of our customers and folks that we speak to about these challenges, both the public and private sector are dealing with. We're facing things like disconnected collaboration, disconnected workflows, information silos, low productivity, difficulty in tracking progress against our goals and objectives, and stakeholder management. And we know that these challenges really shape how you come up with your priorities, and they're also what drives Atlassian to deliver solutions that really focus on elevating, collaboration and efficiency and innovation, service delivery, and even culture and retention. And so if those things resonate with you, or if you'd like to discuss other innovative solutions, that can really help address those complexities that you and your organization are facing, please stop by our booth. We're in the back corner. Jason, Rachel, and myself will be there all day, and we'd really look forward to having some conversations with you. So with that, thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Next, and I kind of alluded to it before, we started ATARC. It was really Dave McClure who ran Office of the OSIT, whatever it was back then. And he goes, I want to do a summit on this new program we're called FedRAMP. So that's really what launched us, honestly. But it's great. Although this is CIO Summit, FedRAMP's one of these programs that affects everybody here to some degree. And I tried to talk to Brian's been really busy. I tried to talk to him this week. He used the old, I have to testify on Capitol Hill excuse to get out of a meeting. I don't know. I didn't check that, Brian, but seemed like a good one. Just a meeting. Okay. All right. Well, welcome, Brian. Come on up. Thank you. Here you go. You can just.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, ATARC. It's always a pleasure to come and talk to fellow professionals, especially when I get to talk about what FedRAMP is doing. And I noticed the theme of this event is about vision. And so, talking about growth and modernization, this comes at a great time for the FedRAMP PMO. And, we've all experienced periods of growth in our personal lives and in the organizations that we lead. And that we're a part of. Sometimes, we feel like we're on a plateau, and, that plateau may be characterized by a little bit of frustration on our part where we're seemingly not making any progress. But it's through my executive coaching that I had through an individual that I greatly admire and respect, that he taught me that, those areas of where you're not really, rocketing up in growth, you're preparing to rocket up in growth. Those plateaus are used to, prepare you for the next stage of what's happening. And so, again, as we talk about vision and growth at this very unique time, especially for FedRAMP, where if you've been paying attention at all, there's a lot of things that are going on in the federal government that are mentioning FedRAMP. We're about to experience a significant growth, and in addition to building on the roughly 10 years or so of success that we've had as a program, we're striving to reduce the time and effort associated with initial assessments, and that that commercial cloud providers experience. We want to improve the customer experience interacting with the FedRAMP authorization and continuous monitoring process, increasing the quality and accuracy of the security artifacts and documentation through standardization, and refining our continuous monitoring program, which is going to provide a clear picture of the CIO's, the CSO's cybersecurity posture to those agency authorizing officials who are making those risk-based decisions. So you might ask, how is FedRAMP going to do that? Well, we're going to take kind of a three-pronged approach. We're going to address this through technology, processes, and people. And on the technology side, we've been working for a number of years with the National Institutes of Standards and Technology to develop the Open Security Controls Assessment Language, or OSCAL. And we are in the process of seeking a technical solution to infuse technology into the FedRAMP program, something that we haven't had in the last number of years, in taking advantage of the state of technological art to make sure that to work to make sure authorizations can come through faster, to make sure that the authorization packages that come to the government are of sufficient quality. Believe it or not, after 10 years of doing this, that's still an issue. So we want to make sure that when the packages come into the government, we can leverage the automation to do automated validation, so that when the packages come in, we know if they're of sufficient quality. And we're leveraging OSCAL to do this. We're very excited about automating not just the assessment processes, but seeing what we can do to help those agency authorizing officials by getting them vulnerability information or information about the cloud providers, so they can continue to make risk-based decisions on the cloud services that they've issued their authorizations with. Not only are we looking at technology on, if you think of that as external facing, we're also looking at inside our own house to see what we can automate and leverage technology. We're in the process of implementing a customer relationship management tool inside the PMOs to start tracking some of the efforts that we have integrating with our customers, interacting with our agency and cloud service provider customers. But we also want to use that to get better data to make data-driven decisions on how we're managing the program. Another way that we're addressing this is through our processes. As Tom mentioned, FedRAMP's been active for just over a decade at this point. A lot of the processes that we use, there's been some tweaks along the way, but they're pretty much like they have been. And we, in order to create the velocity that we need to get assessments done to grow the marketplace of secure cloud services, we need to adapt. We're undertaking a study internally to look at our current agency authorization process. We want to find that most efficient process that we can use. Again, there's been some improvements year over year, here and there, but no big wholesale changes, other than the fact that the Legacy Joint Authorization Board introduced the accelerated process back in 2017. But the way the agencies get cloud service providers authorized today is pretty much how it's been for a number of years. And I know we can do better. And in order to bring value to the government and to the cloud providers, we're embarking down the road to look at the best way to get that done. Noticed I said technology first and then processes. Kind of the flip side there, we're looking at our processes as we undertake the technology implementation, because we don't want to automate bad processes. We want to make sure we get to a place where our processes are optimized before we introduce the technology to reduce the work that we have on the back end. And the other thing too is we're looking at how we can improve continuous monitoring. This has been a challenge to make sure that agency authorizing officials are all on the same page with regards to the cloud services that they use. We have, in some cases, multiple authorizing officials using the same cloud. We want to make sure that they have the same information, so their decision-making process is informed. What we've undertaken in FedRAMP is establishing a continuous monitoring lane. This is a net new capability inside the PMO that we're developing and establishing to make sure that we're providing the correct amount of oversight that we need on the cloud services, and make sure that the cloud services continue to protect federal information. The last bit is about people. We are in the process of ensuring that we have the right skill sets inside the PMO. We are actively working on adding federal personnel to the PMO team. We're sitting at 5 right now, and we expect that to grow significantly by the end of the fiscal year. But the people aspect also takes into account the stakeholder engagement. It's the knowledge sharing that to the PMO, from the PMO in a collaborative manner to learn what the pain points of the cloud providers and the agencies is, and for us to be able to, make changes and address those issues. This is a continuous effort to ensure that we are connected with our stakeholder community through events like this, through our engagement with industry bodies, through our agency liaisons, et cetera. FedRAMP can't do this in a bubble. And so it's very important that we maintain that stakeholder engagement and as we bring everybody along for the ride on this. And again, I want to thank ATARC and Tom for the invitation to come and provide a quick keynote this morning. I'm sincerely appreciative of the support of the community, especially as FedRAMP continues to grow. So thank you very much.
Yep. Hang on, I got you up here. So how much do you think automation is how's it going to affect industry and government? The automation and steps that you're taking to try to get this. What's in your head? What would you define as success?
The big thing is it's a very human-centered manual process right now. A typical SSP is 800 to 1,000 pages. And, automating the generation of that, you can just think of the resource savings just right there. The other thing is, talking about automated validations, ensuring that the packages are of optimal quality before they come into the PMO. I'll give you an example that there are cases where we're averaging 2 passbacks of a package for everyone that comes in. And so when we eliminate that variance in quality, we can use more time in assessing the cloud service instead of reviewing it and having to pass it back to the cloud provider.
Great. I think we may have time for like one question.
For a couple.
For a couple?
I'm open for a couple.
Okay, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay, oh, we got Jason Miller. Here, hang on, we got you online. I got to do this. So Jason actually taught me about not handing over somebody the mic.
Just hold it.
Introduce.
Hey, Brian, good to see you. Jason Miller, Federal News Network. Mentioned OSCAL. I remember we talked about this a couple of years ago. I remember the NIST ran some pilots. When I've talked to some folks recently in industry about OSCAL, they said, well, it's kind of like the chicken or the egg. Who's going to come first? Are they going to accept it? Do we actually use it? Do we not use it until it gets accepted? Can you just give us more of an update of what that future of OSCAL looks like? Because everyone I also have talked to said, yes, we need more automation, but nobody wants to say, I will go all in on, you pick the automation approach.
Sure. Great question. We are in the middle of an acquisition. So I'm very, very limited on what I can talk about. Say again? No, we actually did an industry day yesterday. So, we've our work with OSCAL again in NIST, we've determined that's the path to go. We also recognize that FedRAMP in some sense is leading federal government adoption of OSCAL, and I think we'll see a little further we'll see that a little further demonstrated here in the future too.
Great question. A little plug, we have at ATARC, we have an automated ATO group. I think this is, while we're talking about FedRAMP today, it's almost all ATOs. How can we automate this and make it less of a cumbersome thing for our companies and the government? Any more questions for Brian while we have him up here? Going once, going twice. Well, thank you, Brian. It's been great.
As always.
Always good to have you. I think we're reasonably on schedule. Our next provocateur is this gentleman named Frank Kunkel. And Frank, if all the panels can come up, and I'll tell you a little bit about Frank. Frank is the adventurer. He's the guy that goes on tops of mountains. What was that one mountain you climbed? Yeah.
Chimborazo in South America.
Yeah, it's like 20,000 feet up there. So he does the things I can never do. So
You could do it.
I could do it. Yeah, I
have to work
have
really
get in
hard.
shape. But thank you. Bring the panel up. Frank, take it away.
Thanks, Tom. How's everyone doing this morning? We have the pleasure of having an early morning panel. Hope you guys have energy. I'm trying to bring it. I was out a little bit late last night, but I'm booted up. My brain is good. We have a panel of CIOs and CTOs here. I'm going to let everyone, when they get situated and settled, have a 30 to 30-second to minute intros. While they do that, Tom said I like to adventure. It's true, I do. I've been covering the tech space for about 10 years now, which I feel like it hasn't been that long, but I guess it has. It must mean I'm getting older. And I am the vice president of editorial at GovExec, which is now Tom's, we're migrated together. We had a nice acquisition earlier this year. So it's a pleasure to do more of these events with Tom and the ATARC folks. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys go down in a row to my left. Give us 30 seconds to a minute on who you are, what you're up to, and then we're going to dive into some questions. And I definitely will leave plenty of time for the audience to have questions too, because I'd rather hear y'all talk than myself. So, Sheena.
My name is Sheena Burrell. I am the Chief Information Officer at the National Archives and Records Administration. I have been there for about 5 years. Previous to that, I was at NASA and the Social Security Administration.
My name's Tony Holmes. I work for Pluralsight and I lead the practice for solutions architects for a public sector business. I specialize in helping federal agencies and federal leaders plan and strategize on workforce transformation, upskilling, cross-skilling, and trying to attract new business, new people into the business and the agencies to help them prepare for the future.
My name is Bruce Becknow. I'm the Principal Deputy CIO at the Department of State. I'm also a member of the Foreign Service. My mission is really to enable technology across our diplomatic missions globally, and also to ensure that we modernize and, of course, comply with regional and global regulations concerning data privacy.
Morning, everybody. My name is Frank Naviglio. I'm the CTO at NOAA. So my job is to enable technology across the mission space for observations and Earth modeling the Earth system. Before that, I've been at NOAA for 13 years, mostly in the HPC and modeling side, both in the New Jersey area and now in DC. And before that, I worked in industry and academia. Glad to be here.
Yes, good morning. I'm Guy Cavallo. I'm the CIO of the Office of Personnel Management and also the Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer of the OPM, a new position that was just required in the last 30 days for federal agencies to implement. AI is definitely going to have a big impact on the federal government. And I'm so happy that I started moving OPM to the cloud 2 years ago, because that's the best way to use AI, is not have to ship your data all over the place to be able to use the tools with it.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Mike Anthony. I'm the CIO of the National Transportation Safety Board. Small independent agency. I'd like to think we have all the same requirements, but less resources to implement them. So I'm happy to give you the small agency perspective. Prior to that, I was with the IRS, and I spent the bulk of my career with the U.S. Army as a civilian.
Hey, good morning. I'm Stephen Brand. I'm the Deputy CIO for Resource Management at the Department of Energy. I've also worked DOD and DHS. I did not know that we had IRS in common, but most recently I was at the IRS as well.
All right. So Sheena, let's start right on my left here. We want to dive into some trends that matter for y'all. Since it's the end of the year, it's the end of 2023, we're going into 2024. But a lot of stuff in the news and headlines about generative AI and AI in general. Perhaps we start there. What is important for you right now as a leader?
Awesome. I think that for the National Archives, our business is really to be the record keeper for the nation, which means that we get a lot of FOIA requests. We get a lot of requests for veterans for benefits that they want to receive. And so we have an abundance of data that we need to parse through. We need to be able to look at it and help our workers to be able to describe these records so that we can make them available on the internet, on our catalog, so that people are able to search better. So we're looking at semantic search and cognitive search. We're looking at doing OCR, all of those type of things, doing natural language processing. All of these help our archivists as they go through and provide records back. We're also looking at AI to help with our backlogs as well as utilizing RPA. So with our veterans backlog, having RPA kind of help with some of the easier cases and have some assistance from our technicians to look at those cases and provide the information back easier and quicker to veterans. We're also looking at FOIA and FOIA backlog and how we could have AI assist in that realm, as well as RPA help with that as well.
Do you have all the tools you need in getting this kind of technology into the ranks, into your organization, or are there still challenges there?
I actually think that one of the biggest challenges, even with the AI executive order, is really kind of the skill sets and the gaps in skill sets in terms of the IT workforce, and were we ready for something this monumental? I think that what we're trying to do right now is upskill some of our employees that may have had some experience in this realm, but to really kind of make use of different technology platforms that have AI training, also looking at other AI training outside of just our workforce, looking at the skills of our strategic partners, which are you guys in terms of an industry to help us where we have those gaps in IT skill sets.
Good deal. Tony, I'm going to skip you for a segment. I'm coming right back, and we're going to talk on workforce issues a little bit. Bruce, same thing for you. Trends, AI, what's happening in the state?
Concerning AI, we're still in our infancy stage. We've published a policy out on that, but more along the lines of how do we use it to, as was mentioned, of how do we automate? So using RPA, for example, we have used this because we process millions of visas and passports annually. And so we're trying to accelerate what services that we can do using that technology. On the AI front, working closely with our cyber bureau, we have to implement policies that we then work with our foreign governments on bilateral relationships to try to promote best practices concerning cyber.
Frank, I don't meet a lot of Franks these days. And this is, I see a fellow young Frank up here on the stage as well.
Nice to have two.
So talk data to me a little bit, Frank. NOAA has some of the most of it of anybody, right? I've covered your satellite programs over the years, very integral for weather forecasting for the country and also the world, really. Where does AI fit into this nexus for you guys, and what's the next generation technology trend that you're most looking at?
So I think it could play a big part. It's playing a bigger part, right? Obviously, through most of the value chain, right? Whether in my head is a value chain, right? From observation to product, right? Something that you consume on your phone or a company takes or someone uses for a forecast. But so in a couple of ways, right? So right now, the forecast that you all use is done by math, right? So the computer does math and that takes a lot of compute power. And something that we always need to grow, right? So AI is a good tool to help us in the first in the data acquisition, right? Get more data into the forecast at the right time. So we get a better forecast product, but it also allows us to maybe reduce the compute footprint on that forecast, right? Get better products out there faster. I think from my perspective, the most important thing or the most kind of my hopeful desire here is that things like generative AI will really help us engage with our stakeholders better. Weather data is complicated. I'm not a scientist. I need to phone a friend when I need to interpret some of this data. And luckily I have some, so it's okay. But it's a way for you think about it, everybody hopefully lives somewhere, either you buy a house or rent a home or whatever that is. You may use weather data to pick where you live or to buy a house, right? Is there a flood risk? Is there a weather risk? And some of that data is hard, like I said, to interpret. So things like generative AI really can allow us to engage with our stakeholder in a way that we've maybe not been able to in the past by allowing them to really have that conversation with the data that they can't right now. right?
Are there any early sort of sexy use cases you can talk about at NOAA with this technology?
I think we're
Potential
still,
too,
oh, I'm sorry.
or potential as well.
I think the potential, I think we're still kind of on taking our first couple steps down the path here. But I think that engagement with stakeholders, right? Just being able to reach more of those stakeholders than we do now, right? I mean, people have to interpret data, they have to have tools. Either we write them or they write them, but I think the upside for us, again, is being able to engage with the stakeholder and making that data more available in formats that are more accessible to the general public, right? NetCDF and GRIB are great for the science community. It's not really something that you can just pick up without knowing how to really work with the data. So I think we're in a place where we can start moving that stuff to more availability. And I think that's the real advantage. The data management part is the advantage for everybody here.
Thanks, Mike. Guy, let's hear from your perspective. I know I'm going to come to you for some workforce stuff later, but I mean, where are you looking at this technology right now?
Yeah, I mean, definitely AI is getting all the press right now. And, you know, what I hear from people is we're not ready for it. We don't have staff for it. We're going to need skills. Too bad it's here. I mean, you have to move. We've never had a technology hit us this fast and be available worldwide in this short period of time. So, you know, if you want to hire somebody that's got 10 years of AI experience, you're gonna have to go find some data scientists. But as far as operational, you need to use it now. At a minimum, you should be using AI for your cybersecurity protections because our adversaries are using AI to attack you, and humans will lose in that battle over cybersecurity. So at a minimum, you want to make sure you're already using AI in cyber. We have, you know, I also don't want to forget the other side of cyber is there are other executive orders out there in addition to AI that are really pushing us to upskill and upgrade our cybersecurity protections. Again, this all comes together at the same point. So at OPM, we run about 80 projects simultaneously. AI will be counted as one of those because we have these cyber updates. We have the retirement systems updates. There's a lot going on. Congress asked us to build a new healthcare system for postal workers that I need to launch by next fall. Again, they didn't ask how long did I want for it. They said, you will deliver this by that time. So they're coming fast and furious, and we all need to be agile and adjust timeframes and make sure that we don't have time to take 5 years to build anything anymore. It's coming too fast. You're gonna have to do it incrementally and deliver more and more, and that's what we're doing.
Nice guy. You know, as a journalist, I love to make up headlines as we go along. And so far, you might have it. It's here. Too bad. Get on with it. Michael, you're our CIO of the TSB. You're more of a small agency perspective, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too.
I'd like to build on what Guy was discussing, and even Brian in the opening remarks. I mean, if we can automate some of those SSPs and the ATO process, it'll make all of our lives a lot easier, and we can achieve what we need to achieve sooner. But yeah, with you know, limited resources and the resources we have don't always have the right skill sets, and we'll get there. But ever increasing amounts of data, and then we keep adding more and more components to our environments. How do we make sense of all the noise? And I really think that's where some of the AI capabilities can assist us. And we're exploring how we can leverage, you know, NLP and machine learning in some of these, I'll say more operations guy perspectives. And I'll give you a quick example, but I think Gartner may have coined it AI ops, artificial intelligence for IT operations, but just with, you know, routine patching. We all have to do it. Depending on the criticality, we have to do something sooner rather than later. And, you know, I'll be honest with you, it's more manual than I'd like to admit. So we need staff to figure out what systems need to be patched. Then we need to figure out when we can do it so that we minimally disrupt our customers' experience. And then we need to have staff actually do it. This is where I really think we can automate things leveraging AI. To the point where I'm in discussions with my CTO, you know, except I know AI can reduce all the things I just discussed, but when it comes to implementation, are we just ready to let go and say, oh, you know, you decide, you execute, or you know, is it still a manual piece in there, human piece in there. And that's where I think I don't want to say struggling with, but we're trying to figure out. And I'm happy to learn from some of your experiences here because, I'd like to say we have a little bit more flexibility being an independent, small agency, and we're willing to try new things. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Stephen, bringing you up here, you're DCIO for resource management at the Energy Department. And yesterday there was a big report GAO put out on the number of AI applications in use across the government, in use or planned use. Energy was among the leaders there. So clearly there is a lot of efforts in AI. How are you looking at it right now?
I know that our organization, CIO, put out a guidebook for the use of AI. One of the things that I've seen is that you say it's here and we just have to deal with it. Our customers, right, the folks that we provide the IT networks and we try to protect those networks, but our customers are using it whether we want them to or not. And oftentimes we find out about it after the fact. And so we want to try to make sure we establish guardrails around how to use it so that we can do so safely. I'm not convinced that our customers, the way I think of it, the employees across the department think of that, right? Are they thinking about where the data resides? So we had one example comes to my mind is folks who were using ChatGPT or something similar to troubleshoot code, right? So they run into some stumbling block in their code, they upload it and ask for some troubleshooting. And then there's somebody else out there who knows where in the world who puts in a prompt that says, give me all of the code that's out there from the Department of Energy. And we're not thinking about where that data resides and who can access it and things like that. So the guidebook helps us to establish guardrails around that so we can protect ourselves, recognizing that people are going to use these systems, but we need to do things that allow them to use it safely.
We'll come back to you in a bit, Stephen, but Tony, sum this up from the industry perspective here. I mean, and there's a lot of companies that are talking AI right now, but how do you guys view it?
Yeah.
Is this a nexus, a convergence point? Where are we at?
So it's very similar to what we saw in cloud. So obviously what we're seeing when we go and speak to agencies is they're looking at AI and how to deal with AI. But actually what AI represents is another huge potential for technology convergence. So you're going to start seeing AI in just about every different technology, every aspect of our business. I mean, we've already heard IT ops, data analysis, archives. There's just everywhere that it's going to touch. So I think one of the biggest problems that we've got ahead of us is trying to figure out how we're going to prioritize reskilling employees to work with that convergence. And I also think that what we're starting to see now is we're starting to see a need for more generalists, technology generalists. We've spent so many decades hiring for specialists, and with the typical technology skill half-life being around 2.5 years at the moment, what you need people that are working in data. We've done a great job in the government collecting data with all the data strategies that have been coming over the last few years. Now we can use AI to process and make use of all of this huge amounts of data that we've collected. So I think overall what people are trying to do is, and we've heard it from everybody on the panel, is they're trying to understand how they're going to address these challenges. I don't think there is a clear way forward, but I do think, again, hiring generalists, understanding it's catalyzing technology. It's not just going to be AI, it's going to be AI plus everything else in your business. And trying to figure out a way through that. So, I understand every agency I speak to, I'm hearing exactly the same things that I've heard from across the panel today.
Hey,
Well,
Frank, can I add something to that? So I agree, we need these generalists, but one of the things that I think is sometimes overlooked is it's not just the IT and cybersecurity folks that need this training. Because most of our agencies rely heavily on contractors. We also, and because we rely on those contractors, there are contracting professionals inside the agencies who need to understand this, right? We can make the best business decisions when those folks, the contracting officers, cores, even financial managers, have at least a foundational understanding of what they're spending money on and what they're contracting for. And so we've taken some steps to try to make sure that that training is available to them so they have that foundational understanding.
Yeah, and that's really insightful, because one of the things that we focused on over the last couple of years when we work with agencies is we focused on giving people that broad knowledge at every level, because obviously contracting people have difficulty contracting for things they don't understand. Purchasing people have difficulty purchasing technologies that they don't fully understand. So absolutely 100% agree with that. And we're hearing that a lot. And that's one of the things that I've been focused on when I meet with agencies a lot of the time is how do we broadly upskill? And it's something, if you think back, it's something we probably haven't done since the days of when we started out rolling out things like Windows desktops, when we had to upskill everybody to kind of understand the basic tools that they were using. And I think AI is going to interact with every level of our agencies, where we're going to have to start upskilling a broad base again.
So I just want to add to that, and I think Bruce brought it up, that it's about policy. I think every year we train our workforce, like the business part of our workforce on cybersecurity. Here are the things that you should look for. Here's what you should be mindful of. You're going to have to do the same thing with AI, that there are some bad actors out there. Here's how you utilize this technology, but also here's how you utilize it in a way that protects the government and protects our data and protects our information. And I think that was what Stephen was saying as well. And I think that we're still, the AI executive order came out. We do need to put these policies in place. We need to put training in place, not just for the technologists, but putting the training in place for our business. Also, I think the business has this misconception, or at least our workers have a misconception, that AI is going to come in and take over their workload. I can tell you at the National Archives, we're probably not as small as Michael's group, but we're still a small agency and we have a lot of work, and I have enough work to go around for AI as well as for our archivists. And I will say that if we are having these communications and conversations with our business and getting their engagement, training them, teaching them, that they will understand, hey, this is the responsible use of AI. This is what we're doing to protect our data, but this is also what we're doing to help accelerate and give you a way to make your job easier, better, and faster.
So I'm going to go off script here then. So one of the challenges is similar to what my colleague just mentioned, is that historically, most federal organizations, we just kept building and building on top of it. And so the skill set baseline that was established, I can tell you right now, for our organization, was from 1990s era. And what we did instead was we brought in specialists, and now we've reached this point where we have so many pockets and silos of this specialty. And as new technology like AI comes on board, it's like, are we just going to smoke another team and just leave legacy individuals left? So that didn't work for us. Instead, what we did was we took a step back and we said, all right, let's plan where we're going to be, taking your agency's strategic plan. In our case, we also took the Secretary's modernization effort, and we said, this is where we need to be in 5 years. We reestablished a new baseline. And then with that new baseline, what we did is we said, okay, how do we get to this new one, at least on the federal employee side of the house? Then how do we then decide where do we actually need the SMEs on the contract side and plug those in? For us, it was a little bit unique because we're globally located, right? We're over 270 some odd locations. How can we also use AI then to automate a lot of the functions or even process the data, including not just IT data, but business data in particular? And what the end result was is, in fact, this year, we had 3 separate skill codes, and we consolidate into a single skill code under this new baseline effort. We actually changed out the way we automate things, and we've been able to then create this upskilling roadmap. And I'll tell you is that there is no single solution, right? Most agencies will think that, okay, everybody, here's your new baseline, figure it out. And then you might put incentives in, like a special incentive pay, but that alone doesn't work. Instead, what we did was we established a matrix to say, okay, here's the new roadmap. Then everybody's journey can then be tailored to that. So you're not spending just a lot of resources to do a mass training effort.
Frank, Guy, Michael, any thoughts to add onto this bit of the conversation? If you have any.
Yeah. So I think one of the other, just to add, I think the preparation of workforce and all the good points that everybody's making is it is more holistic than I think we tend to think about, especially with the AI parts. You have to worry about things like ethics and training people for, like Sheena said, for business.
Frank, you don't have to worry about ethics.
Well,
You should, but you don't. have
should worry about ethics. And we should all worry about ethics, but it is a different perspective, right? If anybody could, and I'm sure there's agencies where, you know, ethicists are running around the hallways, but then most agencies, maybe they're not, but so that's a new skill set that you may not have in your toolkit, right? How do we bring that in? How do you train those folks for not just what they have to do, but the bigger picture, you know, where the data is, who's going to get the data, where are the biases? Can we deal with these biases, right? So a lot of that training, you know, I think people have it, but putting it together in a big process, I think is a little bit harder, and we have to have that conversation and prepare everybody in the chain for that.
Yeah, I don't know of a single federal agency that it's only that the IT operation is 100% federal employees. The partnership that we have to do with industry, which is a good partnership, means that we have to do this together. Just like I don't have any federal employees that have, you know, 3 years of training in AI. Our contractors may not either, but this is where we both need to lift our workforces up to be able to have that expertise. And I agree some of the comments I've heard definitely from energy. You know, we have cores and people that write contracts that have no technical background. And we're asking them, please write me a technical statement of work to bring in AI expertise. You know, and so they'll probably Google AI contracts and try to find something. But you know, like I said, it's something that we're going to have to partner together and grow together. And, you know, AI is not going to be the last technology. There'll be, you know, quantum after that. And, you know, we know that one for sure, but what else is coming? This has, you know, been our life story with IT. You know, it seemed like everything was going to be a new revolution. You know, PCs were incredible because it took power out of the CIOs. And as a CIO, I'm very glad to do that. You know, nobody has to come to me and say, Guy, will you please run this financial report out of cycle? Now we gave that power to the employees to do that. You know, client server, the internet, all of those, we thought, wow, this is the greatest breakthrough. What else can happen? And look what else has happened.
Michael, any thoughts on that? You want to button us up?
Yeah, just maybe highlight a little bit, taking it out of the technology space, but more how can we improve the business side of the house? And we're also exploring how can we leverage and train our own AI. I don't want to say in-house, but data we protect, we own, to really assist our investigators. So for instance, there's an airplane accident, certain time of day, certain location, certain weather. You know, unless you have the institutional knowledge, or you really know how to use some of our internal search tools, it can be, you're probably missing something. AI can certainly help our investigative staff put in a few parameters and then getting all that instantaneously. So I think of it as like a staff assistant or a team member. You know, I'm, you know, happy to engage too as well, because that's really, I think all of our jobs is to really, how do we advance our business operations to be more effective and more efficient. And I'm kind of excited continuing negotiations with the National Archives, because when we move our data over, you know, it's really not our data anymore. And then how do we still make that information useful to both internal and external customers?
Did you say give away your data? You caught yourself. I have just one more question for this, but can I like get a sense of, does the audience have some questions? Because if so, I'm going to speed up through my next round. So I see some hands. We've got a few. Good. Do we have a mic in the, okay. Or
Got one right here.
Well, wait, Tom, wait, because I want to get through one more thing too. And then we'll go to it. And just for the record, as a moderator, you guys each talked 3 times in that first session, which means I'm doing a good job. Everyone got some time. So when you're ranking the moderators later, just remember this moment. Guy, I want to go over to you because we had a short prep call for this. And one thing that stood out to me, I jotted a note down to ask you about, was the discrepancy in young talent coming into the government ranks. This is something we followed for several years, but I feel like that difference in young people coming into the government in their 20s has gotten more stark than our folks 50 and older, who at some point should think about retiring. I mean, hopefully for them, right? So give me some numbers here if you can. Sure. And what is OPM doing to help agencies combat that or bring in young folks?
Well, definitely, about 25 years ago, and what the numbers I'm going to give you are all public numbers. Guess what? The Office of Personnel Management publishes these numbers. So if you want to go find these, you can go to our website. About 25 years ago, the number of federal employees under 30 and the number of federal employees over 55 was about the same, within a percentage point of each other. It's no longer that case. Last year, the number of federal employees under 30 was about 7%, and the number of federal employees over 55 and eligible to retire was 31%. So they went from being even to now 4 times plus the difference. We all have to adjust our hiring practices. OPM has issued a number of special hiring authorities, and we have more coming that you need to use. We call it early career talent. How do you bring in early career talent? You need to look at it because right now the number of federal employees that are 60 to 64 and the average retirement age is in the early 60s is almost 10%. So again, you look at 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if half your workforce is retired, how are you going to keep your mission going? So to enhance early career talent, one thing I did last year, and I looked at the average age of my organization and it was in the 50s. I brought in 18 interns under our Pathways program. The Pathways program is available to all of you. What it allowed us to do is it probably lowered the average age of my CIO organization by about 5 years, just having that early career talent on board. The only other thing that would make it lower that much is if me and some of the older employees retired, and then that by itself would bring it down. But bringing in early career talent, after, I met with them their first week, and I asked questions like, why are you interested in government service? Most of them said, I was looking for a job and this is about all I could find. They weren't really, looking for government service. And then I met with them at the end of the summer, and all of them except one said that the time they spent working as interns with us made them now think that they could have a government career versus it was just a fill-in. And after that, I ended up hiring 6 of them permanently, and I'm not done. So make sure that you're looking to infuse early career talent. It's possible that artificial intelligence might be the way that we attract that early career talent workforce to join us. Because and definitely what I'm doing at OPM, we have an extensive training program for upskilling my current workforce. I reward people. I give them bonuses for getting certified in new technologies. We've already offered 10 or 12 AI courses for all the staff to take. So we need to do different. If you don't take advantage of these programs, your workforce is just going to age out, and all of a sudden you're going to find you don't have enough people left to keep the lights on. And so it's very important that we all take advantage of those programs. We have a tech to gov program where we're looking at the laid off tech industry employees who will come. All these programs are available to every federal agency. And if your HR office isn't aware of it, go to our OPM website, look it up yourself, and so you're going to find that there are quite a few ways now that you can hire new federal employees.
God, that's fascinating and actually good to hear. I'm looking forward to the training that you'll have to take to understand Gen Z slang, because they're going to be dropping cap and bussing on you, man, and you're not going to know what they're talking about. Really quick, let's get like a minute for each of you guys to run down. Sheena, start with you on this upskilling, reskilling. From the industry perspective, I do love to talk to big companies on how they're dealing with these new technologies and how they're trying to upskill or reskill their workers. And there's a lot of really innovative programs that they use to do that, to keep people in-house and train them at the same time. I'm curious about how you feel about it from your perspective.
I told someone earlier, I'm coining the phrase that Gen Z is a culture. And I think we also, my Game of Thrones hat on, like they're coming, like winter's coming, Gen Zs are coming. My daughter is 16 and she's just entered into the workforce. And I can tell you the mindset is totally different. Yesterday, I told her, they told you have to be there at 3:30. It's not a suggestion. It's actually like, you got to be there at 3:30. And she was like, oh, I thought it was more of a suggestion. Like, I should come around 3:30. I was like, no, it's not really, that's not really how it works. But I would say that And I use that as an analogy is because Gen Zs have a different mindset. They have grown up in a very digital age. They've grown up with social media, so they feel empowered to tell you their opinion. They are not afraid to say, hey, I just don't really like that policy, and why would you think that way? I think that we're going to have to adapt to that, and to kind of like figure out how to empower them in a real workforce environment, which is different for them, because a lot of these Gen Zs that are coming in are very used to, they have entrepreneurial minds, which means that they're able to take something, and it's good and bad, right? You have an entrepreneurial mindset in terms of being able to take something that's small and make it a startup and make it big. They're TikTokers and YouTubers that have made millions, those type of things. And how do you really engage with a group of people like that? And what does that look like? And then how does training that group of people look different than how we used to train people, in a more traditional classroom environment? How do we attract people who do have this entrepreneurship mind that says, like kind of guy saying, I don't want to work for the government. This is kind of filling in until I make my big bucks being a influencer. I mean, those are kind of things that we need to really think about. But I also would say the same thing about ChatGPT. My daughter, my son, they definitely use ChatGPT, and they're going to expect those type of technologies when they come into the workforce, and how they're going to have some of these virtual assistants, as Michael was talking about, to help them perform their job. So we're going to have to upskill our own employees right now to learn how to deal with the generation that's coming after us.
Sheena, does Nara have a TikTok account? And if not, why not? No, I'm kidding. Any other thoughts down the line?
Yeah, I wanted to, build on that 100%. How do we optimize training and awareness for a multi-generational workforce? Some of us grew up with paper maps, but there's some folks in the room here only know GPS, real-time location. I used to, maybe I still look at recipe books, but there's a video for that on YouTube. And, how do we evolve the training, or maybe provide the training for that different generation that suits them? And I'm kind of curious as to how we can do that, or perhaps leverage each other's programs as well.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So I would say one of the challenges we have actually is in the recruitment side. As new technologies come out, a lot of people have specialties that still, but if you look in the past, what we were getting were individuals that had like 6 or 7 different domains that they covered. But today they specialize in 2 of 30 domains. And the problem is okay, if we do upskill existing workforce, it's still about the recruitment component. So we had to take a more proactive approach. For example, one of the things that we did was we established what we call a foreign affairs IT professional, which is more of like they go through, we cover their last 2 years of college, and then they come in, they have commitment with the organization that has actually helped bring in new ideas, new concepts, and actually accelerate a lot of the new technologies and the adoption of new technologies that we have. The other item is how do we then ensure that they stay? For the first time since, as far as I can remember, we've had a huge attrition rate, especially in the entry level. Again, the current generation's thought processes, switching jobs, every other year is not a big deal. Just as they're starting to come up and ramp up with the new skill set, the technology flips, and then they're already jumping on to another organization. So we're trying to come up with ways on how do we keep that training component to be ever evolving, so that way we're not playing catch up to the requirements, but more or less that we're predicting what that's going to be.
Sure. And I mean, just to kind of build on that a little bit and what others have said, it's technology is one of those things where you have to buy, build, or recruit talent at a constant basis, or you're going to fall behind, right? So, and we use programs like Pathways to great success. But I think it takes the community kind of to work with you to build up this talent pool, right? So we offer trainings that are hands-on to our staff and outside of the weather community and the climate community. We make sure that we partner folks together so that they're working together. It's good for collaboration, but it's also good for knowing who's who and, you know, if there are people who are looking to join your agency. But again, it builds a community, right? And having that community kind of extend past your agency's borders is important. The other part too is using your partners, right? We all live in an ecosystem, whether that be academic for some folks, whether it be industrial for other folks. But we are a community, right? We have to leverage each other to find that talent, right? Because if we recruit talent across the community, we all win. So how do we build that pool of people across? And that involves partnerships. We do partners a lot with universities and cooperative institutes to kind of develop that talent, and whether they stay in the university or comes to the agency, it still adds to the community. And I think that's part of how we have to look at it, how we're going to build the community across the whole, while, you know, again, building our workforces, which is really important, but it is a community effort and not just an agency effort.
Thanks, Frank. Stephen, Tony, anything you want to weigh in a second? And Guy, will come to you in a second. Either of you.
To me.
Either of you.
Yeah, I got one more thing I want to say. I'm trying to fill a gap in my life. There's no college football for a few weeks. I read an article recently about Sports Illustrated. You all probably heard this. I think the CEO was relieved because of apparently they were using AI to write sports articles. AI hallucinates, and I don't know if this was a result of hallucinations or not, but excuse me. Apparently these articles had made up authors, right? The authors didn't really exist. Sheena, you mentioned Gen Z's coming, you're right. And they are accustomed to using AI, but I'm not sure that they do the kind of fact checking that they might need. I was at another conference earlier this year, and some contractors came up to me and asked me my thoughts about them using AI to write a proposal for contracts. And my first thought was, I don't know how we would ever know on the government side if you did or didn't, and I'm not really sure why it would matter. But if it's hallucinating and it's making up things that doesn't get checked, that's another issue. And on the government side, sooner or later, we're going to use AI to write contracts as well. And we need to be able to upskill to try to tie this into what we've said before. The folks need to know how to use it and recognize that where these shortfalls in the technology exists and how best to be able to check for that and find it. But we wouldn't want, we're trying to buy some critical cloud technology by contract, for example, and the Chat GPT is making up FAR clauses or putting stuff in there that doesn't really exist. We have to be able to recognize that that's a risk and then to put guardrails in place to try to address that.
Definitely the case for guardrails.
Yeah, so as a problem solver, I love disruption, and this whole Gen Z problem is something that's had me occupied for quite some time now. And I think everyone's hit the nail on the head here. We're dealing with a generation who is the first ever digitally native generation. We're dealing with a generation where the college pipeline is no longer the default path. People are seeing college debt of the millennials and they're saying, we don't want any of that. We're looking for a different way to go. So going to college to look for people is a great place to start. You're going to find increasingly that people aren't going to want to take that path. And we're seeing that every day. The other thing is that they look for different things. As we've already said, they're a culture and they're looking for different things. So they're looking for things like, if I come and work for the government, where's the innovation? If you're trying to hire Gen Z and you can show some innovation, you can show some unique things that you're doing that they can get behind, that's one way to look for them. Another way to attract them is things like public difference. Show them how you're making a difference, how you show them how you're making an impact to make the world better. And lastly, they want to understand that they have a path, a progression forwards. One of the problems that we have is we're great at going out and trying to find people to hire for a job. One of the things that we're really poor at doing is communicating, this is your career path, this is what it could be, or alternatively, here's 3 or 4 different career paths that you could possibly take from this entry-level position. And I think we're bad at that. And I think we need to start doing more of that if we want to start attracting more people from that younger generation.
Yeah, those are good thoughts. We got a couple of questions, so let's grab them quick.
Thank you. I actually have a couple questions. All right, so the first one is on the role of the chief AI officer versus the CIO. The CIO role originally was envisioned to be the transformation agent, bringing technology and modernizing the agency, and it evolved to more of an infrastructure, mission support kind of geek role. And now, especially in Congress, there's this view that we need somebody else to come in with AI and be the chief innovation officer leveraging AI. Appreciate the panel's thoughts on, does it need to be somebody different? Does the CIO have the authority to drive transformation and the role in the agencies anymore? Second question is on the workforce. I think we dismiss the role of the contractor workforce, and most of the growth in the federal government's been basically staffed by contractor. And we, in the contractor community, have a much easier pathway to hiring in new people, although the marijuana issue continues to be an issue both inside the government for the contractor community that we don't seem to be able to adjust to. But in terms of staffing with younger people, why doesn't that get figured into the strategies? Why isn't the acquisition and the HR strategy balanced in your plans?
I want to take a stab at that and then.
I'll start with the first one then. So at our organization, the AI officer is definitely different from the CIO. I think the reason in our particular case is that our entire data analytics effort falls within the AI officer's portfolio also. And although the CIO is the main driving force for modernization, technology, et cetera, there's this unique separation of actual business data and how do we process business data. In our particular organization, especially is when we're doing bilateral, multilateral agreements, then we need to have that data-driven component to it, and having AI kind of drive a lot of that gathering and parsing of that data is critical. And so the mindset behind how you leverage that data is very different from a technology perspective. So we're intentionally separating technology from that effort.
Yeah, and if I could jump in, since I have the pleasure of having both titles. In addition to those two, we have a chief digital officer, we have a chief innovation officer, we have a chief customer experience officer, we have a chief data officer. It seems like the CIO role, which you talked about at the beginning, has now been split into so many different jobs. The work still needs to be done. I personally believe that the chief AI officer should be a full-time position and not be the CIO and not be the chief data officer or the chief experience officer, or the chief transformation officer. I believe we have so much to do to make sure that we're ethically using AI and protecting our citizens and not ending up with biased models, that is a full-time job. I can tell you the CIO is a full-time job by itself. Even having all those other chiefs out there, still seems like the CIO gets stuck with all the hard work.
So if I can take it as well. I think it's very similar to your CISO role in terms of it having its own specialty. And I know we've been talking about generalists, but I also agree with Bruce. It's just that for us, the data piece of it falls underneath of our AI person. It's a separate CDO. I know a guy said that it's a separate CDO, but all of those things kind of play a part. This chief AI officer for the National Archives does report into the CIO as well as the CISO, as well as the CDO. So I don't see it as necessary that the CIO doesn't have some of that control and authority that was intended with like a Fratara or even Klinger-Cohen. I think that it expands, but kind of gives the CIO room to do the engagement with the business and kind of bring some of that information back to the organization to kind of help it to grow. So I think, as Guy said, the CIO's role is already full. I have a full plate, but having the CAIO report in through the CIO, I do think that it helps us as an organization.
Yeah, I'd say for both questions, it kind of depends on the agency's culture and size and complexity. In our case, we're bringing on an executive CDO right after the holidays, and they're also going to be the chief officer for artificial intelligence And it's actually out of the business side of the house, but I think of it as a partnership between my office, like we provide the infrastructure. If you think of maybe a vehicle, or the chief data officer will be, you know, the fuel, or I provide the whole highways and they're the vehicles using the highways, but it's got to be a partnership to be successful. And if it's adversarial, or perhaps not aligned, and it's not going to be as efficient and effective. And I kind of saw that happen a few years ago in my old organization, but I'm not going to talk about that. And then just, you know, from a, you know, contractor workforce perspective, again, I think it goes back to culture. I think some organizations, I use NASA, nobody's here from NASA, you know, we wouldn't be going to the moon without, you know, our industry partners. I think some agencies, the culture isn't that far along yet. So I think of it as, you know, a partnership, a symbiotic relationship. I go back, it's got to be a value-added partnership. And if it's not, then we need to change the relationship. But so I think it's just more of a cultural thing. And I think we are moving in that direction. But if there are ways to move faster, I'm all ears. And you know, I took some notes when you're speaking, guys. So I'll be searching your new website with some of the new information.
Now, we're kind of out of time. I mean, I could do like 30 seconds if anyone has a burning question, but otherwise, oh yeah. Okay, Tim. Got to keep it really quick. I'm gonna get yelled at.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. The Chief Artificial Information Officer, what do you think is the optimal age of that person? Since we've had this long discussion about the Gen Zs really being in the front end of this technology, who are you looking for? Are you looking for someone in their 20s or are you looking for someone in their 50s?
Millennials, baby, that's where it's
And
at.
discriminate based on age.
Yeah. That's a pretty fair answer. Anyone else want to weigh in quickly? Once, going twice. That was a good question. I don't know if there is an answer for that one. I can't, but you can ping these guys after. I'm sure they'll step out. Really appreciate you guys for making the time. I mean, big panels are tough to manage, but I really appreciate you guys' flexibility and making time this morning. And thanks to our audience for being live and asking some questions.
Thank you, Frank. We're just going to take a little break right now. Remember all that stuff, good stuff I said about visiting with our partners here? Now's the time to do it. And we'll get you back here. We got a bell or something and get you back in your seats. If everybody can get to their seats, we've got some more time built in for this collaboration. It's fantastic. This is the worst part of my job. I repeat, this is the worst part of my job. If everybody can get to their seats. Craig, there's a seat up here. Get Craig. Yeah, if we can get the doors in the back closed, Tim, you got that? If everybody can get to their seats, we're going to get things going. And we do these little tech talks and they've actually worked out fantastic. They're like short, powerful, 7.5 minutes. And let me get my glasses on so I can read. I'll tell you what, in 10 years, my eyesight's gone down a lot. But anyway, we've got Jev Masculi, who's the principal solutions consultant for public sector at Informatica. And I'm looking forward to your presentation. And you guys have been partners with us, I think, since the beginning, maybe about 10 years over time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
knock them dead. Good luck.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk to you today. Conversation I'm going to have with you today, and I hope it is a conversation, is how data and AI and automation enable a data-driven agency. And, all right, next slide. So when we think about data-driven, what makes an organization, data-driven? What's the concept? What does that look like? It's really only since 2018 that the cross-agency priority goal around evidence-based policymaking came out that drove the federal data strategy. And when the strategy came out, boiled down to about 40 different practices, right, to improve data-driven decision-making and evidence-based policy-making. But it really boils down to the sort of these top three categories. First and foremost, building up a culture that values data and its use, governing, managing, and protecting data, and enabling effective and efficient data use. And having said that, let's just jump into some of the challenges that federal agencies and large organizations face when they try and enable this and become more data-driven. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as we talk about being data-driven, first thing that usually comes up, and we heard about this in some of the other conversations, is culture, right? What drives the difficulty and challenge around enabling a culture of being data-driven? First and foremost, stakeholder buy-in, right? When you're thinking about stakeholder buy-in and the lack thereof, it's not because they just don't like the idea of being better at their job and using data for it. Now, the challenge is generally, right, the risk associated with changing. Right? If you think about large organizations, FDA, DoD, right, different organizations that have huge impacts if they get something wrong, right? I can think of a few, a few instances where that might be. The reliance on central IT and the change that they're expecting them to do on their behalf makes them often very skittish, which is often why you see, rogue or shadow IT out there to enable their jobs, or just not moving, right? We're not changing because things aren't completely broken as it is right now, and we don't want you to break it. Next, of course, is around processes, right? If you think about how large agencies and organizations have to fully understand their processes, and then on top of that, try and change it to become more data-driven, it's a really, really difficult proposition. Think about all of the requirement to understand all of the business terms, all of the data that exists out there, who owns it, the regulatory policies that apply to it. And then, of course, you have to think about different organizations. The FDA comes to mind, for one, that are limited by policies and regulations for what they can actually change. Some of their processes dictate that they still need to accept paper submissions for things, right? And use legacy and older systems. So that's a big challenge when you're trying to modernize and, to become more data-driven. And of course, when we're talking about complexity, we're talking about technology. The breadth of data management requirements when it comes to the ability to integrate, govern, catalog, master, so ensure data quality, right? The full gamut. All these organizations end up having to become basically their own product development teams and become their own IT software companies, right? With the requirement to integrate or build new code, right? To build new capabilities to support the breadth of those requirements. In addition to scale, the ability to meet the challenges of the scale and size of the data, the ability to support those large petabytes of data scaling up, the ability to manage and work with different organizations, even external vendors, right? And collaboration around that. The technology really becomes a huge challenge. Next slide. So let's talk about some of the steps, like an example, for instance, of making a data-driven decision, right? First and foremost, you have a question that's out there, asking a question, you examine the data, right? And then you report back the answer to your policymakers. Simple enough, right? Very simple. The challenge is that middle part, right? Examining, understanding, and interpreting the data to really find out what your answer is. So let's ask ourselves a sample question. Let's say, hey, how can I find out, we need to understand the consumption for class 3 narcotic across the US. What's the expected consumption? So we can dictate that to our vendors that are producing it and make sure that they're going to have enough for this year. So what are some of the questions that you're going to ask, right? Do I already have this data, right? Does it exist somewhere? Who owns it? Is it governed by any regulations? What does it look like? Is it of good quality? Can I trust that data? How can I access the data? Who can I ask? if I have questions, or how can I get access to that data, right? All of these different questions that you're going to ask around this data. And the challenge is that, well, how do I do that, right? A lot of these capabilities, a lot of these questions require capabilities and a program around typically data governance, right? Data governance solves a lot of these questions. Understanding the who, what, when, where, why of your data, the cataloging, the integration, the pulling together and the application of knowledge of that governed data, right? The challenge has always been, though, the breadth of capabilities and the inability to scale and support large agencies. When you're talking about millions of assets, right, technical assets that you need to find and govern out there, is that really a challenge that you can support with just manual effort? Some, even a team of individuals going through and manually scanning through and documenting all of that. It's a process that's going to fail before it even starts. Right? Luckily, right, there are new capabilities and there are new components out there and technologies that enable scale, that enable automation through AI and automation components that can address a large number of these governance requirements. And that's where Informatica comes in. We built the only and the top of the line integrated data governance platform, right? When it comes to the need to be able to scan, understand the technical metadata, profile, build and apply data governance strategies and associations with that technical data, governing the policies and regulations, documenting it, collaborating across your different teams for different data users, right, to support their use cases to help adoption. We have it all, right? It's all built into one and supports that ability to scale using Claire, our AI ML machine learning algorithm, to support that AI and automation component. Now, I really can't talk about all of this in 30 minutes. Going into the depth of that I would need to talk about the individual components, from our ability to scan the widest array of systems that are out there, the ability to integrate the widest array of systems that are out there, some support for the largest organizations, from the DoD to the smallest organization, state, local, that you might have that have 10,000 citizens, residents. So if you want, I'll be in the back there afterwards, and feel free to stop by and we could talk a little bit about it.
Well, before we let you
Yeah.
go, I got you up on stage. I'm gonna
Yes,
ask,
please.
I remember we were doing the big data summit. Does anybody remember that, like 7 or 8 years ago? So what do you think how should the government organize themselves? We've just got the chief data officer, they're established, and now we throw in the AI officer. What's that relation? I know the Navy had a CDO and an AI chief. How do you think that works the best?
See, that's part of the challenge, right? Because you're going to have different individuals with different goals and different priorities, and that's part of the different technologies and whether or not they're going to talk to each other, and different policy requirements, and it's a challenge, no doubt. And how they work together, I think having those governance bodies, those boards and groups that are looking to identify all of their needs, right, first and foremost at a high level, to understand the complexity of their mission and document a lot of that, as well as the ability to collaborate and work across the board. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time. That worked out great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, we got one more, John. We got one little more 7 minutes, but you guys are ready to go. I like it. For this monster panel we have going, but we also have Jim Coyle. Jim, I don't see you. You're okay. We've got Jim Coyle and his strategy, federal security strategist. Good. How are you doing today? Good. Good. Well, you're the warm-up act for this powerful panel we have coming up. No pressure or anything.
How about now? There we go. All right. So tell you what, how many of you have cell phones right now? Okay. How many of you have some form of protection on those devices? Okay, that's actually more than most of my talks. That's pretty amazing. Can you go ahead and hit that next slide? So what I'm going to talk about is just some things that we see going on at Lookout. The pandemic had really done a couple of changes to the threat landscape. So the first, everybody was struggling to try to figure out, how do I work remotely? How do I work at home? How do I get my employees to be able to access data from everywhere, anywhere? And not just government, but even from a private sector perspective, there was a lot that was going on. Setting up MFA tokens, how do we get it deployed quick and easy? Most people today, how many of all those folks that were having their phone, how many of you are using your same cell phone for MFA? Great. I'm going to talk a little bit about why that's a problem. So the second piece is the attackers have figured out the easiest way into an environment is not just knowing the credentials, but also, more importantly, stealing that MFA token that is sitting on your mobile device. And this is accomplished in kind of a couple different ways. But ultimately, we've seen a lot of campaigns recently that's been hitting the news. I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. But long story short, that cell phone is now the new vector, the primary vector that's getting into organizations today from where I sit under my purview today. You can hit that next slide for me. So I just want to hit a couple of stats. I did some digging into our data. We've done some analysis on over just shy of 300 million applications that are designed for mobile devices. Currently today, I'm protecting just shy of about 220 million devices globally. And so through that, I get a little unique insight into some of the data. We've got 400 million websites that are out there. Think C2, think spear phishing websites, right, that are evil. Now, Verizon had just released a report, I think it was yesterday or last night, where they're saying roughly 80% of those phishing sites are targeting mobile devices. And users on a mobile device are 6 to 10 times more likely to get phished or click on a phishing link than regular desktop. A lot of it has to do with just the design of mobile devices. Now, when I started digging into this data, of all the devices that I'm currently protecting today, over 50% of them were faced with an attack. There was some form of an attack, whether it was a phish, whether it was malware, whether it was an exploit kit. Over 50% of those devices have had some form of nefarious activity going on. Hit that next slide for me. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the threat actors and what they're doing. Now, what you're seeing here is basically a lot of the threat actors and who's doing more on mobile and who's not. So I just want to talk about kind of like the big ones. The big slice of the pie, China. Most of the attacks that they're going on traditionally has been in or against some of the less privileged groups within China. Think, Tibetans, the Uyghurs, a couple of other groups that are out there, dissidents, right, political folks. Now, a lot of this has now started to change and started going after government, state espionage. APT 41 is a great example. We did a report earlier this year on Dragon Spy, but they have by far the largest amount of mobile activity than any other threat group that's out there. Now, we do see some interesting stuff between India and Pakistan. They've been rivaling for some time, but now even they're using some of those same tools and they're starting to change and start using it for state espionage as well. In the Middle East, we've seen a lot of activity, specifically APT C23, where it's believed that they're South American, but there's a lot of attacks happening within that Middle East. Now, we've even started to see Iran kick up quite a bit. And of course, now with the Israeli-Gaza conflict, we've even started to see Hamas become quite active in the mobile front. And that's been really interesting. Now, of course, we've got, I'll call them cyber mercenaries for lack of a better term at the moment, but groups like NSO Group, right, more financially motivated. There's groups like Dark Caracal, there's a couple of others, but these guys are the heavy hitters. They hit hard, they hit fast. I'll talk a little bit more about them here in a second. When we when I look at other kind of more interesting groups, sometimes you can learn more about what's going on when you don't see or you don't hear something. So when it comes to Russia and Turkey, that's where things have really started to get interesting. There's a lot more research that needs to be done in these particular threat actors because they're very quiet. It's not that they don't have mobile attacks, they definitely do. We've been seeing it in Ukraine, but there's a lot less activity going on than, say, China. Now, finally, North Korea. Now, these guys are really, really super interesting because they're doing certificate supply chain attacks. They're really, really good at what they do. And that makes them very, very difficult to really kind of track down. Now, some of the other things that we're looking at is they love putting malware into existing apps. So if you go to Google Play, right, if you go to the Apple Store, they love using the apps that are already existing because it starts to defeat some of the pre-existing security layers that those stores have. Can you hit the next slide for me? So just a couple of trends. I've only got about a minute left, so I'm going to kind of rifle through these pretty quickly. So a lot of the previous targeting, again, was against political, folks, against dissidents, reporters. This has now changed into full-blown state espionage, where we're starting to see country on country. We're starting to see specific targets on CEOs, especially in the fintech side of US companies. Exploits. Yeah, they're out there. However, they're probably the most expensive thing to hit the market today. They roughly go around for about $2.5 to $3 million per exploit. And it's not a single exploit. It's typically a chain of exploits in order to produce a 0-day against a mobile device. Because of that, groups like NSO are very effective because the defenses are hard to find when you're defending against multiple unknown exploits in the device manufacturers. But beyond that, we're starting to see way more malware. I mean, thousands and thousands of pieces of malware every single month are starting to hit us. And we're, cataloging them all. Again, there's roughly over 300 million that we've done the reverse engineering on. Third-party app stores are still being used by APTs. We're seeing a lot of cross-platform campaigns. Especially when it comes to utilizing the same C2 information on both mobile and on desktop. With that, I'm out of time, but if you want to learn more about what's going on in the mobile front, grab me. More than happy to talk.
Hang on, I got you here. Thanks for scaring us all to death. I think what percentage of cybersecurity, I was just talking to Frank here, 53 or over 50% of all traffic on GovExec is through mobile phones. I think it's the same at all the media outlets. I think it's the same with government. What percentage of protection? Because to me, the mobile phone is, I'm not texting about my medical condition or my kids I'm not sending an email on that. I'm using my personal phone. And I can see why China really looks at that. What is the right way to spend my money when I'm protecting this vulnerable thing where I'm spending most of my time on, right?
Yeah, so really good question. So there's kind of a couple different avenues here, right? So there's this really strong belief currently that MDMs solve a lot of problems. That is a old thought method. I go down the line of, you've got AV for your computer. You should have some form of AV for your mobile devices, especially these days. It's a computing device at the end of the day anyway. So having a combination, if you are running, devices within maybe it's GFE, maybe it's, corporate owned devices, MDMs plus an MTD, really good to have. But if you're operating a BYOD program, now you're going to start to care about things like, well, I don't want people reading my text messages, right? Like, I don't want people reading my Facebook messages or my Telegram or WhatsApp or whatever, right? So a lot of the times you got to figure out who is or the best security that's possible while protecting privacy, right? And that's, really kind of where MTD can really step in and help out in those security measures.
Thank you, Jim. Round of applause for Jim Coyle, Federal Security Strategist. Next up, we got John and his panel. They're doing the 40-yard dash up here. Well, maybe not a dash, but, and I'll hand it over to him.
Got to hit the mic, John.
Hey, I'm John with Meritalk. I do our news operation. I read about everything these people do all day, and we write stories about that. Super happy to be moderating this panel. We're going to talk essentially about the theme of resilience in security. One thing that comes to mind, we try to listen to CISO Director Easterly anytime we can. Listen to all of her speeches, and a real theme over the past several has been the aspect of resiliency. The way she kind of puts it is like this: you will be under attack a certain amount of time. You'll certainly be being probed almost all the time. But what's important is that if you are compromised in any way, that the mission should still be achieved, that the operation should still run. So the ability to be resilient in the face of what is sort of an inevitable attack scenario is really what I think she looks at, is what CISA looks at. And so as it comes down to the practitioners up on the stage here, a very important priority that way. So I'm going to introduce everybody, but just to let you know, there's some really impressive firepower up here for security, for running technical operations. So really pleased to have Dr. Mark Stanley, Enterprise Cybersecurity Architect at NASA. Scott Flanders, Deputy CIO at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Trevor Lowing, who is CISO at the U.S. International Development and Finance Corp. Jack Donnelly, who is CISO, Office of the Controller of Currency at the Treasury Department. Devon Tyler, who is CISO, Federal Student Aid at U.S. Department of Education. And last but totally not least, Peter Romness, Cybersecurity Principal at Cisco. So I'm going to start everybody off with kind of a basic question, getting to resilience. And the question is this: tell us about the proactive measures that federal experts are implementing to detect and mitigate cyber threats before they escalate into something major. So what's the state of the art in trying to get in front of that type of attack and to keep it something manageable? So Mark, let's start with you.
So good morning. So I think everyone is probably aware that we got a lot of help from OMB with their memorandum M2131. So we are now pulling in log data from myriad sources, some of which are new for us, and some of which we were already doing. But it has improved our ability to go in, use the tools that we have laid into our Security Operations Center to be able to look at that data and to better understand, what is normal versus what is not normal. And through that kind of incident response, incident detection capabilities, we're finding that we're doing a much better job at seeing when bad guys are trying to do things to us, and we're able to work with our network folks to eject the adversary wherever we can.
Scott, take us to NRC and give us a little thought about the proactive measures.
Yeah, so similar to what Mark mentioned, certainly the OMB guidance around logging, endpoint detection and response. So we're certainly implementing those and some of the protective measures, assuring that we, some of the basic fundamentals, assuring you have a good patch management program, ensuring that you have ability to continuously monitor your network, ensure we have good identity credentialing and management processes. But one of the things that we really focus on a lot is security awareness training of our staff. So from a standpoint of trying to be proactive in terms of minimizing your risk as much as you can, is really, most of your users are folks that our targets and how do you continuously train them? We spent a lot of time offering quarterly, what we call hack events, which are helpful applied cyber knowledge events. We do those at least once a quarter, open up to the entire agency staff. We have what we call lunch bite series where we constantly presenting different little cyber tips. And so we try to keep it in the forefront of their minds, as well as additional, the basic required security training that folks do. So from that standpoint, we really focus on really trying to focus on the fundamentals and then make sure that we're continuously training our staff, periodic phishing tests for them, and then supplementary training if they fail on those things. So we really focus on that and some of our key protective measures.
So really working that culture of cybersecurity. Interesting on the phishing tests. I haven't, my company sends phishing tests to all of us all the time. It's been a while since I've clicked on one, but the great thing is it gets you more training after you clicked on one. Trevor, at International Development and Finance Corp, what's a couple of ideas of the state of the art of getting in front of attacks?
And my first impression is sort of reiterating what Scott said. We have training and automation. For training, you need users to not fall for phishing attacks, because that's one of the primary threats that are out there. The other one is having them properly understand how to handle information, because you can put any kind of automation you want in place, but somebody who's really trying to get around the automation for convenience or whatever reason without understanding the reason that control is in place, or they're going to find a way around it. And then falling back to automation, on the endpoints for automated response, at the network level for automated response, for things like data loss prevention, within email is a big one. When somebody tries to send unencrypted sensitive information, it immediately tells them, please don't do that. And here are the proper ways to send that information.
Okay, great. Jack, you happen to work where the money is at Treasury, and I'm sure there's a lot of people there that want to get their nose into the tent. Anything you can tell us, proactive measures that you either use, look at, consider to really be getting in front of the attacks?
Yeah, I would like to speak to the vulnerability management and the patch management part. If you have a lot of trust in those collectively in those two capabilities, you need to re-examine those capabilities across the board. And part of it is I think a long time ago, a few years ago, Homeland Security kind of put out that you need 72-hour concurrency and be able to patch within 48 hours, 72 hours. Are you really working to those goals, and have you examined your infrastructure to be able to work to those? Whether it's at my current agency or the previous agency, I've spent a lot of effort in making sure that our patching across the entire infrastructure is within sub 5 days, if I can get it within 72 hours. And that metric is to make sure that we're able to patch our entire infrastructure. I have been in large agencies, and it is in the realm of the possible. At my previous agency, it was 72,000 people, and I won't name the agencies, but they were able to turn around and do it, especially when we went through the SolarWinds incident. Our ability and Log4j, we had about 250,000 assets out there, and we're turning around and resolving those Log4js as those updates were coming out. But to enable that, you have to have the technology processes and people there. The second thing in terms of proactive use is your cloud implementation. So those cloud service providers that are there, do you have the terms and conditions to work with those software or platform providers to make sure that when there is a failure on the service part, the cloud service part, that you have that information exchange going in there? Part of it is you still need a technology link with those service providers, and you have to have that exchange. I've been through a couple of these incidents now where some part of their infrastructure failed, but to go through the incident response process, we could have prevented a lot of those things, a lot of those material witnesses that were happening if we had some more information there. But contractually, you have to set that up from an acquisition perspective to make that happen.
To Vaughn Tyler, I used to think the education department just gave out nice educational advice, helped out the country, but in doing a lot of reporting on it, we found out that the size of the financial portfolio at Ed is also gigantic. Give us some thought, proactive measures in place at Ed. I'm sure there's the sort of amount of data that education department holds is vast. And so what's the kind of state of the art on looking at proactive measures?
That's great. So like Jack, federal student aid is quasi-regulatory. One of the things that we focus on, similar to Jack, is people, processes, and technology. So in the people front, one of the things that I did when I got to student aid was really ensure that the various SOCs that we're talking to each other, we're all on the same page. If we see something, we're talking to each other, we're communicating what we're seeing, and from there, hopefully, we'll be a little bit more protective or proactive. The other piece is the process, and really ensuring that as we go and do our incident response, that we're consistent. Doesn't matter what the incident is, no matter how small it is, and consistency in that process. So that way, when there's something that's large, we're following that to a T. The other piece is technology. We've been working with our partners at CISA to roll out a tool that gives us granularity and a bunch of different data sources all on one page. When I was with DoD, we were constantly talking about that single pane of glass. So that's something that we're finally implementing here that's given us advantage on the entire enterprise. So again, that people, processes, sorry, too many mics. People, processes, technologies is something that we're focused on.
Very good. And Peter, you are the only one on the panel that does not help run security at an agency, but you do an awful lot at Cisco with helping government and large organizations run security. So thoughts from your side, a little bit on the outside looking in, on some proactive measures to get in front of attacks that agencies are either doing or could be doing.
Yeah, so I do have the advantage of being able to see what all of the agencies are doing and having a good idea of what's going on. My thoughts on this are very similar to the panel, is that, you know, technology is one thing, but implementing new technology in a huge organization is a hard job. You know, everybody says, well, just patch and it will fix everything. If you've ever tried to patch in a large organization, it's not that easy. Along with every other type of technology. So I think that the major thing that I've seen is the guidance from OMB, NIST, NSA, that really gives guidance on where to start, and also most importantly gives air cover and budget sometimes. It helps direct budget in order to make these things happen. And in the guidance they talk about, I think it's prioritized correctly. You know, the important things like multi-factor authentication. And even though we're starting to see some MFA fatigue, training goes to teach our employees not to get fatigued by MFA user correctly. Segmentation is another huge thing. And when you're talking about resilience, segmentation is a huge thing, because you know, if someone gets into one part of your environment, you don't want them to be able to go to other parts very easily. And so just this whole idea of using best practices, guidance from this, you know, one of the biggest topics, not only in federal government, but in education and all the federal integrators right now, is NIST 800-171, because that's the basis for CMMC and for FSA grants, privacy. So just, I would say best practices and the guidance that goes along with them are critical in building resilience.
Right. And kind of on the subject of best practices, I'm going to ask the next question. Devon, I'll ask it to you first, and we'll take it down the road towards me. But is there anything you can share with the audience for a specific incident response strategy or one best practice that's been effective in your agencies for addressing cyber threats? So, you know, this, don't want to reveal state secrets, et cetera, but to sort of give the audience something that they can really grasp on and sort of take home that way as something for a really good best practice to pay attention to.
No, thank you. I wish it was really complicated, but it really hasn't been. We have a lot of technology here. And one of the things that I thought that we were really struggling with was really the people part of it. And so we have almost 10 different SOCs individually that support student aid. Student aid looks very small, but it's a large organization with different pieces and a lot of partners that support us to make the student aid experience. So bringing those partners in together and having a synchronization. I mean, it took us months just to kind of plan this kind of form where there's a bi-weekly engagement between all the SOCs and we're able to collaborate and talk to each other. And that way we're sharing information that we're seeing across the board. If you ever had any loans, you might leverage a servicer. That service is different than another servicer. It doesn't mean that servicer, if they're experiencing an attack, that a similar servicer may not experience a similar attack. So that's been something that I've been really focusing on this last year, is really that synergy between teams and ensure that everyone's on the same page and this conversation is happening. And hopefully, we're sharing information, we be as proactive as we can. So that's really been my focus,
Right.
the people piece of it.
Jack, one good specific incident response strategy or one best practice to take home?
If you're not 24/7 by 365, you need to be there. That's my advice, and that's what I've implemented every place I've gone. A part of it is the off hours and the holiday weekend times is when you're supposed to be focusing. I've been in a couple of shops where the issue has been the day shifts are fine, 16 hours of coverage are fine, but it's really that 8 hours overnight. And when Friday starts at 5 o'clock and then during weekend hours, that's really when the problems occur, and you're giving the actors that are out there, whether they're nation state or organized crime, a large window where ransomware could take place and various other bad things could happen. People always complain about price and things, and we're starting to see this trend, and I've spoken to a couple of my peers here. There's some great services now that turn around and implement 24/7 operations, and it's outsourced, whether you do it through one of the fellow agencies, or there's good contracting firms and services out there that also supplement those. That's one of the most proactive things you can do first, because at least at my agency, the worry has been historically over the last decade, what happens during the weekend? And that 24/7 is the first thing you should tackle.
Right. So the value of vigilance at all times.
Yes, especially during off hours and holidays. That's a big deal.
Right.
John, we got Eric online, remember? Our other panelists?
Eric was coming online.
Yeah, he's been.
Very patient.
He's the most patient man. He's got a good patient case.
Eric, I see you out there in TV land. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
I don't think we can hear you, though.
Oh. Doesn't look like anything wrong with my microphone.
I guess just go on. We'll get him.
Okay.
We're on a mission to bring Eric on.
I tell you what, throw something at me when we have a vocal with it. Trevor, incident response strategy or best practice?
So I'm sort of inheriting the CISO role at a relatively young agency. So walking in without a lot of institutional knowledge, so sort of born from the mission of two other agencies. And so a lot of really basic things that you'd want in place are just now working on putting in place. And a big one is like playbooks, incident response playbooks, standard operating procedures, because, as Jack mentioned, if it's 3 o'clock on a Thursday, you don't want to have a single point of failure because one person's not there and you don't know how to respond. Having standardized procedures to follow can help a lot. And I'm going to cheat and throw in a second one because I think it's important is, and I've learned from similar roles at other organizations, is that providing with a system level, provide self-service support to let them self-serve things like vulnerability management, to your access to your SIM, those sort of things. In the past, I've worked at organizations where they would put the CISO or cybersecurity in the middle of requesting any of that information. And that has always, been a problem. So I always think to myself, if I'm ever at work and I hear the problem, I couldn't get blank done because of cyber. that was probably something cyber shouldn't have been doing or should be doing a different way. And self-serve, I think, is a big part of that.
Scott Flanders, one thought about a good best practice or specific incident response strategy.
So I think I'm going to echo some of the comments I heard earlier. Really focusing on communication, having procedures, playbooks in place, and then key communication in place to know who to contact, communication on what's going on at the event, assuring that you're doing it in the right way, in ways that if you are under attack, that you're communicating in a way that the adversary can't necessarily track you, right? So you wouldn't send an email, you may use other means to contact by phone, other band methods, making sure that you're able to kind of assess what's going on without the attacker knowing what you're doing. So really focusing on your operational security, strategies, and good communications amongst your team, and up throughout your entire organization, to make sure you're contacting there as well as externally, with the US CERT and others as necessary.
We have audio. I don't want to throw a candy cane or something at you.
Very
Okay.
nice. Eric Gallagher, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. And now, can you hear me? Yes or no? No?
I don't know where the problem is
All
there.
right,
Just-
we're gonna keep rolling, but
You got it.
we will come on
Yes.
back. Last on that question, Mark from NASA. Incident response strategy or best practice that has proven to be effective at NASA.
So I'm actually happy to hear from my colleagues because many of the things that they're talking about, we're doing at NASA. And I'm sure that if you surveyed us across the entire panel, you'll find that we're all doing some form of those things, at least to the best of our ability. But a couple of the things that stood out to me with NASA, I just joined NASA about 18 months ago. I came from the Department of Defense, came from an organization that we've been doing 24/7 by 365 for over 2 decades. And it's one of those things where it's critically important that if your network's up, somebody's got to be watching it. I mean, and so I just wanted to foot stomp that particular one. But from our perspective, what we found is that over the years, there's kind of been an accretion of tools. So, they look at a tool, looks pretty good. We try it out, it goes into the tool bag. Where we're at today is we're looking at that as tool fatigue. It's just too many things going on for those SOC analysts to be able to work, to the best of their ability on any specific one. So we're looking at how we reduce tool fatigue. Another thing, and I'm going to take a mulligan on that one too. So NASA, for many years, we've been what we would call a center-centric organization. So each of the centers kind of did their own thing. They did their own IT, they did their own security, they did these things. We're moving towards an enterprise model. And as a part of that move, what we realized that for us to do cybersecurity better, we also needed to bring together those folks who are working the network. So we would call that like your network operations center and your security operations center. If not totally merging those two things into like a NOSC, bringing them together so that they closely collaborate on things, because typically something weird happens on the network side. And before you know it, it ventures its way over to the security side and you find out I got an incident. So those are the two that I'll offer.
Okay. And then, Peter, you've heard 6 really good ideas and 6 really good examples. Thoughts about those or anything to add into that?
Yeah, just building on what Mark said, the ability to see what's going on in your environment, so visibility, it's really clear. It's not just cybersecurity visibility. It's also the network visibility. So, and from the endpoint to your network, to the cloud, to wherever your data and applications are, you need to be able to see what's going on in that environment, because oftentimes indications of compromise are very small. And you're not going to notice an attack if only one small thing is happening. And in fact, that's the goal of many of the attackers right now, is to kind of live off the land, go low and slow, so you don't see it. So if you start to see some weird thing in your email, a few weird things in your DNS, a few weird things in maybe your antivirus, you might have a problem that you would not have known if you can't weave all those together. So the idea of the tool creep really jumps in there, and you need a way to bring all of that data together so your analyst can see it. But not only that, so that your analyst can react quicker. And that allows you, of course, to be much more resilient. It's not a breach until when the bad guy gets in. It's a breach when your data leaves.
Right. Let's talk for a minute about operation of security. So it's probably not as big a question now as it used to be, but cybersecurity, much like kind of technology, would for a long time kind of sat off on its own. It served the operation. The integration of all of those needs was not as deep as it might be today. But for security professionals like yourselves, how do you ensure that cyber is really seamlessly integrated into the agency's objectives and its operations? You know, we've a lot of things, especially from the federal CISO level, especially with the Zero Trust rollout, a lot of funding, 12 billion maybe in the 2024 budget, for just for Zero Trust. And so it looks from outside appearances that cyber is really integrating into, you know, agency plans. It's very solid in there. How do you ensure in your agency that really happens, that's part of the overall objectives? And so I guess, Mark, let's start it off with you.
Okay. So one of the cool things, one cool thing, there's a lot of cool things about NASA, but one of the cool things that I found at NASA is those things you see in movies. You know, NASA, you know, you've got a primary, a secondary, a tertiary. You have all these layers of things that are going on to make sure that you don't fail. And so one of the things that I found really interesting is that we have policy instruments. And so we start at the directive level, then there's procedural requirements, that moves into standards and specifications, and we have guidebooks, we have handbooks, and it covers pretty much everything. And when something new occurs, we research it, we do the science behind it, and we develop the right kind of policy instrument to get there. And that's the way it is with cybersecurity. One of the questions that came up, because you know we're kind of reinvigorating the whole architecture thing, the enterprise architecture of NASA. And one of the questions came out, so, well, how are you going to enforce that? And I'll tell you, for years over at DoD, I would hear, you know, architecture is shelfware. And if you haven't heard that before, I would really like to see your hands. And I'm not seeing a single one. So the question is at NASA, how are you going to enforce it? Well, guess what? We have policy instruments. So as an architecture is developed and it goes through our governance process and is approved, we then start the work to have it institutionalized through a standard or specification. And that way it basically ventures out into not only the corporate side of the agency, but over to the mission side as well. And so there's it's really a beautiful thing of how NASA makes sure that cybersecurity, I'm a cybersecurity architect, we make sure that we infuse that throughout the agency through the policy process, right? And it works. That's the cool thing.
Scott, at NRC, how do you see cyber being integrated in, and can you tell us about the benefits of that?
Yeah, so actually, I think we're doing a pretty good job trying to integrate it in throughout the agency, not only within, you know, our information technology group, but also across the entire agency. One of the things that, you know, each quarter we have performance reviews of agency risk, right? And how are we performing? And cybersecurity is one of those topics as a risk that we consider and we talk about amongst the senior leadership every quarter. What are the challenges? How do we see the risk profile potentially changing? What strategies, implementation things are we doing to continue to try to mitigate our risk? So it's discussed every quarter amongst the top leaders in the organization. I talked about the training that we try to do continuously amongst all of the staff across. So that's very important. It's helping to educate people as we get requests for new applications. We have a process which is our digital service center where those requests come through there from various folks. And as those requests come in, one of the first things we talk about is security. The security folks are there as a part of that process, understanding what's being requested, what are the security considerations around it. We have supply chain risk management governance board, which is comprised of executives from across the agency. Looking at that, we have a data governance board, again, looking across, comprised of executives across the agency. So it's really something that is consistently communicated and discussed and throughout, our day-to-day activities. It's routine. We have within our own IT team, we have daily reports on our cyber situation, situational awareness reports, and we meet 3 times a week to discuss those. It includes not only our IT folks, but also folks from other offices as well, so that we have that situational awareness. So we're trying to consistently have a cadence where it's something that's continuously talked about. It's not an afterthought. It's something where it's right continuous.
Trevor, at your organization, what's your feeling about the state of cyber integration?
At the most fundamental level, what we're talking about is somebody with a bona fide business need, and what they're trying to do is find something to satisfy that need, a piece of IT, and they want to obtain it in the quickest, most convenient way possible. And I'm compliance. And as we mentioned, we have a lot of policies and procedures, and I live within that world, right? The day in and day out. So I am intimately familiar with it. But out in the offices, most of them it's tangent at most. They don't necessarily see it a lot. So I think it's like, what's the minimum thing I need to convey to all these business users so that they, in their process through the IT lifecycle, take a step through the IT requirements part. And so to do that, is some basic, education, by any IT without the CIO approval, having that policy in place, explaining that very simple point. And then, trying to prevent bad IT from coming in the door by working with acquisitions, because that's really, no matter what, it has to feed through acquisition somehow. So, and that's what I've been working on over the last year. One of the more effective things, we were migrating to a new workflow tool for acquisitions, and I worked with our acquisition folks to add a externally facing policy so that every offerer, as part of their package, gets this policy that says, here are the base requirements. And I know it's working because when they get into the RFP and the proposals are coming in, some of the first questions they say is, we read this in this policy and it's saying this, is this something we have to comply with? And I think it's a big understanding that we live in this world, on the CISO side at least, and that trying to figure out the most effective way to interface with the folks on the business side who 99% of the time, they're not worrying about IT requirements.
Right. Jack, give us a thought as sort of time has gone on, the extent to which you've seen cyber more integrated closely into operations and benefits to the organization from that.
Okay, you're not going to like this answer, but I'm not going to give a policy answer per se. And part of it is the days of compliance and governance are gone from a cybersecurity perspective. You're in cyber operations, you should have the technical credentials to start being closely integrated to your IT organization. That bolt-on security, those days are disappearing. And part of it is at least from where I currently stand, my vision is to ensure the operational capability and uptime of our IT systems across the board. That's what my performance measure is. It's not about security at the end of the day. And how you're seeing that exhibit itself is this. We're not relying other people to do patch management and vulnerability management. We're not relying on other parts of IT to turn around and run our endpoint solutions. In addition, in terms of the engineering capabilities, it's not a bolt-on anymore. Yes, we are part of the enterprise architecture, but now we're part of the implementation teams. And so every single solution that goes out the door, whether it's software application engineering or it's infrastructure work, or it's some canned IT solution that goes out the door, security is part of the engineering and operational teams now. And they, at least in my experience, and what I'm trying to push is get out of SOC operations and stay in SOC operations, but to stretch into IT operations across the board. And then the policy is a side component. It's important to do the security assessments. It's important to do the policy, but the increasing the operational role pushes the organization to be closely integrated with the rest of IT within those organizations.
Devon, at Education Department, how are you seeing the sort of increased integration of cyber into operations?
That's great. I mean, it's an important question for me. It's something that when I got to education, something I looked into, and really is culture. So from top down, it's strategic objectives that build cyber into it. But more importantly, you have the question, well, why? Why do people care? And it became a very intimate answer. For me, when I'm talking to staff and I'm talking to other people, and I say, you look at your device, and it's something that we talked about in the room. You look at your device, look at your contacts. I guarantee I'd be very surprised if anyone in here doesn't have anyone in that contact that does not have a student loan, maybe never filled out the FAFSA. So it's a very intimate mission. So as we're talking to the business units, we're saying, help us protect your family and friends. And it becomes that intimate mission that really helps us to communicate why cyber important, to the point where we're a part of every conversation. Conversations I don't even know where are happening, that people are bringing me into and say, what do you think about these things? We're doing a contract to do this. We need your insight on whether or not this is okay. Can we share this kind of information? So again, that intimate mission really drives the culture and the why. And then there's the relationships too. There's been a lot, especially for Sizzles up here. We spend a lot of time building relationships with the business and really trying to show that we're a trusted partner. We understand why you do something. We understand what you're doing and why it's important to you. And we want you to understand the security aspect, how we can help you enable that mission. So the culture, that why, and really the relationships between us and the business units is really what I've seen in the last couple of years to drive the integration between cyber and the mission of the organization.
Good news there. Peter, from your somewhat outsider perspective, you see across a lot of organizations. And
This is the only place I get the last word anywhere.
you're not going to get it next time around, though.
Yeah.
On the integration of cyber into agencies and kind of just how that works. Thoughts as you have seen that integration happen?
Yes.
Can it happen more? Like, is there some next step there to be taken?
Well, it's really interesting because I've been in the working with government for over 35 years. Just in the last year and a half, I've started working with some Fortune 500 organizations also. And you think that they would have different thoughts on these things, but it's amazing they're very much alike. And the thing that I see everywhere is that the job of cybersecurity leaders is changing from being a very technical job into being a job that deals with people, with the organization that they're in, because cybersecurity leaders need to sell their program to the people that provide funding. They need to sell it so that it fits with the operational goals of the organization. And they need to sell it to their users so that they're willing to help in the mission. And so it's become, how do you do this? And one of the best things I've seen is that you provide a value that they hadn't seen before. So how can better cybersecurity help my organization achieve its mission? How can it make my users happier? I'm thrilled that, in my organization, I can sign on once in the morning and it knows who I am. It continuously checks who it is throughout the day. It checks my behavior. I can only go to certain assets within the organization. So I can get personal emails on my cell phone with videos that has a picture of my granddaughter dancing. And so I couldn't do that if my organization didn't have good security. I can allow people access to databases or to fill out forms when they're on the go, if I can trust them that it's them and it's their device. And that I can make sure that they're not going to propagate to other parts of my environment. So this idea of the benefits of cybersecurity is how as we as cybersecurity professionals wow our organizations in a good way, not when there's some horrible thing, but something that says, wow, you just made my job easier. You just made it so I can achieve my mission better. And I think that's where the whole, that's where we all want to go, and we're getting to that point.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So we only have this crew here for about 10 minutes left. I know Tom likes to do Q&A, and we can do some Q&A. So if you want to call for that now, let's do that, and then we can.
I don't have to go far, right here.
Bill Cohen with Dextech. Right now, most federal employees use their PIV cards to authenticate to the network or their computer, excuse me. Devon, in the recently awarded student loan servicing contract, in addition to that, you required the remote agents for the contractors to have PIV cards to authenticate to get access to any data. Do you see that as a trend that's going to continue, or was this kind of a one-off because it was a $16 billion contract?
Say my opinion. So I'll start with that. My opinion. I do see that the trend is going to continue. I mean, no matter what, I think we have the requirement to do phishing resistant MFA, PIV, that form of doing phishing resistant. So whether or not it's a PIV or some other form, we're going to see phishing resistant MFA rolled out there to protect CUI data.
Great.
More questions?
Other hands up?
Hang on. Yeah, I don't have to run too far today. It's good.
So the last panel hit on AI, and as you guys were talking about embedding security and really having it being a part of the whole organization, can you guys talk about how AI is going to fit into automation, zero trust, cybersecurity? That really didn't come up, so I was just kind of curious. To me, it all fits together. How do we do this all together?
Gentlemen, that is a big, big question. Peter, you're not going to get the last word, the first word, but it has to be a minute and a half, maybe.
AI is a big buzzword right now. We've been doing it for probably 5 years in our security devices. We use it to look for abnormal behavior. We use it to prioritize threats for analysts. We use it to find threats that are new, that are built on another threat. There are a lot of things it's used for. It can make the SOC analyst, a SOC analyst 1 have the ability of a SOC analyst 2 or a SOC analyst 3, so it up levels everybody's job. And it also can do a lot of things to help automate defense. On the bad side, it's helping the bad guys automate their attack.
Right. Devon, question is AI and cyber.
So I'm kind of with Mark. I think in a cyber perspective, we have AI fatigue. We've been sold AI for a number of years now. I mean, every tool that we used to buy a couple of years ago had to have AI, even if it was ML. Yeah. So listen to the comments. So we're excited for the other side of IT and the other side of the organization to see AI and see how we can adapt. I think from an information assurance standpoint, there's concerns that we have to make sure we're protecting information that potentially people may be trying to leave our organization. So from there, we're concerned. But from a tool standpoint, a lot of our tools today have ML, AI built into it. And there's more integration that we're doing as we roll out capabilities like SOAR and SASE. There's a lot of integration that's going to happen over the next couple of years to really kind of produce the artificial intelligence that we're looking for to speed up cybersecurity.
Right. Jack, AI and cyber, we hear it's already here. And will it get sort of more here, but more importantly for your organization?
Yeah, I think I won't speak to the AI helping SOC operations and data handling, but I think it's important from a data perspective that cybersecurity is going to be expanded. The leaders of those organizations are going to start asking us, look, we're exchanging information with our customers and with the people that interact, and that data is going to be influencing the business decision systems and the various information products that are coming out there. The saying is garbage in and garbage out. So how do you rely on regulatory information coming out from those institutions, and make sure that they have not been manipulated by third parties? And then remember, AI is going to be used on both sides of the house. Manipulation of that data to influence that data. So when you process it, they get a set result. And then the preservation of that data to ensure the integrity of that data. So if you didn't already know, there's a new field emerging is how to deal with that data on both sides of the house. And that's going to be an emerging field going outwards, especially from a regulatory perspective.
And it's not about age, it's about attitude.
Trevor,
AI
thoughts about utility of AI and cyber going forward?
On the plus side, as they mentioned, within the tools we use, like we don't sit down and do hand coding that much. It's going to be baked into the tools that we use. So I'm optimistic we'll get better automated incident response and self-healing, those sort of things. On the downside, internally, I do have concerns about, data governance and people wanting to use AI tools without a complete understanding of the regulations around information that's collected for one purpose and used for another purpose. So it's a little bit of both.
Scott, what's your view? AI for cyber going forward?
I think the panel's covered it well. I mean, I think it's been there. Our teams have been using it. But the data piece of it that Jack and Trevor spoke to, that's critical. And that's really a real challenge, particularly given the pace at which AI adoption wants to occur. We have across our organization, and they're clamoring, let's use AI. How soon are we going to get, the various AI tools? And they're thinking of various use cases, and ensuring that you have the proper data protection and the data governance is going to be critical to effective implementation.
Right. And then Mark, you probably get the last word on that one. AI for cyber going forward.
Wow. So my colleagues on the panel, like Chris said, he covered it very well. I guess there's a couple of things. One, I look forward to being able to leverage these large language data models to help us with, we'll just say, operational and retrospective analysis of log data. Typically, what we've seen is that in many cases, an incident can be found by accident, where someone has gone in, they've looked at a log for some reason, and they see something wonky. And I look at the use of AI to help us catch those things faster and with more accuracy than we've been able to do in the past, as a huge step forward for us in terms of incident response. From a retrospective analysis perspective, we go back to that first comment that I made about M2131. They're asking us to save a ton, and I mean a ton of data for a year in hot storage. And then for another year, 18 months, 24 months in cold storage. That's a lot of data. That's a lot for an AI to chew on. And when we think about the living off the land, low and slow, the way in which the adversary establishes persistence in our networks, and they beacon once every 6 months or so, to be able to go back and find those things, impossible for a human, not impossible for an AI. And so I'm looking forward to that day when we're able to flip the switch on that and let it start chewing on all of that data and start telling us what we miss.
Right, good one. We have 1 minute left. So in the manner of a lightning round, as if we were on a TV show. Whenever I attend an event like this, I hear from many, many speakers. I walk out of the day and my head is so filled with stuff, I can hardly remember it. Give us one thought as a takeaway, sort of the best thing to do for cyber resilience in 15 seconds. Mark, you're up.
Change the culture.
Perfect.
I think we've heard from many folks about the people component of, people, process, technology. Change the culture to a culture of security and a culture of resilience.
Scott, one take-home thought.
I would agree with Mark. In culture and continuous training.
Trevor.
Listen to CISO, follow CDN.
Good one. Jack.
Know the cloud and be able to ensure that your enterprise operations will eventually be there.
Excellent. Devon.
So many great answers. I'll just say integration of tools.
And Peter, you do get the last word.
There you go. I'd say integrate and automate so that you can upscale the job of your defenders and make it a better job.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, John. Fantastic panel. And at ATARC land, some of the things that they brought up, we are looking at that convergence of cyber and AI. So we're looking at starting a working group in that area. And I will tell you that every single vendor I talk to is either in development with a GPT over their security clearance. And our friends over here at Verica, they already have it up. They also have some very powerful swag there, besides having a great product. So we are going to take an early lunch today. I started to hear some grumblings of in your stomachs. You don't have to go out there right away. We have never run out of lunch yet, but please visit our friends here and have a good lunch. We'll get you back. We got Ann Duncan, CIO of DOE, coming later. So you'll hear the bell. All right. Did everybody do okay at lunch? How did everybody make out? Lunch any good? This is the worst part about my job, Ann. We're trying to collaborate at ATARC, and I got to tell people to stop collaborating, It's a thankless job. All right, if everybody can get to their seats, we're going to get things rolling. The show must go on. Appreciate everybody's attention. Like I said before, ATARC's all about collaborating with government, industry, and academia. Now I got to shut it down. No more collaboration until the next break, okay? How do we do for lunch? Everybody make out okay? I saw, good, excellent. I saw one person, they'll go nameless. They were by the dessert bar and they go, I got to sneak in these desserts because my wife will never let me eat them at dinner. So, and there was a moose accident. It was like all over the place. So it was kind of ugly out there for a while. I think they cleaned it up. So hopefully everybody had a great lunch, good time of collaboration. And I was talking to Ann a few minutes ago. I'm like, we need to get a really good visionary speaker to get us out of this food coma that we're in. So we decided that's why we got Ann. And so without further ado, we'll bring up Ann Duncan, who's Chief Information Officer at the United States Department of Energy. Yeah, we have candy canes if anybody needs a sugar rush.
There we go. There we go. Now it's on. I'm in IT. I can push a button, right? All right. Boy, you guys are gonna be a tough crowd today, aren't you? Okay, so I was wondering about being mic'd up, but clearly I'm not going to move very far. If I move this, will it cause any problems? Because I know that no one can see my head past it, so I'm going to assume it's okay. What's that? Yeah, no, I know you're not be able to see my head past that. I have no illusions that I suddenly became tall. So I was asked to wake you guys up. Are you awake? All right, good. Okay, I'm going to leave now. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we're going to talk about digital transformation and how we can create an environment to enable digital transformation. So let's go ahead and get to the next slide, please. So this is no news to anyone that everything's more connected, going faster. New technologies come along at a dizzying pace, right? In what, February, had anyone, think back to February, had anyone heard of ChatGPT in February? Oh, I got two hands, 3. So, and then a month later, had anyone not heard of ChatGPT? Was anyone in a bunker somewhere? We went from 0 to 60 in a heartbeat, and every new technology, that seems to happen faster and faster, and we have to keep up in developing new capabilities, in updating our old capabilities, and enabling people to use the tools and technologies that they want to use. Otherwise, they will go find someone who will help them use those technologies and not be in compliance with our systems, and also probably waste a lot of money and time and energy doing that. So what we do know as well is that delivering modernization at scale is not, the hard part of that is not the technology, right? It's not hard to buy technology. Well, it is hard in the government to buy technology, but the technology itself is not hard to get. What is hard is culture. And then culture is not just literally the people in your room, in your office and the work they're doing. It's the people, it's the process, it's policies, it's procurement. It's all the things that go together to create the culture of your organization that will allow you to either be successful at transforming quickly or will not allow you to be successful at transforming quickly. So let's go on to the next slide. So our goal, right, for all of us, for those of us who are in operational roles, is to help their departments move at mission speed. And that applies whether you're in the public or the private sector. You just have a different name for your organization. Instead of a department, it's your company or your nonprofit. So we need to make it easier, faster, more secure for our colleagues to be successful. And security has to be baked into the design, but security is not the only thing we care about, right? So we spend a lot of money right now in government talking about security, about how we're going to secure things, and for good reason, because our adversaries are utilizing all those new technologies we want to use to get better, faster, smarter, and we have to as well. But the reality is that if all I do is secure things, I'm not meeting my customers' needs, because I used to have a CISO work for me who I said he was not going to be happy until we unplugged everything and put it in the closet, which would be very secure, but it would not be very effective. So we always are having to balance our need to go fast and our need to be secure and our need to deliver new technologies so that we can serve the public. Oh, and by the way, do it in a way that is friendly to the users, that people understand and can easily use to have a great customer experience. So let's go to the next slide, please. So we laid out a few concepts as challenges that I wanted to talk through today. Obviously, there are many, many challenges in this process, but we just wanted to run through a couple ideas to talk about. So first of all, modernization efforts need organization buy-in. So you can't get modernization done if the only folks who understand and buy into that modernization are the folks who are doing the modernization. And that holds for new technology as well. So part of that is about aligning organizational vision. It's understanding what people need. So I got a great example of people who didn't align what people need. I was working on a project at EPA a number of years ago. It was actually being run by a different part of the organization. And they were in that hell that many people get into where they'd spent a bunch of money, they hadn't delivered anything. In fact, they hadn't written a single line of code yet. And but they were late, they were already behind, and OMB was interested in what they were doing, and congressional oversight was interested in what they were doing, and they were spending about 3 out of every 4 weeks going up and explaining to people why they weren't being successful. So we insisted that they accept our help. They really weren't very interested in our help, but we said, we're going to help you whether you want help or not. Which is something that is rarely can do in the government, but in this moment when they were in that much of a mess, they kind of didn't have a choice. So we started talking to them, and the first thing we learned is that they were building the wrong product. They had not talked to the customer. The customer actually already had something that did what they were trying to do. They needed something that would just simply gather all the data together and send it somewhere. And so that was one of the reasons they were having problems, is they weren't even building the right thing. So it's really important that you build the right thing. And that's part of that alignment process, is understanding what everybody's needs are so that you can deliver something that aligns with people's needs. And then that you can demonstrate value of that solution. And obviously, I'd be remiss if I didn't share a couple examples. One of our solutions to that problem is a low-code factory, so that once we understand those needs, we can very quickly deliver. And also so that if we go down a path in an agile way that isn't working, we can backtrack and find another path to go down that makes more sense. And an example that we've been able to use for that, are some tools we've delivered to visualize budgets across the organization. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So another challenge we all have. Well, let me ask, does anybody not have workforce issues? Anybody? Darn, I was going to ask you how you did it. Okay, so everybody's got challenges getting workforce. For those of you paying attention to the news, OMB said, we're not sure you need the special salary rate and you can't afford it anyway, so we're not implementing it. So that great plan we had for a special salary rate for IT, that's gone. We've still got retention bonuses for cybersecurity folks, but those are hard to implement, and it's hard, and you're not supposed to talk about them when you're hiring someone. You're not supposed to say you can have a retention bonus, because they got to be there for a year before they're eligible for retention bonus. So we don't have a lot of levers in terms of money. So we've got to find other ways to attract talent, retain talent, and build training opportunities to, again, help us attract and retain those folks. So it's critically important that you train those people that work for you now, because you can train them and where they're going to leave, or you can not train them and they will stay, and that will be worse. So you need to train those folks, you need to give them opportunities, and if you don't, there's no one's fault but your own. And so we're doing several things, not only to attract people, but to retain them. We've got our Omni Technology Internship Alliance. That's a program where we offer a 3-year rotating internship to college students to allow them opportunities across DOE. If they're successful for 3 years, they leave with a security clearance, and we hope that they then are going to work for DOE or the government, or at the very least, they will have been exposed to government and they will come back in the future. We have our cyber retention incentive program, which we talked about already. And then we do a bunch of workforce development activities for our cybersecurity team, but other folks as well, and encourage all of you to do the same thing. All right, so let's go to the next slide, please. So I want to talk about collaboration. I'm not sure I would have phrased this exactly this way. I will admit I didn't actually see these slides until this morning when they were already here. However, what I would say is collaboration is a challenge. We need to collaborate better, and that's a system problem and it's a people problem. And we need to find ways to build relationships across organizations so we can collaborate better, because when we don't, we waste time and we waste money, and we waste our valuable resource of our people. So we need to collaborate across the federal government and within our departments and agencies so that we reduce duplication, and we reduce wasted time, and we leverage great ideas to best use taxpayer money. And I will, examples of this abound within DOE. We have 55 different Office 365 tenants. That's a lot of duplication, but even more concerning is the ability to collaborate between them. So we're developing tenant trust so we can collaborate better among our various tenants, and we're also working to do better across government. We create a technology review board, technical review board, for new projects with an organization to try and avoid duplication. We've delivered an advanced wireless gosh, I cannot talk today. We've delivered an advanced wireless strategy to our organization so that we can look at the work all across DOE and build a strategy that fills in the gaps between all the great work the labs are doing, so that we are not simply doing stuff in silos. And we've taken the opportunity to bring our organizations together to talk about what people are doing at disparate labs across DOE, to talk about what people are doing within IT, identify opportunities to share, identify opportunities to get researchers to collaborate, and identify opportunities to reduce the number of contracts we have across the organization. So those are things that all of you can do to be more successful. So well, the next slide, please. We'll talk just about a few initiatives at DOE that hopefully will give ideas for how you can be more successful. We are getting ready to modernize our HRIT system. We have an agreement to have that done by Workday. So we're going to be the not the first. I got an email congratulating us being the first in the government to go to the cloud. That is not true. I know that that Federal Reserve has already done that. And I think there's some other folks on their way, but we are going to be going to the cloud, the commercial cloud with HR modernization. We've been implementing clean energy tax credits across DOE in collaboration with Treasury and the IRS, excuse me, specifically within Treasury, the IRS to ensure that we can get those tax credits out quickly to folks who need them and who will use clean energy more effectively at the consumer level. And then also our Cloud Zero pilot program, where we're collaborating across DOE to identify opportunities to put OT operations in the cloud, specifically for some of our grid operations out in the West Coast. Next slide, please. Also some projects that are nearing completion. We talked already about our low-code, no-code factory. I won't repeat that one. Our energy hub that allows us to collaborate across DOE, our OCIO cloud broker, and then the Clean Energy Corps, which are the folks, the 5,000 folks DOE is bringing in to work on clean energy projects. And those folks, we've put in tools and capabilities in place to hire those folks faster. So those are a few of the things doing at DOE. And I want to go to the next slide, and then I want to leave you with a couple thoughts that maybe weren't in our slides today. It is incredibly important. I've talked about this a lot. As we look at our projects going forward, this is where I'm going to try and be inspirational, because they said I was supposed to do an inspirational keynote. So I'm going to try and be inspirational. Look at what you need to accomplish in your organization and look at how you can do it faster, because you need to deliver faster, and your employees are going to want to stick around when you're delivering faster. So I challenge you to not build the next legacy program, to not take 5 to 7 years to deliver stuff, to be agile and to use the capabilities available to you to be agile. We have hiring authorities, we have contracting authorities. There are ways to be more agile. So I encourage you not to have 2 years developing your requirements and another 2 years figuring out who you're going to issue a contract to, and then sending them off to do something for 3 years and having them come back and discover that you didn't get what you wanted, or it doesn't work, or you don't need it anymore. But that you identify your problems, identify small steps you can take to solve those, use your hiring authorities, use your contracting authorities, and find ways to do those things quickly and deliver results in a matter of months and not years. So that's the challenge I put out. And to do that, we have a resource that we hope is helpful, that we can share. It's on our website. It's available to anyone, private sector, public sector. It's free to use. And that is our Scaling IT Modernization Playbook that we put out at DOE. And we put that together by interviewing people all over the government and in private sector to find out from them what are the plays that will help them be more effective, and that have helped them be more effective in the past, excuse me. And the great part about that is the plays that are in this playbook were different than the ones I thought would be there, which means that in fact, what I've said many times is none of us is as smart as all of us, which I stole from somebody. I thought I stole from Kai Risdall, but apparently he stole from somebody before that. But it's true. All of us together know more than any one of us. This playbook demonstrates that, because the plays are better for the collaboration across government, public, and private sector. And so my clock says 3 seconds. So I'm going to take this moment to say thank you very much. I hope that last part was inspirational and will help keep you awake for the next 3 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on 1 second. I want to ask you one question. Can I ask you one question? Maybe we can rip it out of that playbook, and I had Maddie capture that. We'll send it to you for those of you that can't remember to do stuff like me. What's the chapter in the book about how do I get money to fund this innovation? Is there a chapter in the book about IT modernization on that?
Is there a play on financing? I don't think there is a play on financing, but that is an entire conversation. I will say I would be remiss if I did not say the TMF is out there. And also think very carefully about the arguments you put in front of your appropriators. And we have a hand up. Do we have time for the hand that's up?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
Hey, thank you very much, Ann, for the great talk. I'm Seth Burrell with GovSmart. I did have a question because you started your talk with ChatGPT. There was AI on a few slides. You had mentioned it in a few areas. As of yesterday, I believe it was announced that critical and emerging technologies is going to be taking on a lot of AI endeavors, as well as some other more emerging technologies. What does that mean for the Office of the CIO?
So if you look at, I'm going to give you a little bit of a background and then I'll answer the question. So if you look at the order, the AI order, there's a ton of stuff for DOE that is not traditional IT, right? There's Office of Science needs to do some stuff, National Nuclear Security Agency needs to do some stuff. So that was why it went to that office. There is, if you remember the previous order, there is a responsible AI official as well. And what we did was we said, we need 2 people. We're gonna have someone in the Office of Science, and that's gonna be the Chief AI Officer, because they're gonna do all the stuff for DOE that is not traditional IT. And then the responsible AI Officer is gonna be in my office. I'm not sure I'm at liberty to say who that is yet. So I've got to check on that. So if you want to send an inquiry over to PA, they could let you know. But there will be someone in my office who is the responsible AI official who will do the more traditional IT type of things that in some of the other organizations is being done by the CIO. So there's
Jason Miller's face lit up when he thought there might be some news here. That's what gets him percolating.
yeah. I try and give you news, sometimes, well, actually I try not to give you news because then I get in trouble. But anyway, thank you very much.
Good trouble. Thank you so much, Ann. This is fantastic. Appreciate it. Okay. One of the things that Ann alluded to is, I don't know what to say. Some of the stuff's not public, but anyway, Ann, I'm not talking about you, Ann, but I'm not going to get you in any trouble. I'll try not to. The low to no code aspect, and we've dabbled in this over the years. It's always been, to me, a business decision, but this next tech talk is going to talk a little bit about it. I know there's a government-wide initiative on low to no code coming out. I won't speak on this person's behalf. I think they're in the room. But we saw during COVID, when you wanted to get something up quick, it didn't go custom code, right? It went to, I had to get something that was ready to service citizens or whatever on benefits. So very, very interesting. But next we'll have Dustin Holtz, who's Director of Growth and Strategy for Metaphase, and then Matt Berthet, who's a advisory solution consultant for customer workflows and ServiceNow. If you all want to come up, we'll get this going. Yeah. Go get them. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hold on, let's try that again. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I'm the son of a pastor. My dad had to do that before every service, so it's just built into me. Yeah. Are you up and running?
Microphone's not working. Is there a button?
Okay. Well, as we work through some technical
Check.
difficulties.
There we go.
Are we good?
Let's share screen.
Yeah, we're ready.
Oh, actually, sorry, I need the group to stop sharing the Zoom. Looks like before I can snag it.
All right. So as was mentioned, I'm Dustin Holtz with Metaphase Consulting. This is
Matt Berthet with ServiceNow.
And today we have the opportunity to use 7.5 minutes to get you guys excited about a lot of the things that Ann just talked about, but also have been talked about on this panel. So there we go. There we go. All right.
There we go.
So we're going to talk to you about a platform called ServiceNow. Many of you have probably heard of ServiceNow. You've used it, probably familiar with it from an ITSM, IT service management, incident management, we call the help desk. But over the years, ServiceNow has really developed into a platform that ties into existing investments from a data standpoint and provides a lot of different workflows other than just technology workflows, to include low code, no code, to include employee workforce workflows. But today we're going to specifically talk about customer workflows that have been developed by ServiceNow over the last few years just for public sector called
PSDS.
Yes, we missed the dress code memo, and we are rocking public sector digital services work sweatshirts today. Thank you,
Thank you.
Alexa. Thank you. She designed them, so she gets to clap. What this means is ServiceNow has put in a lot of R&D into a lot of pre-built stories. It was mentioned this morning that we don't have 5 years to wait for something to get built. ServiceNow takes that seriously. We as a ServiceNow partner and systems integrator go to ServiceNow and say, it would be really cool if we could build these functionalities right out of the platform for government agencies around all of these different things so that we can get speed to mission. We can implement it faster, including providing more transparency internal to the agency, but also externally for all the citizens and customers that you support. So as an example, we put up 3 examples that have been implemented both at the city level, the state level, and the federal level. And on the left-hand side, you can see a lot of challenges that were had by 3 different customers. And we have a whole list of past performances of customers who have already implemented this and the efficiencies that you can see came right out of the box. Some of these were implemented in less than 12 weeks so that people and citizens and the internal agency could get that value, not waiting 5 years for it to be built. So what if all of your agencies, or your agency specifically, could offer an experience to the citizens as well as internal your own agency, an experience like we all get to when we use an American Express, a JP Morgan Chase, whatever bank you use. We have virtual agents, we have chat bots, we have a nice looking UX feel. What if we could take that and apply it to the way that the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Businesses, the OSDBU offices in your acquisitions department interact with industry? Well, we as Metaphase know this because we go out to those websites for each agency, and it's very common for us to go to that website and download a spreadsheet, only then to find out it's also being a spreadsheet that's color-coded on the back end to manage a lot of these acquisitions. Why is this important? I think Ann hit on it again, speed to mission. Getting these acquisitions done so you can fulfill your mission. So what we're going to show you, it's often said a picture is worth 1,000 words. I say a demo is worth 10,000. So let's stop talking about this. Let's show it to you. Matt, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Dustin. So we are getting over into a little story here. Dustin, I'm going to give you a little bit of a promotion to CEO of your small business, right? And you're trying to figure out how to do business with the federal government, right? This is something that might be a little bit daunting, but you stumble across this website, this portal built on the ServiceNow platform, all with clicks, not code, that shows you the acquisition forecast, right, of everything coming out over the next few years that you might be interested in, right?
Also, this is cool, but thanks for the promotion. But I actually work for Metaphase, right? And I know Metaphase's primary NAICS code is 541519. Did I get that right, Brett? Nailed it. All right, 541519. That's our primary NAICS code. I want to see what opportunities for this agency have that NAICS code.
Perfect. So here we go. As you can see, we've filtered live, and we can see now all of the NAICS codes, 541519, organized here that you can take a look at.
Whoa. Go way back up to the top. What's that say? 22 million?
Yes, sir.
For Texas? I'm interested in that. Are we interested in that one, Brett? All right, we're interested in that
We got
one.
the
Let's
nod.
click. How do I learn more about that?
So to learn more about that, you click into this record, and that will pull up the detail page that pulls the information from whether it's in ServiceNow, it's within other systems, right? And obviously governed, the big thing that was hit in Ann's presentation, right? Security, making sure all of this is shared in a secure way. And you can see here that, right, the due date is January 31st. So you got about 6 weeks here, Dustin, if you want to respond to this.
Perfect.
But obviously with that, right, we can star this so you can get proactive notifications and communication. And whenever you're ready to submit this response, just click the button and fire away.
I love it. I love it. But before I take this to our management to see if there's something we can do by January 31st, I need to know what type of set aside it is. And it doesn't say that. How could I find that out?
Good question. So right down here in the lower right, we have virtual assistant. This is an AI natural language understanding powered, basically assistant here, chatbot, that is able to provide contextual and conversational responses as you're going through it. So,
All right.
Anna, white sweater, please.
All right. Yeah. What's the set aside? Type that in. What's the set aside for this contract? And this is AI working, not a human that's going to respond. All right.
All right. So we've asked the question, And what it's going to do is it's going to confirm, hey, I actually don't know, right? It's not populated here. But because we're doing this from the context of the record, it's intelligent enough to pull that into the chat conversation if you can see it. I know it's very, very small here, but this is the contract number that's at the top of the screen. And it's asking, I don't know, do you want to talk to a live human about this?
I'll talk to anybody for 22 million. Let's hit, yeah.
All right, we're going
All
for
right.
for door number 1 here. So once we get the yes confirmation, we're going to flip over to my view, what this is going to look like. And
So
I
this
need
would
to
be you on the back end for the agency in the OSDB office, correct?
correct.
All right.
Yep. So let's see, we actually jumped the gun on this one. We're going to do this again here. Actually, hold on. We're just going to flip here because I wasn't actually marked available. So there we go. First demo, live demo scenarios you have to adapt. But what it will do is it will pull up an interaction screen with the whole chat history that you can read through everything that's going on. You can also, in the latest release for ServiceNow, and just to show the iterations and the dedication to constantly improving this platform, we also now have chat summarization powered by generative AI. So we're able to take a look at that whole chat and basically with a click of a button, summarize the entire chat within a couple sentences. And because we are trying to find out what that set aside is, right, we can actually click here into the record. I'll go ahead and collapse that chat and see the type of set aside, right, is marked not available as we had seen. With a simple click of marking it sole source, because down below here, we actually see there's been an internal note on this record to designate it as an 8A sole source. We can go ahead and save that record. And then popping back over to the portal here before we don't even have to refresh, right? It's updated to 8A sole source. So simple, but effective.
A lot of emails, a lot of phone calls, all of that. And again, thank you for your patience. There's a nice little back and forth chat with a live agent that said, thank you for recognizing that. We meant to put that up there, but it wasn't. So it solves that, right? Speed to mission, speed to acquisition. Now,
you have to see us at the
we're
booth
way
to
out of
see it live.
time, but if you're a CIO in the room,
No, I'm not kicking you off. So I feel like almost this is like Shark Tank or something. Jeez. But I am known as Mr. Wonderful. So like, I do have a question, and I know Metaphase and Alexa works there. So I know you're a reputable company. What agencies are worried about vendor lock? How do you address that? How do you make them feel comfortable going to a low to no code solution, and what's their role in participating in it?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I hear that a lot in government agencies.
Of course, yeah, and it's no secret. There's tons of low code, no code vendors out there, right? And it's the direction that these development platforms are going purely because it saves the time, right? To Ann's point earlier, we need to be faster. We need to be more efficient in these platforms. So you see that happening. The key there is making sure that that platform is allows you to have access to your data, right? It's not something that gets encrypted or converted or anything that's proprietary, right? Is you still retain access to your data. So that way, if you do want to push it into another system, right? Integrations are a big piece of this because naturally one vendor is not going to be able to do everything you need to do. So having that integration point to be able to share the data, kind of not necessarily democratize it, but democratize it amongst, right, technologies and platforms, you're gonna be able to get a lot more out of it and keep that vendor lock, at bay.
as the integrator, you can go in and export all that to a CSV file and put it on another vendor if you want.
Great. Well, keep it.
Sorry, ServiceNow. No.
It makes you do a good job because you can be replaced. Okay. Thank you all, guys. That was very good.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks. You clap now. Next, we've got Dan Smith, who's the public sector, leads the public sector team at ZeroFox. And Dan and I indirectly got hooked up together from Brian Ware. I don't know if you remember Brian, but he worked at CISA. He went to a company called Looking Glass. They got purchased, not by Dan specifically, but by Dan's company. So welcome, Dan. I think you got a mic up there. Did somebody take it? Yeah, it should be up there.
And now we're on? Yes, okay, good. All right, it's great to see everybody. I think I am actually running into the post-lunch coma. I saw a couple of heads nod during the previous session. So I've got a little bit of a video to kick us off here, and hopefully the video is a little bit better produced than I am. And let's see what we've got here. Well, maybe, do we need to, oh, actually, do we need to switch the projector back? There we go. All right, that was pretty fancy. I thought there was some talk track that went over that, but apparently it didn't make it into the final edit. That's always fun. Okay, so the threat landscape in the cyber world has changed pretty dramatically over the last 5 to 10 years. We have spent billions investing in defining and defending our perimeter and looking for data, looking for threats inside of our data, looking for threats inside of our own networks. And we've done a pretty good job at that. Our adversaries have noticed, and our adversaries have shifted their priority and shifted their efforts outside of our perimeter. We're starting to see a lot of attacks today that are coming in the form of information operations that are looking to influence and are looking to really shape public policy or to shape the way that people think. We're seeing attacks that compromise nuclear security data or secure research data, other things like that that compromise our national security. We see misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation that are out there trying to also, do things like shape public opinion or shape policy. And we're starting to see a lot of this come from nation state adversaries, cyber criminals, hacktivist groups, a number of others that are out there looking to compromise agencies and to compromise brands, compromise the identities of our key leadership and our key organizations. And from a cybercrime and ransomware perspective, we're seeing a lot of that activity being done actually to fund the same kind of malicious activity that we're trying to defend against. And what makes this difficult is that so many of our investments have been made inside our perimeter and made to really organize things inside of our own environments. And as we're starting to look at this new world of external cybersecurity, we're seeing that our defensive strategies really need to be able to adapt. So one of the things that we're seeing from an attack surface perspective is most of the organizations that we work with don't have a full understanding of their attack surface. They have a good sense of the IP addresses and the domains that are out there, but they don't really see the full attack surface of the organization. And that attack surface now includes things like the identities and social media presence of their key executives and key individuals. It includes their brands, their domains, programs, really anything that could be out there that could be exposed or compromised by an adversary. We need to be able to train and expose our users to the types of threats that they're likely to see in this new environment. One of the things that we've started to see with a lot of our customers lately has been things like LinkedIn messaging scams. So you'll see a executive or an impersonation of executive pop on and start a communication with an employee over LinkedIn, talking about something that they want to communicate. And they'll send a link, could be a phishing link. The employee is going to click that link because we've trained them really well not to click links in email, but we haven't necessarily trained them to click links or not to click links in things like LinkedIn Messenger or other platforms like that. That new attack surface is really challenging for people. And when we're starting to work with a lot of organizations, part of what we're seeing is that they're not having a full understanding of the way that attack surface really shows up for them. One of the challenges that we see in this space too is how to actually engage with threat actors to disrupt those types of attacks. ZeroFox has come up with a pretty substantial global disruption platform. We handle somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million takedowns a year right now. Takedowns can be anything from us working with a social media organization to remove an impersonation or to remove a compromised site or fraudulent site. It can also be direct threat actor engagement where we're working with them to remove PII or to remove things off of a dark web forum. Part of how we can help is by using the ZeroFox platform to identify risks to digital assets and to work with agencies to handle takedowns. A digital asset for us is anything that you see out on the internet about the organization. So this could be key individuals, key brands, key programs. We see a lot of grant scams right now. We've had a number of organizations that we've worked with on grant scams where you'll have a threat actor that's out there standing up a fake page or a fraudulent page to collect information from an individual about applying for a grant. In a lot of cases, they're even collecting things like banking information and other things like that. So that's the type of attack that's actually compromising a potential user or constituent before they're even getting to the platform or getting to the agency. Some of the other scams that we're starting to see in this space on the impersonation side are in the DoD. We do a lot of work with all the DoD law enforcement agencies right now. So we're doing a lot of work with Army CID, NCIS within the Navy, Air Force OSI, and the Pentagon Force Protection Agency. And a big part of what we're doing there is looking for impersonations of DoD officials, Army general officers, and other high-risk personnel. And part of what we're seeing happen there is more on the misinformation side, but also things like romance scams, other grant scams, and other ways to be able to compromise their identities out on the open internet. From a takedown perspective, just to give you a sense of scale, just within the Army alone, we're seeing somewhere north of 10 to 20,000 takedowns a month of impersonations of DoD officials. So this is a pretty substantial play. And a lot of that in terms of who, the threat actors that are behind those attacks, we're starting to see those as nation state actors as well as cyber criminals and hacktivist groups. And a lot of that is really focused around misinformation right now too. So early days of the Israel-Gaza conflict, we started to see some compromises of DoD officials where we had impersonations that were out there talking about how they were actually in Israel directing troop movements on the ground. Obviously that wasn't the case, but it was shaping public opinion and shaping policy in a way. So there's a lot that we can do to come in and help. A lot of what we do is coming in and working with our customers to stand up demo environments or to stand up custom demos so that we can actually take your data, look at the organization's data and see where we're finding it on the surface web, deep and dark web, and seeing how we can help identify compromises and then actually disrupt and take down that threat actor behavior.
Really, really cool. We've done a summit or 10 or on zero trust. How does cyber threat intelligence kind of be it's not zero trust, but it's companion to zero trust?
Yeah, great.
How does that play? How would you put that?
Great question. So on the cyber threat intelligence side, we have somewhere north of 100 different cyber threat intelligence data sources that we pull together into a single common data model. And part of what we're looking for there is the context of which threat actor TTPs are likely to be used against a particular agency. So an actor that might be interested in financial services versus an actor that's interested in education might use different vulnerabilities and different TTPs to go after them.
And I think while we have a pretty robust zero trust group, I think we are going to do a threat intelligence group just because we think it's important. Well, thank you, Dan. This is fantastic. Learned a lot.
Thanks, Tom.
Next up, we have another action-packed panel. We have some folks coming up that are new roles since they last were at an ATARC event, so it'll be real fun. But we're having Josh Haker, who's head of global product and global intelligence at Fiscal Note, making his ATARC moderation debut. If we can bring the panel up. No pressure on you, Josh. Welcome.
Yeah. You're the bride. It takes.
Okay, thanks everybody for joining us. As you can see, we've got quite a large panel here and they're the ones you want to hear from, so I'll be brief. This panel is around data-driven governance, how we can leverage analytics and AI and other advanced technologies to better inform strategic decision-making. So before we dive into a couple of questions, and then we'll hopefully take some from the audience, I want to start by asking each of these wonderful individuals to introduce themselves, kind of their current role, and kind of how data-driven decision-making factors into that. And then we'll go into some specific questions about how their agency is tackling kind of opportunities and challenges in that space. So we'll just start right next to me with Paul and then go down the line.
Okay, great. Hi, Paul Tibbetts, physician by training, VA IT department, 26-year veteran, been at VA since 2006. I'm currently the director of a small office called the Office of Technical Integration. Artificial intelligence and data fits into my area of concern and focus with respect to getting System A and System B to talk to each other properly, safely, et cetera, in order to accomplish a workflow. So we try to focus our attempts to orchestrate the white space between systems on end user experience or veteran experience, and hence try to model our data flows that way.
I'll go next. Mark Gray. I am the Chief Information and Data Officer at the Federal Trade Commission. So my current role is really to make sure that the data are where our our attorneys and economists need it to accomplish the mission. And that's sort of the CIO role, and the CDO role. I also get into how we use that data and maximize its value.
Good afternoon. My name is Trang Tran. I'm currently the Deputy Chief Data Officer at Customs and Border Protection, but I am also the Director of Artificial Intelligence Center of Innovation that we have here at CBP. I'm responsible for driving CBP to a more data-driven organization and leveraging emerging technologies such as AI and edge computing in order to assist with us in terms of getting us to where we need to be with managing the data.
Good afternoon. I'm Audrey Story. I am the Deputy Director at the Administration for Children and Families with the Department of Health and Human Services. And I am responsible for IT governance, working with emerging technology. And we're in this move now. We're really trying to move artificial intelligence and working with our data driven to get some new techniques there.
Good afternoon. I'm Leanne Oliver. I'm the Director of Corporate Business Systems in the Office of the CFO at the Department of Energy. My responsibility is for the systems that we have about 32 systems that support all of the admin functions across the department. So accounting, procurement, HR, things that no one really thinks about until they don't work. My interest in AI is trying to figure out, we've been experimenting very successfully with RPA things. And so we're now looking to move into see what AI can do for us. And we're kind of focused on how it can help us with our help desk.
Hi, my name is Alexis Bonnell. I'm the Chief Information Officer and the Head and Director of the Digital Capability Directorate at the Air Force Research Lab, which serves both Air Force and Space Force as far as future technology. I think instead of introducing anything in particular as far as theme, I would say that the only thing that our adversaries and we have the exact same amount of is time. And so my team's job is to turn time into a weapons platform and to be able to shrink the ability to make the right decision at the right place in the right moment with the right information.
Hi, everyone. I'm Victoria Howard. I'm the Director of AI Policy and Strategy at the Department of Commerce. I work under our Chief Data Officer and helping him kind of think about our AI policy strategy over the next couple of years and have a lot of focus in open data and what does it mean to have AI-ready data and just generally supporting all of our bureaus as they kind of attack this emerging technology field.
Perfect. Thanks so much, everyone. So this has obviously been a year when AI and advanced data techniques have become more and more in the public mind, which of course has increased regulatory and executive branch pressure to leverage those across various agencies. But this panel knows, and all of us know, that it's not as easy as flipping a switch. So where I wanted to start with was actually, what are some of those key challenges that make integrating advanced techniques, AI, data-driven decision-making, and what are those challenges that are most specific to your organization? So just maybe to go in reverse order this time to avoid always picking on Paul, and we'll start down at the end with Victoria.
Sure. I think there are a couple of things that are major challenges that we're trying to figure out, and we're working on our upcoming data strategy as we speak. But I think general data quality, especially as we're thinking about how we integrate our data into AI systems, a lot of our data is very different across the department. And so each individual bureau kind of manages their data in a very different way, which also kind of brings up the second challenge, which is everything existing in a data silo. So even if you work within the Department of Commerce, you typically have to email someone within a different bureau to kind of figure out what type of data they're actually sitting on and how they can actually integrate that into their particular bureau's data. And so I think the quality and the silos are the biggest thing. And then especially as we're thinking about how we use these like different models and different AI systems, security and privacy, I think is the last final thing that is an issue that we still need to figure out. So if we're building models on commerce data, what do we do about PII? How do we kind of control that? How do we think about cybersecurity as the technology moves forward?
I think those are all super, super great answers. So it's going to be, I think, hard for us to build on each other. So we'll see how this goes. I think for us, the big question around AI and where the opportunity is, and what we're really asking ourselves is, it's not so much a question about information or data, it's what's the relationship with knowledge we want to have. And so whether that is being able to access that knowledge, but it's also about being able to empower people to behave in a more curious way, right? So, in many cases, we make curiosity really hard in government and in large organizations. And so that question of how is it that we can use AI as a tool to not only augment, but allow us to have a relationship with knowledge at scale. I think a few things that make that difficult. One is, really a big ask of vendors and tool providers, and I came from Google, so I know what that is like, is really think about portability, about interoperability. I got to tell you, it is interesting to see how easy it is to get data in many of your tools, but how hard it is to get it out and how I'm penalized in being curious. I think another one is if you can solve interoperability so that I don't have to. We spend an exquisite amount of time trying to make tools talk to each other. And so really kind of looking to the industry to say, how can you help us tackle that? The final one I think I would highlight is that around identity. So what we have right now, what I'd love to see more of is really decoupling our data from tools, from systems, from platforms, and again, treating it like knowledge. And when I say identity, one of the big challenges is even how we or our teams behave. And I'll end on this. What I mean by that is oftentimes I'll have an IT specialist in my organization who has started to tie their identity to a particular tool they use, right? And they tie their value. And one of the things that I'm trying to lean in is to reset and say, I don't actually value you because you know this tool or that tool. I value you because you are a steward of this critical knowledge, and your incentive structure should be to unleash that knowledge and bring it to bear and be consumed by as many people as possible, to be as accessible as and easy to be secured, et cetera. And so I really think that there's an opportunity as we look at AI to shape our relationship with knowledge differently, where we have to ask ourselves, how does that mean our people, our incentives, and our behaviors have to adjust to align to that?
Well, that was a hard act to follow. But I would say, I totally agree about the knowledge focus and part of that. And the marrying up data from different places within a large organization like DOE, as some of you probably know, we do a whole bunch of different things. We do a lot of scientific research. We do a lot of engineering stuff. We have a whole lot of people who do some really interesting, very technical things. And so the data that you know, in a perfect world, the finance data that we have in our accounting system could be married up with some of the results of the things that those folks are doing. But that, you know, it goes across silos, it goes across in some, I mean, obviously not everything that we do is classified, but we do some classified stuff that, you know, you really don't want out there. But I think that thinking about it more broadly over the long haul, as the technology to do AI gets better. And I will tell you that yesterday I had an experience with an AI on a call-in that was not good. So there's some room for improvement with the AI out there. And I certainly don't want the data that we have, particularly high value data, being misused or somehow damaged by that. That's and cybersecurity is obviously an issue too. So turn it over to you.
Yep. So what I am noticing is that there is such an urgency to try to ingest the data that we sometimes lose focus on how to secure the data and how to protect the data. And that's something we have to really, really be careful on, because we want to make sure we have restricted use of the data and not move so hurriedly. So we have to take all those necessary precautions for and have that right security posture of the data. And another thing I've noticed is that there's a resistance to change. That's a challenge also, because you'll find employees that are just common to their current processes. And so when you're developing a workspace that can in-house their processes, when they're gone from using one particular software, and you're building a data analytics tool that can do that function for them, you know, there is some resistance to that new process. So how do you move about that? And how do you get employees to leverage this new technology? And then you have the complexity of the government and the political challenges. You know, everyone has skin in the game. So when you're integrating so much data from different offices, how do you impart and bring in that knowledge, but still bring in that stewardship of value to their knowledge, where you're not excluding any part of that knowledge, you're bringing in all those tables of their knowledge. So how do you work around all those political values there? And what's most important, that pre-work that's required to bring in that data, right? There's a lot of need to do the user stories, consider about the personas, to encapsulate all that for that data ingestion, and be prepared to pivot, right? You can do all those bodies of work, but change is inevitable and it may happen. And some of the largest parts where you're thinking that you may have to use your data ingestion, that may change. So just always be prepared for that element of surprise and have a secondary plan available.
I think it's going to get tougher as we go down the line, because I think all of our agencies have pretty much similar issues, similar concerns in terms of our data. I think what all my peers down here have said is absolutely correct. The only thing I would add is that we have to consider governance. We have to consider data governance, governance of AI. I know a lot of you are aware that the president just put out an executive order on responsible usage of AI. So that's something each of our agencies have to respectively manage. We have to understand how we can better leverage this new technology. We're in a world of what I'm going to call an AI tsunami. It's like AI everywhere. Everywhere you go in the news, how does that impact you? So it has the same effect as an agency. So to follow on with governance, I think one of the things that we have to do as an agency is what I'm going to call educating the workforce, training the workforce, having them understand their role in data, how they use data, how does AI impact them. AI is only a tool. It is not something that will replace any human factor. It won't replace our officers and agents out in the field. It won't replace what they're doing. It won't replace any intuition that they may have, but it's a tool to help them use, leverage and make their work a little bit more efficient and effective. And they have to understand that. They have to understand that role responsibility. I think lots of time when people mention and come up to me and they're scared about the changes that we are implementing in the agency, it's the fact that they don't understand how it's going to help them versus they're scared that their jobs may be impacted. So I think educating the workforce along with governance and everything else all of my peers have talked to you about today is a key element to helping us move forward in this day and age.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. And I will echo, I think, what everybody else has said, and just the way I kind of think about it is it's really about the basics. And the basic challenges that you have with any, IT program, new IT program is the big three kind of plus one. And I'll describe the big three being people, process, technology. And it's, you got to get those three things right for, your big data challenges. And now you add on top of that AI, the challenges with AI, right? Do you have the right people in place to deal with the data you have? Do the users of the data and the consumers of it, do they understand the value of it? Across, not just across the agency, but the value as, all as public servants, do they understand that value to the American people? And, your processes, we talked about governance, and now you layer on top of that AI governance and responsible use of AI, making sure that those processes are in place so that we don't introduce risk that shouldn't be there. And the technology, right? Which is, we're all of us technologists in this room, I assume, making sure we have the right stacks in place, making sure that it's interoperable and can talk to each other. And then that plus one, as governments, agencies, some of us from large agencies or small agencies like myself, is the budget. Making sure that we have the resources available and we maximize those. Over to you, Paul.
Eric, thanks. Hi, Paul Tibbetts, VA. I'm not sure I can add a lot to what this wonderful panel has already said, but so we at VA are very interested in artificial intelligence learning. We're very much in a learning mode. I would say from our perspective, we're encouraging everyone at the VA and outside, by the way, to get into the shallow end of the AI swimming pool. But then we have this flotation line right at the end of the shallow thing and say, whatever you do, don't go into the deep end. So that's where we are right now, right? And trying to figure out the constraints and all that. We have a National Artificial Intelligence Institute that's run by Gil Alterowitz. We just had our second annual conference this year. The secretary, the undersecretary for health, and the head of our research activities all were keynote speakers there to give you an idea of how important VA thinks it is. So trustworthy AI, compliant AI, and transparent AI, useful AI. I don't think all those things I just said are synonymous, by the way. GAO has also just come out with a report, I understand, maybe yesterday, something on artificial intelligence. I haven't looked at it yet. We in VA have an artificial intelligence framework, which we have developed, I don't know, 5 weeks ago, something brand new, but 20 pages worth of thinking on the part of our thought leaders in the department. Part of the challenge here about that flotation line between the shallow and the deep end is governance. What does that mean? How do we have to do it? All that we still have to learn, figure that out. One of our major challenges, I think you heard data quality and other topics alluded to. We certainly have had that struggle before and still do. Data silos, a little bit here, a little bit there. I talked about interoperability before in what my office does, trying to understand where those silos are, what they contain, et cetera, et cetera. As I mentioned, the shallow end, our Undersecretary for Health, Sharif El-Nahal, was very clear in his opening remarks that he wants us to take the low-risk approach. One, human in the loop, low risk for now, stay on the shallow end, human in the loop. And number two, focusing on reducing or eliminating burnout on the part of our VHA staff. Can you make their job easier? Create a note, to dictate and create a good note, whatever it is, to facilitate that kind of stuff. So definitely a learning mode. In this, stay in the shallow end and don't get into the deep end. There's a conundrum behind all that, which I think all of you know, but we, I think on this panel, probably all of you consider ourselves the good guys. The bad guys are not interested in staying in the shallow end of the swimming pool. So we know they're going to be in the deep end and ahead of us. That leads me to my last point, which is the personal responsibility that I teach to myself, my wife, my kids, my grandkids, my staff. And that is, I'm going to use a surfboard analogy because all of us in this room consider ourselves knowledge workers, right? There's a personal responsibility here. If you want to transform your department, you transform yourself first, that notion, right? I'm going to use surfing as an analogy. I think every one of us here individually now has been given the responsibility, the obligation to make a decision. We either get on to the surfboard of artificial intelligence or we're going to drown in the water. There's nothing in the middle, right? And each of us has to accept that commitment. Today, I myself, I've never written a line of code in my life. I've now used ChatGPT to write software myself, okay? Today, if you combine that with bioinformatics and whatnot, today, if you have the right equipment, the right 3D printer, you have a friend who understands amino acid sequencing, today, you can go home in your garage and print DNA. Today, right? That's not 2050. It's not autonomous weapons. It's today. You can develop your own strain of bacteria, your own strain of viruses, et cetera, today. How long is it going to be until you can develop your own strain of human beings? How long is that going to be, right? So just think, and there's some people who are not interested in that question from a safety perspective. They just want to do it. So again, I think our personal responsibility is get on the surfboard or drown.
Thank you very much. So before I ask another question that forces the entire panel to try to find something new to say, a couple of quick follow-ups on things that were brought up during that round. The first one is this idea that one of the challenges with implementing data programs in AI is, do you have a data literate workforce that can take advantage of it? Do you have data literate leaders that know how to incorporate data into their decision-making? I wonder if anyone on the panel could offer any more thoughts on solutions to that problem, how they think about creating data literate workforces that can take advantage of these capabilities.
So I'll start off with some silly little examples that, because I wrestle with that problem every day, this idea of governance, and the bad guys are miles ahead of us. I have no idea myself how to deal with that, even though I'm trying desperately to get onto the surfboard here. So with my staff, I've started off with some simple things. I said, we in VA, everyone has to do an individual development plan. Okay. I said, okay, for me to approve your plan, everybody, for me to approve your plan, you have to have AI on your individual development plan somewhere. I don't care what it is, read a book, read 10 books, go to class. I don't care. It's got to be on your IDP. Number two, in our staff meetings, so I did that. Number two, in our staff meetings, I said, okay, I don't care what it is you do, but everyone has to tell me what they did last week with OpenAI. You could write a poem to your dog. You can design a garden that flowers 12 months out of the year. I don't care what it is. You can write a Thanksgiving poem. I don't care what it is. I want to hear in staff meeting what you did with ChatGPT last week. So I started those two things with my own organization. Of course, beyond that, I'm bombarding them every day with whatever the last book is I read, the last thing from LinkedIn, all that kind of stuff. I'm just shoving that stuff out there every day to my staff until they dream about AI. But by the way, everything I just told you, I'm doing with my wife, I'm doing with my kids, and I'm doing with my grandkids, of whom I have 4. So all the same message. And if you all haven't done it, I would strongly suggest you read Mustafa Suleiman's book, The Coming Wave. If that doesn't change your life, no book will. And then as a follow-up to that, if you want the social context of it, I would recommend Yuval Harari, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century.
Thanks, Paul. Would any other panelists like to comment on strategies for building a data literate workforce?
So strategies we are working on, definitely not as great as those. We're just looking at those redundant tasks within our office that we can use AI to be a helpful conduit to our current work. Things like our standard language for our acquisitions, those continuous efforts in our authority to operate in our security platform. How can we use AI to help produce those routine tasks? So that's what we are looking at now. We're not, imparting those ways where we're telling our employees that you have to do that. We're going to our employees that we wanted to tap into that human potential to say, hey, look at our processes that we have right now. How can we use AI to help our organization become a better place to work. So we're allowing them to do the thinking of this effort and to bring the leadership the ideas. It seems to work better in our organization when the ideas are coming from the employees. Because, they're a lot younger and they have more expertise with the tool. So we're allowing a bottom-up approach.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting, and one of the things that we've started to do is what we call toil calculations. So in other words, when we look at a technology, when we look at something that we think is going to be helpful, really doing the math and saying, no joke, how much time is this saving, right? How much impact is this saving? And using that as a prioritization tool to understand what we're going to tackle first with that. And even going through that toil calculation is a really interesting conversation, right? Because you can't have it without talking about the people, right? Who is doing this? You can't have it without talking about the process. But most importantly, it really outlines, for us at least, how much is this problem worth to us? How much is this problem worth from a time standpoint, from an adversarial advantage standpoint, and just from a keeping great people standpoint? One thing as a personal reflection I worry about is when we think about data literacy, are we actually solving yesterday's problem? And what I mean by that is, I would say I'd like to hope that most of the people we've hired understand that as public servants, we're expected to make evidence-driven decisions, right? It's our job to take in information and make the best decisions we can. We do that as human beings as we navigate our life, right? I want to buy a car, I'm going to do a little bit of research, right? Whether or not I buy this orange juice or this orange juice, right? I'm constantly doing that curation of knowledge. And so I think when we think about data literacy, let's not think about it from a deficit, a scarcity mindset. I think if we think about it from an abundance mindset, the question is, how do I want my employees' relationship with knowledge and with curiosity to look like? Not assuming that they don't have that cognitive capability now. And I think one of the most interesting questions for me is, we heard a low code, no code presentation, right? This question of, is everyone going to have to be a data expert? Or, right now with how we're bringing unstructured, through ChatGPT and Bard, how we're being able to marry, structured with APIs, I'm not sure we're going to need as large a cadre as we think in the sense of data analysts and that type of data relationship. I think what we want to ask is our people to really lean in, to be curious and to say, what questions about your mission would you ask if it was easier? What changes might you do? What is unsatisfactory about how we deliver service? And what information would help give you confidence? And the last thing I would say is, one of the things that I've really loved in our first 90 days is we deployed a cadre of people called digital allies. And in essence, what they went is they sat down with any leader, any entity, really, person that thought digital might give them a benefit, and just sat down and said, hey, what is it, let me help you do a toil calculation. Let me help you understand where generative AI might come in. What is it you're trying to solve? And what was magical for us is just having that person in your corner, right, with a little bit of bandwidth to help you think it through. Our goal was to increase their confidence and to move them to being able to make a decision. That is not a technology challenge. It's a having empathy for each other as leaders and being, what is it that we need? Like, what is the ally you need to make that decision, to have more confidence and be willing to pull, get on the surfboard, as it was said. So, that doesn't mean we have amazing digital literacy, upskilling, all those trainings are important, but I hesitate to kind of let us sit there as if that's going to solve everything.
Thanks very much. Sorry, Frank, did you want to go in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on. I think from our perspective, since we're such a large agency, I think we fortunate enough that we have the top-down support from our management to say, okay, this is important for you to understand data. This is important. It's part of our data strategy. It's like one of our main goals in our data strategy is the workforce talent and cultivation and understanding and education and making them understand where they fit in and how data is being used, because they have to understand where they fit in order to better manage the data that they have. And, we actually do have a lot of people that want to jump on the surfboard. And I really love your surfboard analogy, by the way. We do have a lot of people who wants to jump on the surfboard, and sometimes a little bit too eager beaver if I may. So, that's where we have to provide all these guidelines and these guardrails. And luckily, we have that top management support that will allow us to provide that. And then we do have such things for our staff, such as we have AI Day, where we educate them on what is AI, what is it not. That's the other thing. The misconception is AI can solve my entire world. No, it cannot. It's just a tool to help you out. And the other thing is that we have tech talks all the time, and we highly encourage our staff to attend conferences such as this to better understand the new and emerging technologies that are coming out there. Because we have a lot of our workforce, our officers and agents, they understand the tactical, they understand the operational, they understand what their mission is, but how could they leverage technology to make their life a little bit easier? And that's what we're helping to help educate them as well.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Sorry, Victoria, do you want to jump in as
I
well?
just want to do
Yeah, go
one
ahead.
plug since our agency, Department of Commerce, had so many requests within the recent executive order. We are trying very hard, as everyone's kind of mentioning, to get our workforce up, our just general AI workforce up right now. So if anyone is interested or know anyone who's interested, AI.gov has tons of different fellowships and things for people to get involved. But kind of on that, once we get people in the government, I think it's really important that we think about the community aspect. And like this panel right now is incredibly enlightening as I learn about all the different initiatives that agencies are working on. GSA runs like an AI community of practice that a lot of people are a part of, and they do different talks and things like that. But I think we really, as we get this new wave of talent into the federal government, to get them to stay and to get them to kind of put their knowledge out into the ether, into the entire federal government. I think the community aspect is really important. And I haven't really seen that many people do it outside of their agency. So it's a need.
That's great. Thank you very much. The one other kind of theme I wanted to follow up on from kind of the responses around challenges was this inherent tension between desire to implement quickly on one side and then data privacy and security challenges on the other side. And I wondered if anyone could offer any examples of where that challenge has presented itself, how they've thought about navigating maybe pressure from the top to go faster than may or may not be safe. How do you deal with negotiating that kind of chasm?
Careful.
It's a good start.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, I mentioned earlier at the VA, we had this, our second annual artificial intelligence conference, and with our top leadership there, all in one place at one time talking, which was amazing in its own right, that on this subject. I'd say our leadership at VA is very interested in a balanced approach. So if you don't have that balanced approach top down, it's going to then be difficult, I think, at lower levels to maintain that balance. So our Undersecretary for Health, Sharif, was very clear. I mean, get in the shallow end of the swimming pool. I want a human in the loop solution. I don't want autonomous anything. And I want you focused initially, you, the audience, VA, your contracts, on alleviation of administrative burden for our staff, reduce burnout. That's it. So he, I think, tried to articulate a very balanced approach to begin with. Get in the pool, but stay in the shallow end. Be practical. And the day is going to come. We all know, he knew, everybody knows, the day is going to come when AI is going to say something that looks really weird to us, and we're going to say, well, it's wrong, when in fact, it's not wrong. That day is going to come, but that day is not here now, right? It's AlphaGo. If y'all are familiar with the AlphaGo story, all right, all the subject matter experts were standing there watching the AlphaGo make the quote unquote wrong move. And of course, all the experts, wrong move. And of course, that's the game it went on to win, right? So that day is going to come. It's not here now. Right now, we still admit that this is an anchor on progress, okay, but we want to stay in the safe end of the pool. So balanced direction from the top, human in the loop, and for the moment, we're going to accept the risk that at some point, the AI is going to be smarter than the human in the loop at some point, but not right now. Right now, we want that limitation, that judgment, that human judgment still there.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because I work with accountants and procurement people who tend to be conservative in many, many ways, it's been difficult to get a lot of them to be fired up to do anything related, even to RPA, because some of them were concerned about their jobs and some of them were just sort of suspicious because they're kind of suspicious of everything. And so it's been a real, it is a challenge, I think, depending on who you are, who your target clientele is, because I think that different groups of people look at this very differently. And so finding ways that will allow them to feel comfortable. So you need to know who your target group is and figure out how to focus your communication on their particular, their particular personality types and that kind of thing. Because if you don't, they're going to be a drag on the process. They have to be comfortable with it. And you have to figure out how to make them comfortable with it.
I'd actually love to follow that with a specific example that I think speaks to what you and others have raised before. I used to teach an AI 101 class, and I taught it specifically for government leaders. And what was really interesting is I ran an experiment within it. And that is that one group that I taught, in essence, when we started to use a tool like a BARD or ChatGPT, I had them do personal tasks. So for example, write a love note, write a list, write those types of things. The other group I had, in essence, immediately start to kind of think about or apply a professional related task. What was really fascinating to me is that 89% of people who were introduced to it from a personal lens within 3 moves had started to ask professional questions. On the flip side, the people who were introduced to it professionally, and again, my identity being, my income, my risk tolerance, I pay my mortgage through this kind of thing, we're actually only about 22% likely to, see value in the tool. And so I say that because I think it's really important for us to understand that, especially with something like AI, we're really marrying, someone's humanity and their relationship with knowledge, right? And their self. And the more you can help someone understand and go on that curiosity journey for themselves, or introduce it in a way that is not immediately tied to other critical identities, we've just seen, huge impact. To circle back as a last comment around security, I think one of the things I'm trying to hold myself accountable for is that, sometimes being a public servant before and now we think that some of these problems aren't solved, right? And that they're big looming challenges. And the reality is that if you look at the 2 industries that are leaning the most into AI, they are the most heavily regulated industries on earth: healthcare and finance. You're talking about the most sensitive information, the most highly regulated, and yet they are leaning into AI, having tackled problems like privacy, security, et cetera. So I think it's really important for us to function from a place of humble curiosity and to say, how did you do that? Right? Is that something where we actually need to reinvent the wheel, or can we take some lessons from these groups and, actually answer those questions instead of staying in this uncomfortable, kind of looming, anxious relationship with these things?
That's great. Thank you so much. So now, at the risk of making you think about what each other is saying again, one more question, last question, I promise, for the whole panel, which is, are there any specific examples of initiatives that you've launched or seen launched in your agency over the last year, or that are upcoming soon, that have had a really positive transformation on the decision-making process? Like, where has this really worked well so far? Or where do you see it working well in the near future? And we'll start on this side this time with Paul.
Well, we're very interested in measuring outcomes, by the way. Developing vision outcome roadmaps is part of what my organization is challenged to do. So despite what I just said, I'm not sure I can tell you we have exactly quantified the impact yet. However, we are exploring already the value of artificial intelligence, Gen AI and whatnot, in claims processing and reducing the cycle time on claims. Is a veteran eligible for this, that, or the other? And the other is in the area of suicide prevention. So we have a foray into that using artificial intelligence. But again, all this is in the context of, let's keep us in the shallow end of the swimming pool, right? Be careful, study it, assess, learn. So this is all, I'd call it pilot work to understand the good, bad, and the ugly of those applications.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, thank you. So, the two main missions of the Federal Trade Commission, promote competition, protect consumers. On that second one, we run basically a call center that collects complaints from consumers, and we get about 5 million a year. And so we have leveraged AI in all different steps of that process to bring in cleaner data, using chatbots and AI to help clean up the data, find trends within the data, and share analytic products across our analytic sandbox. Thank you.
Okay, so with CBP, we've developed, I know for those that have traveled to the airports or seaports or land ports, there's a traveler verification service that we've developed that leverages commercial facial comparison algorithms to match travelers to their documents that they have provided, photos in their holdings pretty much. And the use of this technology has been successfully implemented, in our sea, air, and pedestrian environments to support the biometric identification of over 312 million travelers. And at our borders, we are using technologies to put significant emphasis on automation of domains, which basically we're integrating sensor technologies as well as AI to aggregate the data to alert as far as, hey, is there some threat vector that's coming, or do I have a person that's crossing the border that they're not supposed to? So AI will help us kind of detect some of that stuff, because if you're looking at an officer or an agent sitting at the border in the field, they're looking at multiple screens. How can we make that a little bit more efficient for them? And there's tons and tons of sensors data too. So how can we aggregate that information for them in order to make their work a little bit easier? And this is where we would leverage AI to kind of help them and just say, hey, maybe pinpoint, look at screen number 5 really quick, because that's where I'm seeing something funny going on. So, technology, we're trying to bring it to the edge. We're trying to leverage as much as we can to help out our officers and agents and our travelers, as well as facilitate the lawful trade and travel in the United States.
Thank you. ACF is the largest human corpus, has the largest human corpus data for human services across the federal government. And one thing we're really excited about is building this platform, which will bring all of our data across into one tool. We have a lot of data on our unaccompanied children that we're using about 10 different sources to house that data. And the platform that we're currently building will bring all that into one data warehouse, a secure data warehouse. So we're really excited about doing that, to have the data points and the AI. So that's a big initiative for us, and we're really excited about that.
Well, some of what we did isn't quite that lofty, but if you are one of our processors in our procurement office, one of the things that you had to do at the end of the year was close out all of the purchase cards. And so we used RPA to automate that process, and they were absolutely thrilled because it took them about an hour to do one, and we cut the time down to about, I think it ended up being like 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so it saved a huge amount of time, especially time doing something that, quite frankly, was pretty boring and not really, something that had to be done because it had to go into the accounting system that was closed out. But at the same time, it was something that was not a lot of fun to do and took a huge amount of time. And so, I think we closed out 5,000 of these in a very short period of time. So it works at, a lot of these things like, potentially finding a terrorist coming across the border or something are very cool things, but it can also be really useful in some of the more mundane things that your agency does or has to do. And I don't think anybody in the procurement office felt threatened by this.
We're happy.
They were very happy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, as you were talking, my little toil calculator heart was just jumping in joy, right? Because that's real, right? Really looking at where there's toil. And I use toil specific and not friction, right? Because toil has emotional load. You know, the ability of someone to not spend time on what they are doing. This has to do with retention. This has to do with people's sense of purpose, right? So I think your example is like one of the sexiest, you know, that we have out here as far as what we can do as government. You know, I'll bookend it, you know, maybe to your spirit of cool, you know, with the idea of right now, some of you have probably seen the work that we've done, you know, with the Valkyrie on autonomous wingmen, right? The whole goal, right? Send a pilot out and make sure they come home, right? And how is it that we, you know, can leverage AI and other things to, you know, to drive that type of technical capability. So, you know, I think that the question is we should be curious all across that gamut about how to use this.
I think one of the initiatives that I'm most excited about is NOAA, being the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They do a lot of work in the climate sphere. And so they are putting out tons of data out to researchers and startups. And a lot of folks are kind of grabbing that up and trying to see what they can do to do just climate analysis, wildfire predictions, and these like things that we were never able to do before, but through like image recognition and things like that, we can actually start solving these hard problems and challenges that we have not been able to before. And I just want to kind of make also a final plug to the security question, privacy security question. NIST right now is doing an open call or request for comment on privacy enhancing technologies and more information on differential privacy. But this is kind of a like, Commerce is doing a lot of research right now to kind of figure out, A, how do we kind of manage this technology? B, what are the interesting things that we can do to it, do with it? And so it's not just like a question of like safety and risk, but also what are the innovative things that we can do similar to the climate kind of question to move us forward.
Thank you very much. Those are all pretty amazing initiatives. One follow-up on that for me, and then we'll open it up for questions from the audience. You know, those initiatives are all great examples of how advanced technologies can improve these business processes and have tangible impacts on a wide range of functional areas. One of the other things I've often heard is that another benefit of implementing kind of these technology-enabled processes is that you also start generating new data from that teaches you more about what works and what doesn't work in those processes and processes connected to those. So I wondered if anyone had any examples, and if no one does, that's fine. We'll just move on. Any examples where the insights from data that have started surfacing because of these processes have been able to better inform kind of senior decision makers or policy direction?
Well, I have one sort of, and that's a third example that I didn't talk about. Because MITRE is an FFRDC, they have a role where they self-fund some internal research. So one of the things MITRE has done to support VA, their client, at their own expense, is to use a large language model to assess tickets that are submitted by end users. In this case, it was for the Oracle Cerner product, as to whether they were really patient safety issues or not. So a human being who submits the ticket says it's a patient safety issue. Well, that's the individual judgment. Yes or no, it's a box, you click it. So they've applied large language models to that, again, with a panel of experts, admittedly, a human in the loop, to see if they could improve the classification of those tickets so that something was not either classified as patient safety when it was not, or something that was not classified as patient safety when it really was. So yes, that did help improve in some substantial amount. I don't have the numbers with me, but improve the classification of those tickets as to whether they really were or not patient safety tickets.
Thank you. Alexis, I think you had something as well.
Yeah, I think this is just a really exciting time when we think about kind of modeling and simulation, right? When we think about this idea that knowledge ultimately stacks, right? There's a relationship between knowledge. And so, you know, I think there's a number of different things that, you know, that we're excited to lean into, and we see kind of larger DoD. So one is like model libraries. So, you know, if I have weather data from before or other data, or there was a, you know, a war game or something like that knowledge should be able to be built upon, right, with other knowledge. And so how is it that we lean in? I think this is going to be really interesting when we think about like the sciences, right, and being able to stack physics and hydrodynamics and different things, you know, together in a more kind of simultaneous and concurrent way, instead of just having those be siloed, you know, practitioners. And I think the other thing we're going to find again is if we can function from that place of humble curiosity, you know, parser reuse. So one of the things that was so interesting to me when I was at Google is how many federal agencies were being resold the AI parsers in order, for example, to ingest a driver's license. like, you don't need to pay for that again. Like, it already exists, right? It already, it's already out there. You can take that. So everyone here has probably invested in parsers, where we can actually, like, I can ingest the passport parser, I can ingest the, the driver's license. There are a lot of things where we're actually more in a reuse, recycle, reuse than we are an origination, but I'm not sure we recognize that yet. So I do think, to the point of community, it's a really neat opportunity. And I think all of us have a role in this, right? Of helping an organization understand, like, is actually something where you're creating something new, right? Or where is the opportunity where something already exists, and in fact, we can be benefiting from that together.
Thank you so much. And on that very positive and inclusive note, we'll open it up to folks in the room who might have questions. And one over here on the right side.
A little short on time, but we'll go ahead. Well, if we're going to
At
at
least
least
take
one
one
person ask a question, it's gonna be this guy.
So I just asked that maybe you think a little bit out of the box and a little bit broader. Healthcare invested $6 billion in AI last year. Meta's investing $33 billion this year. And we're never going to get close to that as a government. Meta probably has a lot more information than any one agency, maybe almost as much as the whole government. When we went through the eGov transformation, we missed the fact that the US government wouldn't be its own front door, and Google became the front door to most agency services. I just fear we're missing here the disruptive effects of these large language models and the investment that the mega platform companies are making. And how might that disrupt the delivery of services of the operations of government in the US or globally?
So just a lightning round for anyone who might have a quick thought on that, since I'm, getting the hook.
We have actually been kind of piloting with a working group this idea of working with large language models to integrate our open data, all of our public data, into their models to be able to basically just embrace the moment. And if people are going to be using ChatGPT or Bard or any of these other natural language processing models, that we basically will work with them to give them accurate, authoritative information instead of instead of like right now, or at least a year ago. I think it's a little bit better now, but if you would look up, like, tell me demographics of Washington, DC on ChatGPT, it would give you something from like 2020, which was completely inaccurate. And now it tells you, go to the census website. But I think there's a reality where it will be able to kind of hit some sort of API, and it will be able to get accurate information in the moment. And so I definitely think there are people thinking about that, but I'm really excited about other agencies who provide actual government resources and programs where people can just put in their criteria and be able to figure out, like, what they qualify for and not have to deal with a lot of the customer experience, which has traditionally not been the best.
Quick comment on that. As dismal as this might sound, I don't think that today in 2023 is an answerable question. The opportunities for disruption are so broad, so profound that Mustafa Suleyman can't even think about what they all are, right? So this is going to be in everything. The fear in my mind is that we already have two classes of citizens, haves and have not. I just see that gap broadening because not everyone is going to get on the surfboard. So I'm actually much more concerned about those who do not get on the surfboard. So I don't think we know enough today to know what that disruption is going to be. So what? So what I do myself, what I tell my staff, along with everything else I just told you, is how to thrive in the age of uncertainty. I think we're in the age of uncertainty at the government level, at the individual level, et cetera. I don't know, for the next 2 decades, decade and a half, something like that. I think we just have to get used to that. It's going to be very uncertain time. Business models are going to change. What I buy from you, what you sell, all that's going to change. I have no idea. I mean, we're going to have 55 different convergences of themes over that, foreseeable future. I don't know how to predict that. I just know it's going to be there.
All right. Thanks very much. If I could ask for a round of applause for our great panel. Really appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
That was fantastic. Great question by Mark. I got to give him a little shout out. We're at a CIO's, was the actual first CIO of the US. So I don't know if you actually had the title, but you effectively were, right? There you go. Okay. All right. We're getting closer to the end and the beginning. We've got a couple things to go. We also have a special treat at the end. So don't leave early and try to beat the traffic or anything. We'll still get you out here in plenty of time, but we got a special treat at the end of the summit. But next we have our last tech talk of the day, Subhash Rashandran. Hopefully I got that semi right. Senior Product Manager, Software AG. Welcome. Thank you. If you want to come up and dive into it. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I think we are almost at the end, and but I hope you'll hear something interesting that I want to say. In fact, it's a perfect lead-in from that wonderful panel discussion on AI. And I lost count of the number of times the panelists used the word data. And that's the real good lead into what I want to talk about today around the world of integration. Because if your data is sitting in different silos and not accessible, sitting in different applications, makes it very hard to actually run a good AI program, because without data, you can't have all the learnings, and without that, you really cannot get the benefits that data offers. So my name is Subhash Ramachandran. I run product management instead of Software AG. Software AG is an enterprise integration company, and we are all about helping agencies, organizations like yourself help move data. We want to go to the next slide. I don't think that was it. Where I want to start with is the exploding world of applications and data. And that is probably going to be the slide that should come up soon. No, I don't. I checked. Okay. All right. Why don't I just talk through what I was going to talk about? So the problem area that I was going to talk about is there's so much data in different silos. And over time, what organizations have done is built point-to-point integrations or point-in-time integrations to get access to all this data. And in fact, we have a term for this problem. We call it the chaos of connectivity. So the chaos of connectivity is really the challenge that organizations have, because they built all these different point-to-point integrations. But then in the meanwhile, the number of applications that they have is really exploding. So a typical agency has over 150 different SaaS applications or applications they're connecting to. They have over 400 sources of data. And all this is really adding to the complexity, adding to this challenge of being able to access all this information. And then throughout this conference, we've heard about IT modernization, but there's still so much legacy out there. We call it the persistence of legacy. And that means that there's still a lot of these old systems, mainframe systems, which has amazing data that you may need for AI, that you need to maybe synchronize information. So how do you get access to this? And do you want to create silos of integration? Because that has also happened. Integration is not a new technology. It's not a new problem area. And over the last couple of decades, there's also been silos of integration that has been created as a result of different tools that have been used to solve this problem. So Software AG's answer to all this is called the Super iPaaS. And what we've done with the Super iPaaS is bring together all the different use cases for integration, right? We call it a multifaceted approach to integration. And we bring application integration, data integration, B2B partner supply integration, managed file transfer. Don't forget files, right? It's still a critical part. We may be in the year 2023, almost on the cusp of 2024, but file transfer is still pretty much prevalent in all organizations and agencies. And then API management and event management. These are two important architectural underpinnings where we see a lot of effort going into organizations trying to have an API first approach in terms of being able to get these data silos, data sources exposed to your end users and consumers. And then events, right? Events is becoming sort of as much of a business term as APIs. If you remember about 5-6 years ago, APIs, I'm a old, technology guy, and I can understand, I can remember when APIs were application programming interfaces, but APIs became the language of business. And I see that same thing happening even with events today. Events is also becoming the language of business in terms of being able to react to some business event that may happen. So if you bring together all these different facets of integration, you come across a platform like what SoftwareAG has, and we call it the Super iPaaS. And what distinguishes the Super iPaaS, on one hand, is the functional, right? The complete, broad, end-to-end continuum that we call integration. But the other aspect is the overarching benefits, right? So a platform has to have a number of benefits. And the benefits that we talk about, think in terms of GAP, right? GAP. So the first one is governance. Again, a number of the panelists in the panel earlier talked about governance around AI, but there's also governance over the data. So it's not just important to be able to move the data. Oh, we got our slides back. Okay. So we can probably move a little further. I was going to maybe talk about the persistence of legacy and the 80 billion that is kind of the budget. The chaos connectivity is something that I talked about. And yes, that's a good place to stop. So this is the Super iPaaS. This is our multifaceted integration platform covering all the functional use cases for integration. And then if you go to the next slide in the middle, we talk about the three overarching benefits, right? So I started with governance. In fact, it's agility, productivity, and governance. If you start with the last one, governance, this becomes a very important topic for organizations to be able to centrally understand from an access point of view, what is available, who has privileges. And then when you think in terms of a very distributed IT landscape that we see today over and over again across federal agencies, state and local government, across commercial organizations, becomes very important to know where is the data. And then if you talk in terms of data privacy, data sovereignty, data control, governance becomes a very important element that we cover within our platform. The second aspect is GAP, right? Remember, I gave you that acronym, agility. So in today's business, it becomes critically important to be able to very quickly react and address different business needs. Maybe the need is coming from your citizens. Maybe it's coming from your partners, your customers. And how do you quickly react and have a degree of agility within this platform? And finally, productivity. And certainly AI is going to be one of the topics I'll talk about at the very end in terms of our capabilities. But then being able to use not only low code, no code, but then AI introduces yet another user interface. And I call it the iPhone moment, right? The prompt-based user interface. And so I think one of the panelists talked about the survey she did around the corporate use cases versus the personal use cases. And that's where I see Gen AI really becoming something that a lot of employees, they're going to demand that organizations adopt and create an environment where they can use Gen AI, right? Whether it's a Copilot-like technology for writing code or the kind of assistance that AI agents provide. But then it has the potential to give you an order of magnitude boost in productivity. And that's kind of also another aspect that we have within the platform. So if you go to the next slide, we talk about this. I talked about the Super iPaaS, but there are also 5 must-have components that underpin our Super iPaaS, right? The first one is something that I just described, being able to cover all the different facets of integration, application, data, B2B files, APIs, and events, right? So the multifaceted integration that we provide. The second one is hybrid. And we know this challenge very well because, in fact, webMethods, the product area inside of SoftwareAG, which I represent, we just celebrated our 25th anniversary. And in doing so, we have seen customers, organizations, agencies, start with on-premise applications. That's where a majority of that started. Think back to SAP and Oracle. And then over about 10, 12 years ago is when the cloud emerged, SaaS applications started proliferating and exploding. And then we are in an environment today where you are not 100% on-prem or 100% cloud. or some mix of the two, and we call that hybrid. So being able to traverse for enterprise class customers, the technologies all the way from mainframe or legacy to SaaS and cloud, truly in a hybrid manner that spans on-premises, private cloud, public cloud, is a very important part of the IT landscape that agencies and organizations have. Next, I touched upon governance and specifically, the requirements around data sovereignty, data privacy. Increasingly, we've seen this over the last few years becoming so critical for consumers, citizens, as well as agencies, as well as organizations, and then being able to provide governance across all these requirements. Next, we talk in terms of a common user interface. If I tell you that we have a number of capabilities that span the different use cases for integration, the expectation is going to be that I have end-to-end user experience across all these different capabilities that I can then showcase and be able to easily leverage and use. And then finally, I talked about AI, the power of generative AI to be able to quickly drive huge amounts of productivity and agility. If you go next, so what makes a platform a super iPaaS, as Software AG is defining it? It's a market category. In fact, we've been working with technology analysts like Gartner to better define it. It's the vision that we have in place. But there are 6 main capabilities that I want to quickly talk about here. Develop anywhere, deploy anywhere. So in today's age of development, when you're building out integrations, you want to be able to provide flexibility to your IT specialists, as well as your business analysts or citizen integrators to be able to build things either locally, say on your laptop with full control, or in a web-based, no code, zero footprint user interface in the cloud so that they can do this without having to worry about what tooling that they have on their laptops or their machines. But then the other aspect of flexibility is the deployment. We are in a very hybrid distributed IT landscape, which requires that requires that applications are everywhere. And typically one of the rules for integration is you want to have integrations closest to your applications, which means that you want to be able to deploy these integrations out across a wide network of private, public, and on-premises infrastructures. Now, once you do that, once you go into this very wide deployment model, the need to be able to centrally control and understand what's running in this very distributed execution landscape becomes critically important. And that's where the need for governance comes in and what we have in terms of having full visibility. Think in terms of a single pane of glass for everything that is running in a very distributed environment. Now, one of the hallmarks that we have of our super iPaaS is bringing together 2 age-old disciplines, application integration and data integration together. And we call this a closed loop of app and data integration. In fact, a lot of analysts have talked about this for years, but we've really cracked the code in terms of what it means for agencies to be able to ingest data, say into cloud data warehouses like Snowflake using data integration pattern, and then have the activation. So these wonderful insights that you have in your cloud data warehouse, you want to be able to synchronize these insights back into the original system of record like SAP Oracle, and being able to do that using an app integration pattern. And that's what I mean by a closed loop. Next, I talked about the unified experience across all these different iPaaS components that we offer. In bringing together a lot of these technology and architectural components, what you're also enabling yourself to do is build composability. So composable architectures is something that analysts like Gartner has been talking about recently. And the best way to do that is, in fact, if you want to build out a high-level automation, you can do that based on the underlying assets that you've created as part of your integrations, whether they're data pipelines or integration flows or APIs or events, being able to now build out that composable architecture. And then finally, Gen AI, right? Probably the most exciting of all the technologies that we've seen this year. And what Software AG has done is really use the power of Gen AI to generate integrations, but not just generate integrations, but across the entire life cycle of integration, adding things like mapping transformation, error handling, looping, all the way to generating test cases and then deploying that in a serverless environment. And then finally, if you move to the last slide, I want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing for federal, state, and local agencies. We have examples across the federal government in terms of improving citizen services. We have examples in terms of providing a single platform. We have examples of working with justice networks in state governments to help unlock all those data silos and bring all these all the different data and different applications together. And finally, we have deployments that we do across cloud, on-premise, truly in a hybrid manner. And you see a number of certifications that we have and our partnerships with some of the hyperscalers out there. So I think I just ran a little over time, but thanks for taking the time to listen. Our booth, Software AG booth is right behind. If you have any questions, feel free to stop by and one of us will be happy to answer your questions.
Just one quick question. I know the digital government strategy, I was looking back, that was actually in 2012. So that's when the APIs came out. How many systems, what percentage have a modern API, connection?
I would say very few, right? That is the huge potential. I don't have an actual number for you, but anecdotally, when we go agency to agency, they are just starting out. They're just thinking in terms of APIs. And I would say commercially, since I have visibility across both, I see a lot more adoption commercially. So that's a huge opportunity for agencies.
Yeah, I don't think our work here is done at ATARC. Thank you so much for that. That was great. So in closing, we've got a power-packed panel for you. Where's Jason Miller? Jason Miller is going to close things up with his panel. Are we going to hear radio trivia? Is that, I don't want to, no radio trivia this time. Panel, come up. We have a special announcement at the end too, so I won't let that, don't want to forget that. Yeah, you go ahead.
Actually, for Mark Foreman, I have eGov trivia. No, I'm just kidding, Mark. Mark knows I used to be his paparazzi. I just follow him around. He ducked out on me once in Capitol Hill. Mark, I won't tell that story, but you remember the story.
I'm gonna sit as far away from you as possible.
You can, you should. Yeah. All right, come on up. I don't do intros. Come on. All right, first of all, thanks to all the folks at ATARC, Tom, Kim, Tara for inviting me to moderate today. It's always a pleasure to be here. This is the last panel day, so I realize I'm standing between you and either going back to work or going home or doing something else. So I will promise you one thing, you will learn something because you stayed around today. I'll promise you something else, we'll have a lot of fun. And I promise you something else, it won't be boring and we won't talk about AI. No offense to AI people. I am AI'd out, Tom Suter. All right, so as you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor of Federal News Network. You can find us on your way home today on that 1500 AM. Your AM button in your car works, I promise. Use it, try it out. Maybe something new for you, press the button. Otherwise, you can find us on federalnewsnetwork.com as well. All right, so as I've moderated before, what I like to do is talk a little bit about trivia. I like to get us thinking about the topic. The topic today, of course, is digital transformation. So we're gonna do some audience call outs. I'm gonna give you a question, you're gonna give me an answer. So yell it out. All right, here we go. This is actually new data that just came out recently from the President's Management Agenda. So what percentage of agency websites are considered mobile friendly? Are considered mobile friendly, percentage. Call it out. 22%, too low. 40, too low. How much? 50, we're close. We'll go 55.6% are considered mobile friendly. It's more than 4,300 websites. 21.4% are considered not mobile friendly, and 22.9% are unclear whether they're mobile friendly or not. I'm no expert on that. All right, here we go, another one. What percentage of federal projects, we're talking about IT projects here, are considered at risk, low, medium, high? We'll start with low. What percentage are considered low risk projects? How many? No, real, Mark. 25, too low. 60, too high. 47% are considered low risk. Medium. Medium risk. 30, too low. 45, close. 49% are considered medium risk. That leaves, if you're doing your math in your head, 3% left. Exactly. Thank you, Mark. Are considered high risk. All right, last one. You guys are good. There's still a little spunk left. All right, we've heard a lot today about the workforce. We know the workforce is key to any digital transformation initiative. We know there is challenges to hiring IT employees. Agency said in 2023, they need to hire more than 10,000 new IT employees. We're just talking about the 2210 series, because that's how the data is broke down. Roughly, and you can give me a guess, out of the 10,000 new IT 2210 series employees they wanted to hire, how many did they actually hire? 1,700, too low. 2,500, still too low. 6,000, very close. 5,600, they reached about 53% of their goal. That's all, again, new data from Performance Gov. Now, for comparison, just to give you a sense, 1102 is contracting officers. The government-wide goal was almost 4,800. Agencies hired about 3,000, so about 64% of their goal. Human Resources Management, this is series 201 if you're keeping score at home. The goal was 6,000, they hired about 4,700, about 79% of the goal. All right, nice done, everyone. Now you have something tonight to talk to your friends and family about that's not generative AI. All right, so here's how we're gonna do the panel. I'm a big fan of I've asked each panelist to take about 3 minutes, because we got a big panel, and tell you something you don't know about what they're doing with digital transformation. Hopefully it's not gonna be a bunch of generative AI discussions, because that's just driving me nuts today, Tom Suter. And hopefully we're gonna talk about stuff that you're gonna learn, you haven't heard before, you have not heard them talk about this before, or they're gonna give you an update on their latest initiatives and programs and policies. So that being said, we're unplanned and unrehearsed. I don't do bios. If you don't know who these people are, look them up, they're on the Google. So Dan, you're first, you take it away. Make sure you make that mic your friend.
Yep, I'm Dan Corbin. I'm the technical director and CISO at the Marine Corps, at least filling in on that second position, at least for now. For those of you who have listened to anything about the Marine Corps on the either in the news or at conferences like this, you'll know that the thing that guides us is this concept called force design, which changes the way that the Marine Corps is going to operate, fight, and do what it does in its area of operation when tasked by the government. And within that, there's it talks about a bunch of things associated with the people and the stuff. I just think the technology and the processes, and most importantly, the data. And General Glavy, who I work for, is DCI, said it's all about the data. If you're not dealing with the data properly, then you're never going to be able to do what you need to do in a world where others are using it to their advantage. So that drives everything that our organization does at DCI. In some cases, our office is the CIO of the Marine Corps, but we're also responsible for the advocacy or resource sponsor for all of the communication systems and on the tactical and the garrison side. And are under this model that's gotten put in place because we want speed and we want this reduced resistance of flow of data from the tactical edge or from the garrison to the tactical edge. That's what we've been doing. Everything's about that. How do we get data to the people at the lowest level of the fighting force to be able to do what they are assigned to do? So that's what motivates us and makes us do what we're doing on any given day. And it includes not only the technology, and that's an important piece of it. You know, we're doing like everybody else. There's zero trust and you know, cloud and clouds at the edge. We're doing that. That's clearly the stuff. The harder part is the people part and restructuring the organization to take advantage of those things. There's a big change of the way that the Marine Corps is using its information and how it's governing it. There's documents that are called the Marine Doctrine Pub something, number 8, I think it is. And it explains, this is how we are going to use data. So all the technical stuff that we're doing, that's easy stuff, by the way, for the AI. We are doing that as well. But the real work is getting information to people and things so that decisions can be made and we can fight. So we're looking at getting the people trained, properly structured to use the data, giving them the things, technology to be able to use that data in the most efficient and effective way, to be able to change their ideas on how they're going to do things, but most importantly, the data. How is the movement of that data affect them and the decisions they have to make? I think
All right.
that was 3 months.
That was good. Let me ask you one quick follow-up. You gave me time.
Sure.
You said that's the most important thing. So give me 1 or 2 initiatives that are top of your mind or top of the Marine Corps' mind that
Yeah.
you're going to change that way.
Yeah, so there's the Marine Corps, or I say recently, it's been a year or so, brought in a data officer, and he's sort of working through all of this, I'll say chaos in the data space. And it's not, we're not the only one who are dealing with this problem, that we've got just a whole bunch of data, historical, that's probably useful. There's a whole bunch of it that's not cataloged properly. It's not tagged. It's unstructured and very difficult to use. He, Dr. Colin Crosby is his name, is sort of working out this thing. He'll refer to it as the data fabric, which is going to sort all of this out. It's a combination of technology and process and procedure to put that in place. So that's probably the real big one. In the area that I work, we're pipes and plumbing with respect to the networks. We're doing those things, like I mentioned before, that everybody's doing because it's mandated. It's probably the right thing to do as well, which is putting in place those zero trust architectures that ensure the sort of a level of security to that data, ensuring the right people and the right things get to it and nobody else.
All right, let's move over to Frank from USDA. Yeah, love that microphone.
Yes. Frank Heppel, that's how you say that. USDA, I'm the #2 guy for end user support. We've got 3 things going on that I think you guys need to know about. One, our USDA Net initiative. We are simply modernizing and reconditioning our entire wide area network from head-end stacks on out. We are going to refresh our network presence in more than 4,000 locations around the country in 11 time zones. And we're also anxious to look at things like LAN, firewall ownership, maintenance, those kinds of strategies to help us be more efficient in managing that, what is now a very complex network. Secondly, Jason had mentioned human capital. It is critically important for us to not only understand what our staff needs to do over the next 2 or 3 years, but what is the program that we are putting in place to make sure they learn those skills. Secondly, we also want to make sure that we are properly staffed from a resource perspective. How many people do we need to do each thing? And are we properly aligned for that perspective? So we're anxious to get that started. We've got surveys out. We've hired for a plan to put forward, and we are going to be executing the latter half of this fiscal year. Thirdly, we are implementing endpoint personas. We've developed and designed 10 permanent and 1 temporary persona. We've done months of discovery to get those aligned. We have applied them to over 132,000 accounts. And now we're in the process of making recommendations based on behavior, tickets, equipment buys, based on that membership. The intent is to help align equipment, phone service, service levels to those personas so that we can help, make ourselves a more effective and efficient service provider.
All right, that's exciting all around. I could ask you 3 or 4 different questions, but I'm going to go with the personas because I think that's me. I've not heard that before. This goes back to a cyber issue of roles and responsibilities, or is this more about, again, user experience, a little bit of everything?
A little bit of everything, but I'll boil it down to environmental complexity. We, like many federal organizations, are incredibly federated. So there's a lot of internal complexity with all sorts of systems, processes, procedures, et cetera. We are recently done an end user consolidation initiative, which brought the resources to do the support in place, but we're finding that we haven't gone far enough. So the idea is develop the personas, align them regardless of which organization they work for, so that we can then align the support requirements to that persona rather than the fact that they work for mission area A versus mission area B.
And just one clarification, if you're in the HR world, it doesn't matter which agency you work with, this maybe is your persona for HR. If you're in the program management, maybe this is your persona. Is that?
Yeah, to NERS makes no difference. I would say things like we have a standard user who does 9 to 5 things and touches a certain number of systems. 42% of our employees are in that bucket. But we've got field workers, we've got scientists, we've got inspectors. They all have membership as well, and they all have specific requirements.
All right, as I said, that's super interesting. I could ask you a lot more, but I'm gonna go to Howard from XMIM Bank.
Great. Good afternoon. Howard Spirit, Chief Information Officer at the Export-Import Bank. We're a small independent government agency that focuses on ensuring that America wins the jobs of the future. So just from a framing perspective, a federal IT staff of approximately 30 and a federal IT budget of about $40 million. So we're a small shop. How do we look at modernization? What insights could I share with you? I think there were a couple things, and they've actually been picked up, I think, by previous speakers, not only on this panel, but actually the previous panels. One is there's a tremendous amount of focus on the value chain. Use the term personas, but it's like, you know, where are people spending their time? And I think one of the interesting things when we look at that and we look at our particular mission is that we see the preponderance of staff time is actually spent in the general office automation environment. We have probably the most expensive, I'll call it class of special purpose applications that help us with our mission, but they're usually for the purpose of after the fact recording of events. So all the real labor, right? All the real value of the organization actually typically is interoperating with open source data, right? And creating bespoke financial product out of that. So it's very much like running a law firm to a certain extent. And so the interesting thing is we look at modernization is we've kind of broken up the portfolio, which is what is the portfolio of modernization and how do we think about that from a personal productivity perspective, which actually drives, like I said, the key productivity of the agency. And where does modernization intersect with our bespoke applications? And there's kind of a different approach there. On that approach of the general office automation, basically what we're trying to do is ensure that we have the same tools that people have access at home, right? And understand that the bar that we have to meet, right, is if they can do it at home, they expect to be able to do it in the office. And without getting into the topic that you said that we aren't supposed to get into today, we are seeing a dramatic shift, right? We're at an inflection point about what people can do at home. That's going to drive the expectation of what effective IT looks like in the office. So we have not necessarily put a net, I'll call it across the pool because I'm not sure exactly where we put that net, but we are not prohibiting the use of any of the open source or publicly available search tools that now have embedded AI in them. And we're working on sort of the general principles that we want people to understand. Things like you are accountable for your work product, right? And the accuracy of your work product. And frankly, that's not an AI issue. That could be a Washington Post issue or a New York Times issue or any other public data source. And then the other thing that we're focusing on is making sure people understand that to the extent data was entrusted to us, not only do we not want you putting it into ChatGPT or Bard or whatever, but actually you probably don't even want to be putting that in Google because everybody's using your input, as part of their development of their product. So I think a lot of our focus, frankly, is in the culture space, because one of the things that we have to emphasize is that modern tools require a modern approach to thinking, right? If you've got modern tools and you're not changing your approach, right, you're going to be inefficient. And, a simple case of this is simply you want to collaborate on a document. You don't email a document around anymore, right? You put it in a shared location. The tools are amazing. I mean, I remember when this stuff was cutting edge and it didn't work. But, I think now 90% of the agency's documents are created through collaborative processes that are using smart collaboration. But frankly, there's very few documents in our agency that are created without collaboration, right? It's almost zero. So if we've gotten to the point that we're 95% of people using the tools to do smart collaboration, we've had a significant impact on productivity. So the next thing is then, where will things like, AI or whatnot in terms of stuff that people access at home and are experimenting with at home, how do we safely introduce, how do we not only safely introduce that, but how do we actually encourage that, that use? So there are a couple unique things that we're doing. Even though we're a small agency and a small IT shop, we're actually federating it to a large extent. Okay, so we've taken parts of IT, and if they are very mission aligned, instead of straight line to Howard, right, dotted line to the CFO or dotted line to any other area, it's going to be straight line to that area that owns the capability, and we're making it dotted line to us, and we're rethinking how we do governance. And it is really interesting to see the culture change of embedding people actually in their mission shop versus keeping them in the IT shop. And I think if we talk about people, process, and technology, but it swims right in an ocean of culture, right? And so you can have the best people, process, technology dots you want, but if you're not focusing on culture change, and I wouldn't shill for Mark Schwartz, but if you haven't read The Ethics of Bureaucracy, an interesting read. We've had some other books that were recommended here, but a really interesting insight about the types of changes in embedded ethics, the ethics that you don't think about because they were there, that he takes the time to at least attempt to enumerate and talks about as we move from the third industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution, the type of culture change that may need to accompany that to be successful. And before I stop, Andre, I also just wanted to say, I know a lot of people know that you've retired, and it has been personally just to have you as a professional colleague here in the federal space. Just thank you for being such an impressive and good colleague.
That is awfully kind.
All right, Andre, you can hold that because I have a question for Howard. Don't want to ruin the moment, but Howard, we talk a lot about culture when it comes to IT. We talk a lot about the change that needs to happen, and I think your example of the shared collaboration space is a really good one. Maybe walk me through what's the next place you want to go, or what's the next path you want to go down to kind of continue that culture change that creates, hey, like your example again, mission, dotted lines, straight lines, really interesting. It's something that obviously you guys can do as a smaller agency. Maybe it's easier, maybe large ones can do it, but where do you want to go next with this kind of continuation of this transformation?
Sure. I mean, I'll be candid on the first point. It scared me, right? But we're going to make the change, because if you're not willing to be scared, right, you're not working hard enough. So, we're going to try it, and we're going to see if we can make it work. But my view is, if we've got governance and policies and processes, the organization structure, we should be sort of, we should be able to actually be quite flexible with that, so we can experiment. But I think one of the initiatives that we're looking at, and it's very similar to something someone else was talked about, is, can we do more embedding of sort of digital native liaisons to just sit and understand? I think one of the previous speakers used the term toil factor, right? And just watch the toil factor and be there to see the toil factor and to bring solutions to the toil factor. And it may also be an opportunity for us to deal with the demographic issue that folks have talked about.
I love that from Alexis from Army Research Lab, the idea of toil factor. I think it's a kind of a term we lose sight of sometimes in all, whether government, industry, or journalism. Andre from Commerce, beyond the fact you're leaving, we already know that, so tell us something else.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. Yes, 2 weeks, I'll be gone, 19 days, but who's counting? Here's the thing, but despite the fact that I'm leaving, I have left behind a roadmap for the way that I think that that commerce's IT should evolve, right? And the majority of that roadmap is to effectively create the elimination of IT as we know it today, almost in total, right? So starting with, basically leveraging cloud infrastructure for just about everything. My previous agency was 90% cloud in 2014. Having, all of the three as a service things, software as a service, platform, and infrastructure as a service, period, done, right? The second one might be more interesting and a little more innovative, and that is getting rid of every single WAN link that we have, period. Create a completely borderless network where we have end users that have access to systems in the cloud and where all of the high bandwidth transfers occur at the cloud level, with a few exceptions when it comes to sensors like satellites and so on and so forth that still need an aggregation point. But otherwise, even supercomputing will be done in the cloud in the next 5 years, period. So get rid of all of that. In your buildings, get rid of all of your WAN circuits and make sure that you equip everybody with 5G connections and 6G connections so that you no longer have any firewalls, you no longer have any networks. All you have is people that, whether they are in the building, at home, in a cafe in London, or looking at the Opera House in Sydney, can access all of your systems totally and completely seamlessly without any obstacles whatsoever, right? Then the next layer might be that you get rid of all of the laptops and computers and equip everybody with things that allow a phone to interface with a human being in a relatively humane way for your eyes and your ears. Dual screens, keyboard, all of that stuff, but basically with a phone that gets plugged into a docking station and provides you all of the functionality that you need. Because the overwhelming majority of it will be over a browser anyway, and so why not? And so there you go. So basically a complete destruction, so to speak, deconstruction, so to speak, of your typical IT system. And then the next arena is actually even more interesting, which is in terms of, and Howard made a reference to it, and by the way, brilliant, made a reference to this, and that is moving away from the typical software development environment where you actually create products and you align software development along product lines that are driven by the business. So effectively, in a lot of ways, IT working itself out of the typical jobs so that they can dedicate themselves to that abstraction layer, which is the applications, and where more and more over the next 5 to 10 years, you will see artificial intelligence. And when you say artificial intelligence, for better or for worse, over the last year, people only think about generative AI. We've been doing artificial intelligence for 20, 30 years in far more interesting ways than generative AI. But basically, you will see a sort of a confluence of the chief artificial intelligence officer and the CIO to the degree that they disappear. And the new CIO or Chief Artificial Intelligence Office becomes it. Why? Because you've gotten rid of all of the abstraction layers that used to be thought about as commodity IT, and you're now focusing on a productivity layer at the application level that is entirely aided by AI in order to run your business, right? And of course, with that, you have to make sure that you have an enormous emphasis on CX. Because at the end of the day, what is important is that how your people interface to your systems and how your clients, your shareholders, your stakeholders interface to your systems from the outside, right? So CX is going to be absolutely important. It's got to be driven by AI. It's got to be adaptive so that effectively you no longer have a website or a mobile application. What you have is mass customization for the qualities and quantities and characteristics of the individual that is accessing them at that particular time. Totally and completely unique, right? Because the next step is going to be the creation of web interfaces where you no longer need the telephone and you're dealing with a chip implant that deals directly with all of your systems. And if you think that that's 50 years away, I got to tell you, I think you're wrong. Right. And so we got to be ready for creating all of these abstraction layers so that what we do today becomes almost comically insane 15 years from now. Because guess what? What we're doing today, or what we were doing 15 years ago and 20 years ago and 25 years ago is comically insane, right? Because it's no longer the way that things operate. So we need to look at the way that things are going to be and start driving to them as fast as possible, right? Now, people will say, well, we need more people, we need more money. Well, guess what? If we are spending 60% of our money and 60% of our resources dealing with O&M for legacy systems, that's where you start. Get rid of them. Money does not grow on trees, although, sometimes you might think it does, but it does not. And there's a point at which there is diminishing returns in terms of the budget and the ability to do that allocation. Also, skill sets do not grow on trees, right? We can do a talent surge all we want, but the reality is that there are not inflatable AI experts out there that we can blow up and bring to the table, right? We are going to have to either hire younger people coming right out of school, right, that we're willing to nurture into that environment and not burden them with the past, or we're going to have to reskill and retrain our people. And guess what? It is my belief that most of the people who go into IT are iconoclasts that want to do that anyway, that have been put to sleep by all of the systems that I just referred to. So let's get rid of them. Let's provide them with goals and with opportunities for living the dream of technology realization. And we will have plenty of resources financially and from a human standpoint, and we will drive the migration into a new world that will be by any means extraordinary, because everybody else will do it. And if we do not do it, we'll fall hopelessly behind.
All right. Andre, I'm going to bring you back to the beginning of the conversation when you talked about the three big changes you're leaving a roadmap for. Because I want to make sure we have time for audience questions. One example, when you look at those three areas that you outlined of a priority, a plan, an initiative that's ongoing, will start in 2024, that's going to really start driving commerce that way to this roadmap vision.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all of these things are totally interconnected, right? It has got to be a holistic solution. And for a holistic solution for IT and functionality, you have to have availability, right? So making sure that everything is available, basically dial tone, which was a great term from the 70s and 80s, 99.99996, right? Then you got to have security. So cybersecurity has got to be at the beginning and the end of everything, because all of your systems are, the more important they are, the more vulnerable they are, the more delicious targets they present. So we got to do that. At Commerce, we're doing a whole of commerce zero trust architecture, all right, which is all driven to that borderless network that we want to accomplish, right? And so, if we are going to do this at each one of the individual bureaus, we're going to have 13 different technology stacks that will be relatively compatible, but maybe not so much, and in which we will have a lowest common denominator that we lower than would be if we not did implement the whole of commerce architecture, right? So we're going to be doing that. We are doing that. We already selected 4 different, solutions that we're implementing as fast as we can. The other thing is whole of commerce CX, right? I do not want to see everybody buying their own CX and HCD infrastructure so that we can have exactly the same problems and we cannot have a standardized approach. We need to create, standard templates for commerce for all of the bureaus. We have to create the same navigation structures, right? We have to create the same way to looking at statistics, so that when I'm looking at statistics for utilization of all of our products, applications, websites, mobile sites, whatever, that I have a common, glass panel that I can look at and say, this is how we're doing today. This is how we're doing tomorrow. This is how that particular change we made to that mobile application has reflected in more stickiness to the site, more satisfaction with the site, more conversion to whatever that might be. If you think about retail, you think about purchases, right? So that we're not all totally and completely fragmented and we have no idea where all of our bureaus are. This is the type of approach that needs to take place. And by the way, with the zero trust architecture, the moment that we did this and we had one quote for EDR solutions for the entire Department of Commerce, we reduced our cost by 67%, right? So why isn't everybody doing that? Why is everybody telling them that they need more money and they need more people? No, what we need is to standardize, abstract, and move into the future.
All right. So many more questions, but Nicole, bring that mic close to you and let's learn something more about NARA. We heard from Sheena earlier. You got something hopefully new to tell us.
Sure. So I'm Nicole Willis. I'm the Deputy CIO at NARA. I've been with NARA for about 4 months. So I'm still kind of learning, not necessarily drinking from the fire hose anymore, but we have a lot going on. A lot of our priorities are around kind of enhancing storage and search. Of us being the National Archives and Records Administration, we have a large amount of data information that we ingest and need to manage for the entire federal government and preserve the history of the country. So, really looking at enhancing and improving storage across and optimizing storage across our cloud and on-prem environments. We have a bit of technical debt, so I'm looking to move to more cloud-based infrastructure. We have some of those efforts under the way, but continue to expand on that. Also look at how we can use AI to empower the CIO shop. I look at it as a extension of the workforce. And as we've heard before, it's here. It's built in some of our collaboration tools and our cybersecurity tools. So really looking to harness how we can use it for cybersecurity, how we can use it to improve operations. I also have quality assurance, how we can use it to test, improve data, and all kinds of different efforts to really kind of empower the CIO shop. At this organization and my previous organization, we've done a lot of work around piloting and prototyping AI solutions, but I really look at kind of transforming our operating model to put those in production and manage those and continue to monitor them to make sure that they are providing the appropriate solution, appropriate answers, and there's no bias introduced, and make sure that we can continue to secure them. And there's a lot of, as I think was said before, we are also undertaking a lot of cultural change. We have a lot of users that are archivists, records managers, and research services, folks that their job is to preserve and provide the history and documents and records of the government. So there's a lot of, I guess, interest in technologies like AI, but a lot of fear. So there's a big cultural change with introducing all of the technology change that we're introducing to them at once. So really really partnering with them. I'm looking at doing technical advocates as well, embedding folks and really working with how we can enhance the customer experience and improve and extend our workforce and our.
All right. I'm going to do my best to stay out of AI, but I am going to ask you about technical debt because I think that's interesting. I think every agency faces very similar. There's new data on the federal IT dashboard regarding O&M versus DME. One of my favorite acronyms to say very quickly. Where is NARA within that O&M DME, which I know not all on O&M means it's debt and it doesn't mean it's legacy either, but how are you starting to chip away at that? Do you have if we can move X amount of systems to the cloud, we can modernize Y amount of systems. Do you have that priority, that roadmap?
I'll probably stay away from direct numbers, but I'm trying to really move as much as we can. We have, we've been behind on modernizing some of the applications because of financial reasons. So we are really trying to build as much of those as we can on low code and SaaS solutions. So, as much as we can move, we will do that. And then, as I said, we have a lot of also older network infrastructure and voice infrastructure that we're moving to more cloud-based solutions.
All right, we stay out of AI. Thank you for that. And I'm sure Ann Duncan, if you were here earlier, she talked about her low code, no code factory. I'm sure you could call her up and take whatever she did already. Sean, you've been very patient. You've been very, Sean and I could talk for hours, but Sean, let's because I want to get to audience questions. Give me 3 minutes about where you're seeing. And Dan's got to run. So if you need Dan, leave him alone because he's got a car and a big meeting. But Sean.
So the first thing I will say, and I will echo Howard's comments about Andre, I think any of us who've been communicating change in the public sector always look to Andre and his sage wisdom on not only how to communicate it, but how to communicate it effectively. And the only thing better than Andre talking about it is seeing the slides that usually accompany him talking about it, which are equally phenomenal. So thank you for everything that you've done. I think that's the theme kind of coming down this list here, is that it's all about culture and change. And that's the challenge that everyone kind of runs into. And I look at it from my perspective as identity people. And I'm going to give a shout out for a little bit of AI. So if you log into ChatGPT, you're logging into our technology. That's a scalable identity solution. So if I think about, we're entering the third age of identity, right? Identity's been important forever. It started out being this kind of construct of username and passwords. And every time you bought an application, you got an identity, and you bought another application, you got another identity. The second age was kind of the federation of this and the PKI and all the things that we built in order to make strong identity decisions and make identity important. we're getting into this new realm of kind of context aware identity and the identity of it changing dynamically. So that's why the scale is so important. We're not going to be talking about, 100,000 transactions or 1,000 transactions or even 1,000,000 transactions. We're going to be talking about billions of transactions and trillions of transactions around identity. Because as it turns out, nothing happens till somebody or someone tries to log into something, right? So if you go to access any application, that's your first interface. That's the first thing you do when you interface with data. And someone talked about how data is the most important thing, which is absolutely true. But without identity, you can't get to that data. So we're going to have to start being able to have very quick, very dynamic conversations around context in order to determine, is this a bad guy or a good guy? Is this the right person or the wrong person? Is it the right person in the wrong context? Meaning, are they in the wrong place? Are they using the wrong device? Are they doing some of the wrong things? And we have to kind of make that, to Andre's point, at wire speed. We call it dial tone, but wire speed very, very quickly. So I think from a modernization perspective, I know there are a lot of us who've been doing this for a while who thought, well, we built PKI and we built an identity solution and an ICAM solution, so we're done, right? We finished. It's never finished. It's going to continue. So, back to points that have been made about technical debt. Not only is there technical debt, but there are things that we're going to have to go and reinvent that live in our stack. So as you're an agency kind of thinking about, how do I reinvent all of these stacks that I've built? How much of your resources are you focused on doing that versus doing your core competency as a business? If you're the commerce department, you're interfacing with citizens across a lot of different dimensions. You're not an IT shop. Even if you're the DoD, you're not an IT shop. You are, but you shouldn't be. There are a lot of other places where you could put your money and your resources and your energy that serve your core competency and get you a little bit away from the technical debt. That's why all these things are interrelated: cloud, mobility, ChatGPT, AI. All of these things are just things that have changed along the way that we use. They're tools.
All right, I want to get to your questions. I have one quick follow-up for Sean. Sean, real quick on identity, since that's the future, the complexity dynamic as we enter this third generation. What's the thing in 2024, looking even beyond, that folks need to really keep in mind as they continue to upgrade, look at, revisit how they do identity?
So the worst analogy that I'll make, and then actually had someone tell me this this past week, is that identity is the new firewall, right? And I hate that. When people say identity is the new parent perimeter, I don't like that either. But it's kind of true. If you think about, we're all on the same network, and I don't care how many microsegmentation conversations you have, if you're all kind of on the same network, you think of identity as being that most important construct in order to do your protections. But it's also, the flip side of this is that it's also the most important construct to provide good user experiences. Because the other thing that you have in your environment is you have 1,000 things that your users will never see or touch. But identity is not one of them. As a matter of fact, that is the first thing that a user experiences when they go to access something. And if it's not a great experience and a seamless experience and a refreshing experience, then they're not going to like it. But it also has to be a very secure experience. So that's the balance we have to meet.
All right. We have you want to jump in? Because I got a question from the audience. Come on.
Yeah.
Bring that microphone close to you.
Something just occurred to me. And that's always dangerous. So everybody talks about technical debt, right? And when we think about technical debt, you think about the IRS having systems that were created in the 50s, right? The USPTO having systems that were created in the 70s. Everybody else having systems like that. And that's what we think about in terms of technical debt. But the reality is that the industry is moving so fast that technical debt is stuff that you installed 6 years ago, stuff that you installed 7 years ago, right? How many agencies moved to VoIP, 7 years ago, 5 years ago? And all of a sudden, VoIP is legacy technology because you all should be using, cloud-based telephony collaboration tools, right? So the concept of technical debt, as we look at it, is woefully, woefully inadequate. Technical debt, in a lot of ways, is whatever you just finished installing.
And worse than that, it's everything layered on top of that. So you still have government agencies that have systems that were built when the Apollo missions were happening, but you also have things that you deployed in the last 5 years that's also technical debt, and it can't persist forever because that'll eat up all your energy.
All right. I have a question. Howard, did you want to jump in real quick, or? All right. Tell me who you are.
Chad Sheridan with Net Impact Strategies. So,
question, Andre described a vision of a borderless network with, cellular and not your own, broadband. Tell me a little bit about constraints. I can think of a few from USDA's perspective and the offices that you have to support in rural areas, but also think of the policy. So can you talk to some of the policy and the ways of working the government has done that inhibit the vision, as well as some of the realities on the ground for these distributed agencies?
Sure. So what you want me is to solve all of the problems. Got it. Do I get a trademark on that? No. So here's the reality, right? There's a vision that can take care of 98% of our problems. Let's do it. And then let's deal with the 2% that need to be dealt with differently, right? So it is about basically abstracting so much from what you do that is routine and commodity that you can then focus on your particular needs, right? So ITA has basically been borderless network, and migrating towards that since 2017, 2018, right? Why? Because they're all over the world. And they needed a solution where they weren't constrained about traffic coming from China to the HCHB building, to go to the internet, to go back to the HCHB building, to go back to China, right? Or, Malawi, or Burundi, or Burkina Faso, or whatever, right? So all of that needed to be eliminated. How is that going to be eliminated? Well, for example, with TIC 3.0, all of a sudden you get rid of all of the MTIPS, issues associated with that, right? But this requires a re-architecting of all of this that is completely different than what we were operating in today. In a way, it makes it a lot simpler. Right? In a way, it makes it a lot simpler. How much money is spent on patching, right? Patching for your desktops, for your laptops, for your servers, right? Get rid of all of that, right? All of our phones get patched on a constant basis. Nobody cares about it, right? And so what we need to make sure is that the applications that we are constantly doing are so standard in their APIs and interfaces that an upgrade to that system is not going to break them, because there was always the problem, right? But the reality is that nowadays those are less and less and less, and I don't think people realize that. One of the majority of the reasons why we test patches was because we used to have so many customized applications, and some people still do. So many customized applications that they required a specific browser, a specific version, a specific this, a specific that, right? And all of a sudden that can be entirely and completely, obsoleted, right? And the moment that happens, you save all that money in doing that. This might seem overly simplistic, but if you have a destination, right? If you have a dream, if you have a goal, then you can tack your way to it just like a sailboat and get there. It's not a straight line, but you know where you're going, and everything that you do has to fit into that premise, right? I have two basic principles for operational and strategic things. Any strategy that doesn't have an immediate operational component is worthless, right? It needs to be immediately started. Any operating component that is not fully aligned to the strategy must be discarded or replaced, right? And so if you have that type of of commandments in your mind, then everything else becomes a fairly easy decision, right? And so that's my approach to everything. Yes, there will be obstacles, but so what? There's obstacles to everything.
Let me see if Frank wants to jump in on that too at all.
Well, you mentioned USDA, and I do know something a little bit about USDA. I think there are a couple of challenges that we have. A lot of organizations that are still thinking about continuing the technology that they've always had and doing it with the resources that they always have had available. For USDA, the challenge is remarkable number of local equipment contractors that have varying degrees of skill set, varying degrees of functionality, service levels, etc. There's also a challenge with the political viability of the offices that we support. They are income generators, they are job providers, and there's a political aspect to, does this office continue to function or not? I'm not here to argue with that at all, but we are very anxious in understanding what it takes to actually provide the service necessary for that location, which could be very remote. And why aren't we looking at things like, why is there not a WAP in there, right? I've got hard cables. Okay, nice. I can put a WAP in there, simplify a lot of service. I can provide that service more effectively and less expensively. And let's move on to the next thing. It certainly is a challenge, but it's not, as Mr. said, sorry.
Andre.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you. Not insurmountable, but certainly, and I think another challenge is we have so many interested parties. I don't have a service center. I've got a service center with 3 organizations in it that all look at things a little differently. So part and parcel of that is again, with you have a strategy, can we get folks on board? Can we determine that pathway in such a way that everybody says, yeah, sure, I can do that.
All right. We're well over time and Tom will probably give me the hook, but I'm going to throw audience. If you have anyone have a short, quick question? Tom, they want you to hear from you instead of me.
I doubt that very seriously.
I'll ask the last question, the getaway question, and we'll make it more of a speed round. One thing about ATARC that always works very well is there's always a good mix of industry and government. It's never, a lot of times you go to events, it's a lot of industry who just want to know how can they help you do your job better. But I think what's the one piece of advice that we haven't heard yet? What's the one thing you want to make sure you leave the audience with from when we talk about transformation, that it's more than just technical debt and O&M and moving to the cloud? What's the one thing? So Sean, since you went last, I'll start and give Frank and folks some time to.
So I think, and this has nothing to do with anything with technology. So fear is a powerful motivator. Fear of change is a human condition. It's a primary human condition. Fear of what happens if you don't change should also be a primary human condition. So I think part of this is spending time with folks and figuring out how you adapt to change. Andre talked about this already. It's like none of this stuff's perfect. None of it's going to be easy, but change is going to happen with or without you. Someone in the earlier panel talked about the surfboard analogy of get on the surfboard or drown. I like the bus analogy, get on the bus or get run over by it. And that's how change works.
All right. Nicole, grab the mic from Andre.
Oh. It's just, as I work with vendor partners, really looking at how we tackle the people aspect. It's not just bringing in technology solutions, but how do we help our organization adapt the people and work on that cultural change to be able to harness that technology.
All right. Andre, is there anything left to say?
There's always something left to say. The beautiful thing about these things is that as you're expressing these thoughts, right, and as you listen to other, to fantastic people, it generates new neurons, right? But I will tell you this. Admission. Prior to joining the federal government, my impression of federal employees was not the best. After being on board for 14 years, I can honestly tell you that they are every bit as good as anybody else that works in the private sector, okay? I have seen brilliant people that do brilliant things under extraordinarily, difficult circumstances, not, for example, budgets and CRs and all of that, right? So there's all of that. So I am unbelievably impressed by the cadre of professionals that I found in the government sector. The same goes for the vendors. The contractors in the government sector are nothing short of exceptional. I've seen brilliant people. Oh, of course, there's bad players. All right. And throwing it out to the media as well. I think that the job that the media does of covering
the media,
of covering what is a very let me rephrase that. The media that covers IT in the federal government. How's that? Let's narrow it down because media, that's a big term. No, but these are people that are very thorough, that sometimes don't hesitate to talk truth to power, right? Because you would think, well, you're covering all of these things, you don't want to upset people. Jason wrote an article about cats that at first when I looked at it, I thought, okay. But
then he told me he didn't agree with it.
But then I talked with him and it was like, oh, okay, all right. What he says, there's kernels of truth in there that we should take, right? There's kernels of truth in that we should take and adapt to, to make sure that we can move forward. So, kudos to all of you that operate in this space, because I don't think that we get the credit that we deserve as public servants, and we should. So kudos to all of you for everything that you do in this environment.
Howard.
Wow, that's tough to follow. I'll keep it crisp. Don't conflate principles with practices. It's important to understand the principles. I think, Andre, I think one of your gifts, right, is articulating the principles and challenging us to look at practices, which is all the inertia of embedded technology and just ways that we think stuff is supposed to get done, and understand that that's not that the practice isn't the principle, and you can get incredibly creative, particularly when you're under stress, of how to execute the principle in new and creative and exciting ways.
Frank, last word.
Patience. For my fellow federal employees, there's a time of great change. There's a time of great opportunity. There's a lot going on. The ability to, in a calm, cool, and collected manner, review, analyze, select is very important. Many I talk to who ask guidance, the first thing I say is take a deep breath, right? Let's go through things and work things out. For the vendor community, I also ask patience. Opportunities are heard, opportunities are identified. Why can't I make this happen tomorrow? We have some processes, we have some procedures, we have some other things that do influence our ability to respond as quickly as even some of us would like. Ask your patience.
All right. No. We're way over, and Tom's got something important to say, but let's first of all give the panelists a round of applause. You guys did a great job. Don't go anywhere. Stay put. Tom?
Thank you, Jason. And as it was mentioned, Andre, this is your last couple weeks here. Don't cry on me or anything, okay? You're still gonna be around. It's been a long time. And yes, I met Andre. I don't know if you remember, I actually met Howard at the Council for Foreign Relations event we did many years ago. And Tim Harvey actually got Andre and Howard, and I was like, well, they're not the biggest agencies. And then you both were speaking, and we've had this relationship ever since. Just a couple things about Andre that always struck out to me. He's always talking about the business. You know, it's great when you have somebody that's a CIO talking about the business, but his career has been fantastic. He was at the Special Olympics for a while, $56 million. He managed the $56 million Christmas Record Trust, 3.5 million in yearly grants to country programs in the developing world. And then here's the business again, 87% growth in 2 years. And I met Andre when he's at the Broadcasting Board of Governors. He was there for 9 years. He was the CEO, the COO, the CIO, the CTO. I don't know if all at the same time, but yes. Audience surged from 165 million to 278 million in just 6 years. And they were 90% of the cloud in 2014, which is way ahead of the curve. He joined Department of Commerce and as CIO. He was also at ITA for a while, which is a sub-agency under Commerce. He was the CIO starting in 2019. First person of Portuguese descent to head a U.S. agency, highest ranking career Latino at Department of Commerce. And he also did make ITA when he was there, the first agency bureau to be 100% cloud-based, which is quite the accomplishment. He will be serving as CIO in Tarrant County, Texas. I did not know you lived down there this whole time. I couldn't really tell by your accent. Yes. But so he's not leaving us, and we do some state and local stuff too. So we're gonna do that. We do have an award for him. We came up with a new award. We don't want to quite put you in the Hall of Fame quite yet because you still got some work to do. But we're calling it the ATARC Federal IT Icon Award.
Yeah.
So we'll present that to you. Thank you so much. I did hear a rumor. I've got pretty good intelligence that Howard got you something something you could drink, I heard. I don't know. Is that true? Something that he might be able to have a nice drink from, I think it was lemonade or something. I'm not sure. I don't want to spread rumors around. But thank you so much for your service. Anything you want to say? You always got something to say. What?
Well, you talked about crying there. So I got here 44 and a half years ago. 17 by myself, $300 in my pocket and a bag of clothes. When I retired from the federal government on the 31st, and then I start at Tarrant County on the 2nd of January, idiot me. That will be the longest time I've been unemployed in this country. Right? Now, why is that? Because this is the bloodiest, best country in the world. And that's why it was my dream as a kid to be here from the time I was 7 years old, and why I thank goodness every day that I wake up in this country. And so for those of you who are native born, thank you for sharing this country with me, the opportunity, because where else could this happen? Right? I can't think of any country where this could happen. I've traveled all over the world, literally all over the world. And there's no other country in which this could happen. So every time that you wake up in the morning and things are not so good, just realize that that you live in the best country in the world, bar none, bar none, bar none. And strap those boots on and get it going. Dream big, and dedicate every single day of your life to momentous change and momentous accomplishments, and you shall succeed. So thank you very, very.
Yay. Now he's getting me crying.
And thank you, and thank you to my parents for letting me go. Thank you.
Well, I don't know how much to say. That's how we're going to end the conference. I know there's this unofficial happy hour. By Zero Fox, they've got some invites out. It's across the way here. Thank you all for coming here today. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to Carasoft staff. Thank you to my staff. A lot of work goes into this, a lot of love, and we appreciate you sticking with us. And thank you, Andre. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very kind. Appreciate it.